Chapter 574. Gu Jiao slept until the afternoon. Long Yi had already been taken out by Xiao Heng, so only Gu Jiao was left in the room. Gu Jiao sat up, looked at the bed she was on and pondered for a while. Oh, did I sleep up here? Today both the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy had classes, but Gu Qingfeng was busy helping Gu Jiao punish evil recently, so he asked for leave from the Imperial College on the grounds that he was not feeling well. Originally he only asked for 1 day, but he changed it to 2 days without authorization. When Gu Jiao came out of the east room, he was chopping firewood in the backyard. When he saw Gu Jiao, he stopped chopping firewood and waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over indifferently. What's the matter? Gu Qingfeng looked around and lowered his voice. Come here, I have something to tell you. What? Gu Jiao didn't go over. Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue, put down the axe and skillfully wiped his hands with a rag. Then he got close to Gu Jiao's ear and whispered to Gu Jiao, "It's..." Before he could finish his words, a tall figure descended from the sky, grabbed him by the collar and threw him out. Gu Qingfeng, who was thrown to the tree branch, was dumbfounded. What? Gu Jiao was puzzled. How did this guy offend Long Yi? Not long after, little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. Jiao 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 Jiao. I have an exam today. Little Jing Kong ran to the backyard, took out his exam paper and handed it to Gu Jiao. Unsurprisingly, it was another big A. Gu Jiao rubbed Jing Kong's little head. Jing Kong is great. Little Jing Kong lowered his head, touched his fingers and said shyly, Jiao Jiao, I want to kiss you. Then he was carried away by Long Yi. Gu Jiao looked at the back of the two people and touched her chin strangely. At this moment, Xiao Heng came back with a basket of eggs and handed it to Gu Jiao without any change in his expression. Granny Zhou, she said to thank you for curing her grandson's cold last time. Gu Jiao looked at him deeply. Is that so? Yes. Xiao Heng took the basket back. I'll put it in the kitchen. He walked past Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao turned around and chased after him. Narrowing her eyes, she followed him and asked, Did you say something to Long Yi? What did I say? Xiao Heng calmly put the basket on the stove, opened the small jar of eggs and put the eggs one by one. Gu Jiao asked, Why didn't Long Yi let people come close to me? Xiao Heng put the eggs with his back facing Gu Jiao, and his lips unconsciously curled. He turned his head and his face became expressionless again. Did he? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded her head. Xiao Heng said with a straight face, Maybe Long Yi was playing with them. Gu Jiao thought for a while. Oh. After Xiao Heng finished putting the last egg, he turned his head to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was leaning against the stove thinking about something. The setting sun slanted through the door, fell on her perfect face and shone on her long eyelashes. Xiao Heng's eyes moved. That? N? Gu Jiao confusedly looked at him. Here? Xiao Heng pointed at her temple. Gu Jiao raised her hand to touch it, but she didn't feel anything. Xiao Heng walked over, stretched out his left hand, and plucked a small leaf that had fallen on Gu Jiao's temple. Two people were very close to each other, and their breaths intertwined with each other in the quiet room. Xiao Heng lowered his head and almost kissed her forehead. What is it? Gu Jiao looked up at him. Xiao Heng looked at her face in a daze, and with his heart beating like a drum, he tilted his head and gently pressed down on her. In the next second, a shadow flashed, and Xiao Heng was also taken away by Long Yi. Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng's other people. Other than me, all other people. Long Yi's other people. All other people. Gu Jiao went to the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, took a blueprint and handed it to the blacksmith. The blacksmith looked at the strange blueprint and said with difficulty, we have never made this kind of thing before. Gu Jiao asked, Can you make it? The blacksmith said, I can make it, but it may not look as good as the one on your blueprint. Gu Jiao said, Let's make it first. Okay. Gu Jiao came out of the blacksmith shop and went to the medical center. She opened the small medicine box, looked at the full emergency medicine and frowned. There are still no materials to make the socket. Do I really have to go and get resin? Just as she was mumbling to herself, the second master rushed into her courtyard in a hurry. Little Gu. Something big happened. Gu Jiao walked out of the room. What happened? The second master trembled with fear. I don't know. A patient treated in our medical center just now turned out to be an official of the Imperial Guards. Then his subordinate reported that something happened in the palace, and the Empress asked him to go to the palace immediately. In the Bixia Hall of the Imperial Palace, Princess Ning In, who had been slapped down the stairs by Princess Xinyang the day before, was now holding Qin Qiu hostage with a dagger. Beside her and behind her, There were a total of 10 experts on standby to prevent anyone from snatching Qin Chuyu away from her. A large number of imperial guards were lying in ambush outside the Bixia Hall, and the archers were also on standby. Princess Ningyan looked at Empress Xiao and said fearlessly, "Don't act rashly. It's okay if you kill me, but no one can guarantee that I won't slip and cut your son's throat when I fall down." Empress Xiao never expected that Princess Ningyan would fight to the death with them so soon. She couldn't hide it anymore, so she didn't even bother to pretend to be fearless. Empress Xiao had to admit that ordinary people couldn't be as decisive as Ningyan. She was really a bold woman. After Princess Ningyan was put under house arrest in the Bixia Hall, she began to secretly evaluate the possibility of a comeback. Princess Xinyang showed her undeniable strength in the throne room. The emperor doted on her, but Xinyang wouldn't let her be. It was only a matter of time before she was exposed. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. "Mother, I'm scared." Boo-hoo. Qin Chuyu was so scared that he cried loudly. Empress Xiao's heart was broken. She wanted to tear this woman who wouldn't even let her son go into pieces. What would his brother do if he was here? His brother would definitely say, "Stop crying. Don't you feel ashamed when a man pees? Stop crying." Empress Xiao took a deep breath and said seriously, "You're a prince. Hold back your tears." Qin Chuyu was stunned at first, and then he cried even harder, "I can't hold it back." Boo-hoo. Empress Xiao was angry and heartbroken. She held back her emotions and looked coldly at Princess Ningyan. "What do you want?" Princess Ningyan said coldly, "Get the carriage ready and send us out of the city. Don't let anyone follow us or I'll die with your son." Eunuch Su looked at Empress Xiao worriedly. Empress Xiao clenched her fists. "Get the carriage ready?" Princess Ningyan said lightly, "Lianer, take Xianer out." Lianer was stunned by this scene. She looked at Princess Ningyan with red eyes as if it was the first day she met her. Princess Ningyan said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." Lianer's body shook and a bean-sized tear fell down. Yes, yes. She went back to the room in a daze and came to the bed, choking with sobs. Young master, she called several times, but Huang Fuxian didn't respond. She reached out and touched Huang Fuxian's forehead, and her expression changed. "Princess, young master is sick. His head is burning. Hurry up and get the imperial doctor for him." Empress Xiao comforted her. "Ningyan, calm down. The child's health is more important. I'll get the imperial doctor for you first. Let Xian treat him." "No need." Princess Ningyan looked coldly at a master beside her. "Go and help." The master entered and quickly wrapped Huang Fuxian in a blanket and carried him to the wheelchair. The pale-faced Huang Fuxian was pushed out. "Carriage." Princess Ningyan's dagger was pressed against Qin Chuyu's neck. Qin Chuyu screamed and cried. Empress Xiao's heart trembled. She gritted her teeth and said, "Su Qian, prepare a carriage for Princess Ningyan. The kind that Xianer can sit on." Eunuch Su went to prepare a special carriage. The master carried Huang Fuxian and the wheelchair onto the carriage. Princess Ningyan also got onto the carriage with Qin Chuyu. "Lianer, come up," she said. Lianer sat on the carriage with tears in her eyes. Ningyan lifted the curtain and said to Empress Xiao, "Don't let anyone follow. I'll cut off one of his fingers every time I see him." The seventh prince was kidnapped? Which city gate did he go out from? Xiao Heng asked Eunuch Qin, who came to report. Eunuch Qin said, "According to the city guards, he went out from the West City Gate." The West City Gate. Xiao Heng got up and searched. Gu Jiao tacitly gave him a map. Xiao Heng nodded. "Thank you." He spread out the map and pointed at the official road outside the West City Gate. "Greenback Path, Greenback Mountain, Phoenix Pavilion. Their horses should be tired when they reach Phoenix Pavilion. There's a relay station near Phoenix Pavilion. If they want to change horses, they might stop here." Gu Jiao asked, "What if they don't change horses?" Xiao Heng frowned. "If they don't change horses, it will be troublesome." It wasn't difficult to deal with Ningyan. However, she was a crazy woman. If she was forced into a corner, she would really hurt Qin Chuyu. Besides, Huang Fuxian was injured. If they really fought, it would be difficult to guarantee the safety of the two children. It was very dangerous to fight on the road. If they stopped, it would be easier to find flaws. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A carriage was crazily galloping on the official road outside the West City Gate. There were 9 experts riding fast horses in front and behind the carriage. The expert driving the carriage said, "Princess, we've entered Greenback Mountain. 5 miles ahead is Phoenix Pavilion Relay Station. That's the only relay station in this area. The horses can't run anymore." Should we go to the relay station and change horses? Qin Chuyu had cried himself to sleep and was held in Lian Er's arms. Princess Ningyan said, "No change horses. Keep going. Someone is waiting for us in front." This meant that they wouldn't stop even if the horses died. "Yes." The expert driving the carriage responded. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Fuxian coughed and slowly opened his eyes. "My stomach hurts. I want to go to the toilet." "Endure it for a while." "I can't endure it. I have to vomit." Huang Fuxian said and suddenly spat out something. Princess Ningyan frowned and looked at the filth on the ground with disgust. She said impatiently, "Go to the relay station." The carriage stopped at the relay station. Lian Er. Princess Ningyan gave Lian Er a look. Lian Er understood and pushed Huang Fuxian out of the back door of the carriage. The carriage was dirty and had to be cleaned up. Princess Ningyan woke Qin Chuyu up. Qin Chuyu wanted to cry when he woke up. However, his voice was hoarse from crying and he couldn't cry. They got off the carriage. Princess Ningyan said to Qin Chuyu, "You go to the washroom too. There won't be a place for you to pee on the way." Qin Chuyu had peed several times on the way. Each time he would use a water bottle to catch it. Princess Ningyan was almost suffocated. Princess Ningyan asked an expert to go with the three of them. "Young master, I'll help you," the expert said. The washroom outside didn't have any special facilities. Huang Fuxian couldn't use the toilet by himself. "Okay." Huang Fuxian didn't refuse. The expert carried Huang Fuxian into the washroom. Lian Er and Qin Chuyu stood guard in the cold wind. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because of fear. Soon Huang Fuxian's fierce voice came from the washroom. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me again. I'll kill you." The experts nearby all shook their heads. Their young master's temperament was so unpredictable. What everyone didn't know was that the fierce shout covered the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and a painful groan. The expert had already collapsed in the washroom. Huang Fuxian lay on top of him, his face covered in blood. "Lian Er, come in," he said calmly. "Hey." Lian Er brought Qin Chuyu in. Seeing the scene inside, Lian Er's eyes widened. Qin Chuyu was dumbfounded and screamed, "Ah!" Fortunately, his throat was already hoarse so he couldn't make a sound. "Young master, what's wrong?" Lian Er quickly squatted down and looked worriedly at Huang Fuxian, whose face and hands were covered in blood. Huang Fuxian grabbed Lian Er's hand tightly and said weakly, "Lian Er, take him away." Lian Er shook her head in fear. I can't take him away. I don't know the way. I can't outrun them." "I can't?" Huang Fuxian tried to hold back the dizziness in his head. "You can do it, Lian Er. The people from the palace will be here soon. If you run east, the people from the imperial court will chase after you and you don't want to be discovered, you'll take that path. I'll tell them that you killed this person and that you took Qin Chuyu west. They'll chase after you. So you have to be quick." "What about you, young master? I'm her son. I'll be fine. Hurry up. It'll be too late." Lian Er's tears fell. She gritted her teeth and carried Huang Fuxian on her back. "We'll leave together." Huang Fuxian closed his eyes. "Leave together? We can't leave." Qin Chuyu ran out with a whoosh. Lian Er was horrified. She was about to chase after Qin Chuyu when she saw him push the wheelchair in. His legs were shaking and so were his hands that were pushing the wheelchair. Huang Fuxian sneered weakly. "You're so scared of me. You still want to take me away. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you on the way?" Qin Chuyu's teeth chattered as he cried hoarsely. "If you really want to eat me, just take a small bite. Don't eat too much. I'm scared of pain. What took you so long?" In the carriage that had been cleaned up, Princess Ning pressed her aching forehead. "Go and see what happened." An expert went to the washroom in the backyard. The wheelchair was still there. The curtain of the washroom was tightly shut. The expert shouted inside, "Are you guys done?" No one responded. The expert frowned and walked over with large strides. He lifted the curtain. "Princess, they're gone." On the bumpy mountain road, Lian Er carried Huang Fuxian on her back and walked with difficulty. Qin Chuyu followed behind them, panting heavily. "Go forward, to the left, to the right, go forward." Huang Fuxian weakly pointed the way for Lian Er. He couldn't hold on any longer. Lian Er asked anxiously, "Young master, where should we go now?" "Go east, young master. Young master." "They're there." Princess Ning An's experts caught up. "Let's go." Lian Er carried Qin Chuyu and randomly chose a mountain road. She ran forward with all her strength. But how could they be a match for those people? When they passed by a wooden bridge, those people used Qinggong to block their way. The way they came was also blocked by a few people. The river under the wooden bridge was turbulent. If they accidentally fell, they would be instantly swept away by the river. An expert shouted sternly, "Lian-er, how dare you kidnap the young master?" Lian-er looked at the experts on both sides in horror and pretended to be calm. "Don't come over. Otherwise I'll jump down with the young master." "How dare you?" The expert raised his saber and rushed over to Lian-er. Lian-er was so scared that she didn't dare to move. At the critical moment, a figure so fast that only an afterimage was left in the night. It suddenly appeared behind the expert and kicked him down. He fell into the water and was swept away by the rapid waves without even struggling. These 8 experts were left to Long Yi. Gu Jiao walked towards Lian-er and the other 2 people in the middle of the wooden bridge. Lian-er's eyes became hot. "Dr. Gu." She carried Huang Fuxian on her back and ran towards Gu Jiao with Qin Chuyu, who knew that there was ice in the gully of the wooden bridge. She accidentally stepped on it and slipped. Her whole body fell out. Gu Jiao reached out to grab her, but she only caught her. Huang Fuxian on her back fell out. Gu Jiao almost didn't think. She jumped and tightly hugged Huang Fuxian before falling into the turbulent river. Chapter 575. Huang Fuxian woke up to the sound of saliva dripping from his mouth. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The ceiling was simple and crude, and the walls were neither like a palace nor a farmhouse. At the end of the room was a large wardrobe, and next to the wardrobe was a desk. On the opposite side of the bed was a window, through which bright sunlight shone. Perhaps people have a tendency to attract light, so Huang Fuxian subconsciously looked in the direction of the light. It was so bright that he had to close his eyes for a moment. Squeak squeak. The sound of saliva came again. Huang Fuxian paused for a moment and let himself adapt to the light. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a cradle near the window. The cradle was originally higher than the bed, but the guardrail around it was hollow, so Huang Fuxian could clearly see the baby in the cradle. He was eating his fingers. The squeak-squeak sound came from his mouth. In a strange environment, in a quiet room, because of this little life that didn't cry or make noise, there was a different kind of intimacy and vitality. Suddenly a young figure stepped in. He looked at Huang Fuxian on the bed, who turned his head to look at the cradle. Then he followed Huang Fuxian's gaze and looked at Gu Xiaobao in the cradle. He smiled and walked over to pinch Gu Xiaobao's face. Xiaobao woke up? Gu Xiaobao gave him a small look, then continued to eat his fingers. "Why are you so obedient? You don't cry when there's no one around," he said with a smile, then turned to look at Huang Fuxian. His expression was a bit more serious. "You're awake too?" Huang Fuxian's gaze fell on his face. "Song Dafu." Song Dafu was surprised. "You know me?" Huang Fuxian was still very weak. He nodded his head lightly and said, "We came back from the frontier together. I heard someone call you that on the road." Song Dafu suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Ah, so that's the case. You have a good memory. I don't remember anyone calling me that." "I'm in the carriage," Huang Fuxian said. Even though they were in a carriage, there were more than 100 people in the medical team. To be able to remember a person's cries just by hearing them, it was enough to show that Huang Fuxian's memory was not ordinary. "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome?" "Huang Fuxian, your square face is easy to recognize." Dr. Song cleared his throat. "How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Huang Fuxian shook his head slightly. Only then did he realize that he wasn't feeling too uncomfortable. The wound still hurt slightly, but it was much better than before. Dr. Song seemed to be aware of his doubts, so he pointed his finger to his leg and explained, "Our boss has operated on you. The bone was abraded and the wound was stitched up." "Then why don't I feel anything?" Ever since he was young, Huang Fuxian had gone through bone grinding countless times. Every time he was in excruciating pain. Not only was it physical torture, but it was also a mental humiliation. Therefore this time he would rather die than suffer such pain. Dr. Song smiled and said, "I gave you anesthesia, so of course you don't feel anything. Does your wound still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt too much." Huang Fuxian shook his head slightly. Because he was too shocked, he forgot to say, "Who asked you to treat me? I don't want to be treated." "That's good. Our boss said that if you wake up, you should take the medicine." Dr. Song poured a glass of water and handed him a few anti-inflammatory and hemostatic pills. Huang Fuxian was so confused that he ate it in a daze. After eating, he remembered and asked, "Where is this place?" Dr. Song said, "Blue Water Alley, our boss's house. You know our boss, he is Dr. Gu." Huang Fuxian suddenly remembered that Lian-er had fallen. He seemed to have fallen off the bridge. He thought he was dead for sure, but in his daze he vaguely saw a slender figure jump down and pounce on him. With a plop they fell into the water. He didn't remember what happened after that. He fainted. Huang Fuxian asked, "Was it Dr. Gu who brought me back?" Dr. Song said, "Yes. Speaking of which, you are really lucky. I heard that the river was very turbulent that night. When you fell in, you were washed away by the waves. Fortunately, our boss is a good swimmer." Huang Fuxian lowered his eyes and asked, "Where is she?" Dr. Song sighed. "After she saved you?" Huang Fuxian's eyelashes trembled and he looked at him. Dr. Song continued, "She went to the clinic. There was a fight in the capital. 7 or 8 people were injured. She was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground, so she asked me to come and take care of you." Huang Fuxian's expression loosened slightly. "Little brother. You woke up." Little Mushroom came. Dr. Song smiled and said to little Jing Kong, "Jing Kong is here? You talk to your little brother for a while, I will take Xiaobao out first." Little Jing Kong nodded. Dr. Song took Gu Xiaobao, who was eating his finger, out. Little Jing Kong came to the bedside and looked at Huang Fuxian with a pair of big black eyes. "Little brother, you have slept for 2 days. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Huang Fuxian, "Do all the people here ask the same questions?" "No." Huang Fuxian said carelessly. Little Jing Kong lay on the edge of the bed and looked at him. "Then are you hungry?" Huang Fuxian said, "No. You are amazing. You haven't eaten for 2 days and you are not hungry." Little Jing Kong pointed to the bed under him and said, "You are sleeping on my bed. Is it comfortable?" Huang Fuxian said, "Your bed is so hard." Huang Fuxian liked soft beds. Little Jing Kong was used to sleeping on hard beds in the temple. Coincidentally, Xiaoheng also slept on hard beds in the past few years when he was wandering among the common people. Little Jing Kong's small body lay on the bed and his little feet kicked the ground. "Jiao Jiao's bed is very soft, but I can't let you sleep on it. Only I can sleep on Jiao Jiao's bed." Huang Fuxian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and muttered angrily, "Who wants to sleep on it?" Little Jing Kong suddenly took out a piece of custard from his pouch. "Little brother, do you want to eat this?" Huang Fuxian turned his face. "I don't eat this kind of thing." Little Jing Kong stuffed the custard into his mouth. A mouthful of rich milky fragrance spread between his lips and teeth, accompanied by a light sweetness. Huang Fuxian was suddenly stunned. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked, "Is it delicious? Jiao Jiao made it?" Huang Fuxian didn't say anything and just vaguely said, "Yes." On the other side, Gu Jiao finally finished treating the last patient. She didn't have time to rest and went back to the courtyard to change into night clothes. She was about to go out when she was blocked by Princess Xinyang's carriage at the door. Yujin opened the curtain for Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao indifferently and asked, "Where are you going with this outfit?" Ahem. A man's cough came from the carriage. "Shut up." Princess Xinyang turned her head and said. Xiaoheng shut his mouth. "Come in," Princess Xinyang said to Gu Jiao. "Oh." Gu Jiao took the red-tasseled spear and got into the carriage. Yujin pursed her lips and smiled, "I'll go get some tea." Then she got out of the carriage. Only Princess Xinyang, Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were left in the carriage. Xiaoheng was dressed in casual clothes and was caught by Princess Xinyang halfway. Then Princess Xinyang came to catch Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang looked at the red-tasseled spear in Gu Jiao's hand with a sullen face. "What? Are you going to destroy that group of people's nest?" Xiaoheng opened his mouth. "Princess Xinyang, I'm not asking you." Xiaoheng shut himself up again. Gu Jiao blinked. "Didn't Princess Ning and run away? I'll go catch her." "I'm not here anymore, right? Do I need you to catch her? You're so young yet you worry so much." Princess Xinyang said coldly and reached out to take the red-tasseled spear from Gu Jiao's hand. She tried to grab it but it didn't budge. She looked embarrassed. "I'll do it." Xiaoheng held the red-tasseled spear wrapped in cloth with both hands and took it from his wife and mother. Hiss, it was really heavy. He almost didn't catch it. But he couldn't show his fear in front of his wife and mother. Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he slowly placed the red-tasseled spear on his lap. "Is it heavy?" Princess Xinyang chuckled. Xiaoheng nonchalantly said, "It's not heavy at all. This carriage is too small. Otherwise I could show you a few moves." Princess Xinyang snorted coldly and said, "I let her go on purpose that night. I know who I let go. I can't help much in the war, but I'm more than enough to deal with a few remnants. You just wait at home." Gu Jiao said, The people of Yen seem to have a way to deal with the dragon shadow guards. Princess Xingyang grunted, I know, don't worry. Xiaoheng didn't move. Since he didn't move, Gu Jiao also didn't move. Princess Xingyang said to Xiaoheng, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you getting off? Xiaoheng smiled, I just want to spend more time with you. Princess Xingyang said to Gu Jiao, he can't carry it anymore. Xiaoheng. How could she expose her son like this? Gu Jiao curved her lips and got off the carriage with the red-tasseled spear. After Princess Xingyang left, Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng, I really don't need to go? Xiaoheng shook his head. No, she has 4 dragon shadow guards in addition to Long Yi. That's enough to catch Ning, and Princess Xingyang didn't let Ning go because she wanted to know the whereabouts of the people of Yen. Little Nine had already tracked them down. Princess Xingyang wanted to know what other cards Ning had. Princess Xingyang sent 2 dragon shadow guards and a secret guard from the princess mansion to keep an eye on Ning was very vigilant. She circled around the mountain forest for a day and a night before entering a seemingly unremarkable cave. After that, she arrived at a secret camp that looked like a peach forest. There were a total of 100 experts in the camp. This should be the nest that Imperial concubine Jing left for Ning, and Princess Xingyang took Long Yi for dragon shadow guards, and a group of secret guards from the princess mansion to kill their way into the camp and capture Ning. In addition, they found a small box in the secret room. Open it, Princess Xingyang said to Ning, and Ning sneered, open it yourself. Princess Xingyang looked at the wooden box on the table. You think I can't break it open? Ning provoked, go ahead. It seems you can't break it open casually, Princess Xingyang said to the secret guard. Take the box back and open it with the key. Princess Ning's expression changed. Princess Xingyang laughed, your key has been remade. Are you surprised? Princess Ning's eyes were full of surprise. You? Princess Xingyang said, take her back. Don't put her under house arrest. Just throw her into prison. Ning threatened, you dare. I'm a princess. What a coincidence, so am I. Princess Xingyang looked down at Ning, who was kneeling on the ground by the dragon shadow guards. You better not try to escape this time or I'll break your legs. What Long Yi heard was, haha, I'll break your legs. Long Yi rushed over and broke Ning's legs. Ning. Princess Xingyang. This time, Princess Xingyang didn't take her back to the palace. Instead, she locked her up in the Supreme Court's prison. Afterwards, she took the small box to Jade Water Alley. The key that Gu Jiao had made from the mold had been completed. It could really open the box. After opening it, they found that this seemingly simple wooden box actually had a very complicated mechanism. If they forcefully broke it open or pried it open, the mechanism would destroy the contents of the box. Let's see what Imperial concubine Jing left for Ning, Gu Jiao said. Okay. Xiaoheng took out the contents of the box. There were several account books, which recorded Imperial concubine Jing's dealings with some of the court officials over the years. These officials are the contacts Imperial concubine Jing left for Ning, and Princess Xingyang paused, then continued, these account books are very important. With them we can threaten those officials. Xiaoheng flipped down and said, there's also a treasure map. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. There's really a treasure map? Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao in amusement. It's a lie. It's banknotes. Roughly calculating, there's a few 100,000 taels. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Princess Xingyang took in all of Gu Jiao's little eyes and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Minister Xing and the others can overturn the verdict. Xiaoheng nodded. That's right. We've already gotten what we wanted. There's no need to worry about anything else. Princess Xingyang stood up. It's time for Ning's crimes to be announced to the world. Princess Yujing came to the door and reported, His Majesty is awake. Chapter 576. Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Qingfeng had just finished bathing and was covered in sweat. It was reasonable to say that he should be very hot, but he inexplicably shivered. What's wrong? Gu Qinglin asked him. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head strangely. I don't know. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. The emperor was awake, so Princess Xingyang naturally had to enter the palace to see him. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao also stood up. Princess Xingyang looked at the two and indifferently said, You two don't need to go. Stay at home and wait for news. After doing so many things and even forging an imperial edict, who knew what the emperor was thinking? Would he vent his anger on them? Princess Xingyang decided to take the lead and wait until she was certain that the front was safe before calling the two little ones into the palace. Princess Xingyang took Eugene and sat in the carriage. Xiao Heng accompanied her to the door and asked, "You're not bringing Long Yi?" Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "I'm not bringing him. I always listen half the time." The emperor had been unconscious for a few days and his face was very pale. When Princess Xinyang arrived at Pure Flower's palace, Empress Xiao had just fed the emperor some porridge. The emperor said to Empress Xiao, "Zhen is fine here. Go take care of little Qi. Zhen has something to say to Xinyang. Qinxia will withdraw." Empress Xiao put down the bowl of porridge and walked out. Princess Xinyang slightly bowed to Empress Xiao. The emperor's entire body was sore and weak. He didn't even have the strength to raise his arm. He sighed and ordered Eunuch Wei and the others, "All of you withdraw." "Yes." Eunuch Wei secretly glanced at Princess Xinyang. Strange, did she shave her hand hair today? He couldn't see her Adam's apple. The rash on her face had completely disappeared. Eunuch Wei secretly muttered as he swept his gaze over Princess Xinyang's clothes. Yujin's eyes darkened. "Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei acted as if he had been hit in the head and quickly rolled out. "What's wrong?" Princess Xinyang asked. Eugene wanted to speak but hesitated. It was mainly because she found it difficult to speak. Eugene said softly, "Forget it, I'll tell Princess later. Princess, please see His Majesty first." Princess Xinyang came before the dragon bed and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty." This was the difference between Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan. Princess Xinyang would never call him imperial brother. Even when he was a prince, Princess Xinyang would always call him sixth prince. The emperor glanced at the stool beside him and said, "Sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Princess Xinyang sat down. Yujin stood guard behind her. Even the emperor had dismissed the palace servants. Logically speaking, Princess Xinyang should have dismissed Yujin as well. Princess Xinyang did not do so because she was not used to being alone with a man, except for Xiao Heng and Long Yi. The emperor did not know her habits, but he did not care about her and kept Eugene. Princess Xinyang said, "The imperial physician said that His Majesty would be unconscious for a few more days. I didn't expect him to wake up so soon." The emperor gritted his teeth. "It's all thanks to that Gu brat." "What?" Princess Xinyang didn't understand. "Nothing." The emperor coughed lightly and said, "I know almost everything that has happened in the palace recently. The empress also told me about Lulang." Princess Xinyang looked at the emperor. "Since Your Majesty knows, what do you plan to do?" The emperor sighed with a complicated expression and said, "I won't pursue the matter of the forged imperial edict." Princess Xinyang frowned. "Won't pursue the matter?" The emperor nodded and said earnestly, "That's right, I won't pursue the matter. I won't pursue the matter of her scheming. After all, no matter what, she is still my—" "Your Majesty, what is that?" Princess Xinyang interrupted him and pointed behind the emperor. The emperor turned his head to look. Princess Xinyang suddenly grabbed the jade pillow on the dragon bed and knocked the emperor unconscious. Yujin was shocked. "Princess, why did you knock His Majesty unconscious?" Princess Xinyang said angrily, "If I didn't knock His Majesty unconscious, would I be waiting for His Majesty to pardon that woman? She did so many crazy things and His Majesty actually didn't pursue the matter. Why don't I deal with her first? Kill first and report later. After that, His Majesty can do whatever he wants with her." "Princess, what do you want to say?" Princess Xinyang asked. Yujin said embarrassedly, "I think His Majesty wasn't talking about her, but him." Yujin took her hand and wrote his name on her palm. Princess Xinyang said strangely, "Him?" Yujin said, "Yes. Think about it, before you asked His Majesty what he planned to do, what did he say?" Princess Xinyang recalled, "He pretty much knows everything that has happened in the palace recently. The Empress also told him about Lulang." Yujin said, "What else could it be about Lulang?" The young duke's background. The forged imperial edict that His Majesty was talking about was that the young duke forged an imperial edict for you to govern the country, and had someone pretend to be you to enter the palace, as well as secretly plotting some actions. His Majesty said that he wouldn't pursue the young duke's actions. Princess Xinyang was afraid of ropes after being bitten once. The emperor was bewitched by that pair of mother and daughter. She had already lost her basic confidence in His Majesty, so she thought he said he wouldn't pursue Ningyan. Princess Xinyang looked at the emperor, who had fainted from her pillow and her teeth ached. "I was too careless. The prison was a place to imprison felons. It was heavily guarded and filled with traps. In the most heavily guarded cell, Ningyan, whose legs had been broken, grabbed onto a dirty wooden board and screamed at the top of her lungs, 'Let me out! I want to see His Majesty. I want to see the Empress Dowager.' I'm His Majesty's most beloved sister. If His Majesty and the Empress Dowager find out, they'll definitely sentence you to death. The jailers were as cold as iron. Not a single one moved. She grabbed a steamed bun that was brought in and threw it at one of the jailers. The steamed bun had long turned into stone. It hit the jailer's back, but he didn't move. Are you all dead? I'm Princess Ningyan. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. His Majesty won't come to see you. Give up. A majestic and domineering voice slowly sounded from the other end of the corridor. The narrow cell was instantly filled with an aura that made people submit. The jailers bowed in unison. Princess Ningyan stared blankly at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was dressed in a black and gold phoenix robe, walking towards her with a cold expression. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her, who was covered in blood. There was no trace of pity in her eyes. Princess Ningyan's heart thumped. Mother? Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, I said before, don't call me mother. Ningyan felt wronged. Mother. I'm your Ningyan. If I don't call you mother, what should I call you? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, forget it. If you want to call me that, then call me that. You won't be able to call me that for long anyway. Ningyan raised her head with tears in her eyes. Mother, what do you mean by that? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her. You're so smart. How could you not understand what I mean? Ningyan cried, Imperial Mother. Xinjiang harmed me. They all harmed me. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, what did they do to you? Did they cause you to betray the prince consort and return to the capital for revenge? Did they cause you to take over concubine Jing's power and collude with the people of Yen to harm the meritorious officials of Zhao? Or did they cause you to assassinate His Majesty and frame me for it? A trace of panic flashed through Ningyan's eyes. Mother, don't believe them? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. You don't have to pretend to be innocent. I didn't come here to hear you admit the truth. I don't care whether you admit it or not. If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Ningyan gritted her teeth and complained in a choked voice, Mother, you're biased. Mother wasn't like this before. Mother used to love Ningyan the most. Since that girl appeared. Mother doesn't care about Ningyan anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, so what if I'm biased? Do I need your permission? Ningyan's mouth trembled. She never expected Empress Dowager Zhuang to be so direct, so magnanimous, and so merciless. Ningyan's tears fell down. But mother, I'm your Ningyan. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly and asked word by word, are you really Ningyan? Princess Ningyan's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao didn't need to go to the palace. After coming out of the medical center, she went back to Jade Water Alley with Xiaoheng. Huang Fuxian woke up and was sitting in a wheelchair in the west room in a daze. Little Jing Kong secretly glanced at him several times. What's wrong with him? Gu Jiao stood in the front yard and looked at Huang Fuxian through the half-open window. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Little brother misses his mother. His mother doesn't treat him well and even hit him. But he's still worried about his mother. I just thought that if Jiao Jiao hit me, I'd still like Jiao Jiao. If Ningyan was convicted, Huang Fuxian would be the one who would suffer the most. I'll go and see him. Xiaoheng said. Forget it. I'll go and see his injury. Gu Jiao handed little Jing Kong to Xiaoheng and stepped into the west room. The sun had already set and the west room was dark. Gu Jiao took out a match. Don't light the lamp. Huang Fuxian said. Chapter 577. Gu Jiao put away the torch and slowly came to Huang Fuxian's side. At this moment, Huang Fuxian seemed to be sitting there calmly. Little did he know that he had gone through a hair-raising rescue. His broken limbs were already injured, and after soaking in the river, a large area of the wound had festered. Jing Kong said that he had slept for 2 days, but that was because Jing Kong had only seen him sleep for 2 days after he moved here. Before that, it took 3 days to rescue him in the clinic and wait for him to pass the critical period. Does it still hurt? Gu Jiao asked. You're wound? Huang Fuxian paused. He wanted to say that it didn't hurt, but he hesitated and said truthfully, a little. There was a slightly choked nasal sound. Gu Jiao pretended that she didn't hear it. Let me see. It was dark now and there was no light in the room so she couldn't see anything. Huang Fuxian didn't refuse. Gu Jiao pulled up his trousers. Huang Fuxian was not used to it, but he tried his best to resist. Anyway, he couldn't see. That was what he thought. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao took out a small flashlight from a small medicine box from her pocket and turned it on. Huang Fuxian's expression changed. Didn't I tell you not to use the light? Gu Jiao said, This is not an oil lamp, it's a flashlight. This is called turning on the flashlight. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Huang Fuxian wanted to say that she was cheating, but then he was attracted by the little thing that could shine. Where did this luminous pearl come from? Huang Fuxian had seen things that could shine other than fire and luminous pearls, but they were not as bright as this. Do you want to know? Gu Jiao asked. No. Huang Fuxian stubbornly turned his face away. Gu Jiao smiled and knelt down on one knee. She held the flashlight with one hand and unwrapped his gauze with the other. Huang Fuxian suddenly grabbed her hand and said while holding his breath, "Very ugly." Gu Jiao looked up and stared into his eyes. Her gaze was as pure and clean as little Jing Kong's, without a trace of disdain. However, compared to the naivety of little Jing Kong, there was a hint of convincing calmness in her eyes. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly released his grip. Gu Jiao removed the layers of gauze, revealing the wound that she had stitched up. The recovery is pretty good. There is no postoperative infection, but you still need to take your medicine on time. After Gu Jiao finished speaking, she went back to the east room to get a small medicine box and carefully changed the medicine for him. You're not in too much pain, so I won't give you painkillers. Huang Fuxian replied gloomily. Gu Jiao finished bandaging him and started to clean up the medical supplies. What happened to that little fatty? Huang Fuxian suddenly spoke. Gu Jiao said, Are you talking about Qin Chuyu? He went back to the palace. Lianer is also there. The Empress has something to ask her, so she won't make things difficult for her. What happened that night was dangerous. After she and Huang Fuxian fell into the water, she stabbed the dagger into a rock in the middle of the river. Long Yi killed those men in black in a few seconds and flew down to pull her and Huang Fuxian out of the water. After that, they went back to the capital together. Huang Fuxian turned his head and his gaze fell on her chin. He didn't see it when she was squatting. Now that she stood up, the stitched wound was exposed to Huang Fuxian's sight. Huang Fuxian was stunned. Your chin? Gu Jiao didn't care and said, I scraped it. The wound was on the inside of her chin and was very hidden. Huang Fuxian had sharp eyes, otherwise he wouldn't have seen it. Huang Fuxian looked down and pinched his trousers with his fingertips. Did you hit it underwater? Gu Jiao faintly replied, The water splashed in the night and she couldn't see clearly. Only when her chin was scraped did Gu Jiao realize that there was a rock there. Huang Fuxian said, It's not worth it for someone like me. Gu Jiao didn't say anything and continued to busy herself with the work at hand. The room was very quiet. From time to time, the sound of fireworks could be heard coming from next door in the front yard. Xiao Ba was gnawing on Gu Yan's shoes again. Xiao Jiu was with it. The other 7 chickens obediently returned to their cages. Next door, Uncle Zhao was scolding his youngest son. In the alley, Aunt Lu was chasing geese. Granny Zhou's family was frying smelly mandarin fish again. The stench drifted here. Huang Fuxian looked at Gu Jiao's busy little figure again. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. When I was young, she was very good to me. When Gu Jiao finished cleaning, Huang Fuxian spoke again. She always took me out to play. She would cook good food for me. She would also carry me on her back when she went to help the victims. In my memory, the most I did was lie on her back with her, giving porridge and herding goats with her. Is life at the frontier so hard? Gu Jiao had been to the frontier before. Naturally, she knew that the people there were very poor. She also heard that Princess Ning'an didn't have any royal baggage and suffered with the people. But didn't this expose Ning'an's true colors? It couldn't help but make people suspect that the so-called suffering was just a show. I don't think it's hard, Huang Fuxian said. That's true, Gu Jiao said. When they were so poor in the countryside, Jing Kong never complained about the hardships at home. Sometimes what a child wanted was very simple. Huang Fuxian looked at the obscure and boundless night sky. But then everything changed. Gu Jiao looked at him. Huang Fuxian's eyes were fixed on the brightest star in the night sky, as if he was reminiscing some distant memory. Since my legs were broken, she seemed to be a different person. She didn't dare to get close to me anymore. She didn't like to carry me, hug me, or let me sleep with her. She said that she was afraid of pressing on my wounds. I was only 5 years old at the time. I didn't understand. As I grew older, I realized that she wasn't afraid. She was disgusted. She hated my broken body. She hated that I could no longer be a normal child. She didn't even want to be with me. Every time I was grinding my bones, I hoped that she could be by my side. She didn't need to hug me. She just needed to hold my hand. But she didn't. Not even once. Gu Jiao seemed to understand. A large part of Huang Fuxian's disgust for himself came from his parents. especially Princess Ning An's disgust. It destroyed all his self-esteem and confidence. Compared to taking away his legs, Princess Ning An's various kinds of violence caused a devastating blow to him. Why didn't his mother love him? Was it because he didn't have legs? Then what was the meaning of his life? Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "She treated you like this. Do you still feel sad for her?" Huang Fuxian was silent for a moment before he said in a low voice, "She is my mother." In the dark prison, Empress Dowager Zhuang stood in the corridor with a calm expression. She didn't take a step closer. Eunuch Qin had already taken the bailiffs to another place, leaving only a few trusted subordinates to guard. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Tell me, when did you become Ningyan?" Most people in the world couldn't tear down their face and break the window paper. But Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't like this. She didn't have a trace of indecisiveness. If she wanted to say something, she would say it directly. Ningyan lay on the ground, raised her head, and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with a faint smile. "I am Ningyan, mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "At this point you still won't admit it." Ningyan looked surprised. "What do I have to admit? I am Ningyan. Ningyan is me. Has mother become muddle-headed? You don't even remember the daughter you raised? If mother has changed your mind, just say it. If you don't love Ningyan, just say it. Why do you have to use this method to humiliate Ningyan?" Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't angered by her. She just looked at her condescendingly, as if she was looking at the last struggle of an ant. Ningyan laughed under Empress Dowager Zhuang's gaze. She laughed until her shoulders trembled. "Mother, your ability to frame people hasn't changed at all. You framed my mother like this and now you're framing me." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't argue with her. She just let her laugh and talk to herself. Ningyan's every punch seemed to hit cotton. She grabbed the wooden board of the cell and squeezed her cheek tightly in the gap between the boards. "Mother said I'm not Ningyan. Do you have evidence? Mother, look at my face. Isn't it Ningyan's face?" Empress Dowager Zhuang threw a stack of letters on the corridor in front of Ning, and Ningyan's gaze moved down. She slowly reached out and took the letters through the gap of the cell door. Using the dim light in the corridor, she carefully read them. Every time she read a page, her face changed a bit. Halfway through, she suddenly tore up the letters like crazy. "Nonsense. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. I am Ningyan. I am Ningyan." She was so emotional that the veins on her forehead popped out. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at her and said neither quickly nor slowly, "Well, why don't I tell you a story? Where should I start? Why don't I start with the experience of a daughter of an aristocratic family? This daughter of an aristocratic family was intelligent and courageous since she was young. She was also born with a good appearance. However, her birth mother wasn't favored. She was also repeatedly bullied by her concubine-born sisters at home. Once, on the way to the temple to burn incense, she happened to meet a master. The master and she felt like old friends at first sight. After a few exchanges, they became close friends. After a year of contact, the master successfully convinced her friend to join a civil organization called the Red Lotus Society. The Red Lotus Society was actually another identity of the remnants of the previous dynasty. This daughter unsurprisingly became a death warrior of the remnants of the previous dynasty. She was ordered to enter the palace to get close to the emperor. Her initial goal was to become the empress or the most favored concubine of the emperor. She wanted to give birth to the emperor's son, support him as the crown prince, and then take the emperor's life. In this way, the country fell into the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. She didn't become the empress or the favored concubine. Even the emperor didn't like her very much. She could only cling to the empress's thigh. The empress painfully lost a daughter. It was also a coincidence that she was pregnant only 1 month later than the empress. Thus, she had a plan and secretly prepared a medicine to induce labor so that the child would be born prematurely and on the same day as the empress child. However, no one knew that in her stomach, there was another child. They were only separated by 2 hours, but they were born 2 days after each other. 2 children never cry together. After the elder sister cries, the younger sister cries. After the younger sister cries, the elder sister cries. To outsiders, it sounds like there was only one child crying. The midwife who delivered the babies was her trusted aide. To be exact, she was a trusted aide arranged by that expert. The fate of these 2 children was determined from the moment they were born. One stayed in the palace and the other was carried out. They would be 2 perfect chess pieces, even more perfect than the empress. However, who stayed in the palace to be the princess, and who was carried out to be the death warrior? The empress kept the elder sister, who was born first, because the child was already lying in her arms and had her first sip of milk. She couldn't let go of the child. She didn't even look at the other child and cruelly had someone carry her out. Ningyan covered her ears. Don't say it, don't say it. Everyone said that the empress loved the little princess because she was born on the same day as her daughter, as if her daughter was reincarnated. However, the empress loved her because she was indeed a beautiful and cute child. It had nothing to do with the so-called birthday. That child was lively and active. She seemed to be fearless, but in fact she was afraid of this and that. She was simply a paper tiger. She was afraid of the dark, very, very afraid. However, sometimes she didn't seem to be afraid. She liked to eat chestnuts, but occasionally she would hate them. The empress only thought that she was a child and didn't take it to heart. The empress loved the child, but do you know when the empress truly decided to live up to the child for the rest of her life? Ningyan subconsciously pricked up her ears. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, it was one night when the empress was banished to the cold palace. The empress fell ill and no imperial doctor dared to come and treat her. That night, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The empress lay alone on the bed in the cold palace and felt that she might die like this. However, at this time, a thin figure climbed over the wall of the cold palace and came in. She pushed open the door and the thunder and lightning chased after her. Her thin figure could be blown down by the wind at any time, but she was not afraid. She rushed into the room and threw herself into the empress's arms. She said to the empress, "Mother, I've come to see you. Mother, don't be afraid. Ningyan will be with you." Ningyan's body suddenly stopped. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes flashed with memories. It was at that time that the child ran for her in the thunder and lightning. The child's hand was pierced when she climbed over the wall. The child fell many times on the road and the child's knees were bruised. The empress said to herself that she would love her for a lifetime. Ningyan's eyes widened in disbelief. That child, even if it's just once, tell the empress, she is not Ningyan, she is Ningyan's sister. Empress Dowager Zhuang choked and clenched her fingers under her wide sleeves. Ningyan's eyes gradually filled with tears as she stared blankly at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath, raised her head, turned around and looked at the dim corridor. The empress will save her and love her. She will never have to live in Ningyan's shadow. Mother. Ningyan's tears burst out of her eyes as she rushed over and grabbed the corner of Empress Dowager Zhuang's clothes. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked to the exit expressionlessly. A drop of hot tear fell, but she did not turn back once. Chapter 578. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet here. Mother. 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 Mother, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. Mother. I gave you a chance. From the day you came back, I knew you were not Ningyan. Ijia also knows that Ijia's Ningyan will most likely not come back. Ijia's tear was for Ningyan. That night you went to the nunnery. I only thought that you went to remember your mother. You are her flesh and blood. It is understandable that you miss her. I have no objection. You once gave me warmth when I needed it the most. I feel that as long as you did not kill Ningyan, as long as you sincerely came back to be a princess, then I can accept you. But why did you do this to my Jiao Jiao? Why did you collude with the people of Yan? Why did you hurt Lulang? Why did you do so many unforgivable things? Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the carriage to go back. Eunuch Qin was originally sitting outside. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang was not in a good mood, he thought about it and boldly sat inside. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang pinched her sore eyebrows. What do you want to say? Nothing. Eunuch Qin instinctively denied. To be honest, he was still digesting it. Those letters were sent back to the capital by Gu Changqing on an 800-mile express official plate. They had just arrived this morning. When they arrived, he did not read them. It was the Empress Dowager who sorted them out herself. So, it was actually the first time he heard such a shocking truth. But I feel that my brain is not enough. Eunuch Qin said embarrassedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, if you want to ask, ask. Don't be so wishy-washy. Yes. Eunuch Qin laughed dryly. When Princess Ningyan was young, she was afraid of the dark for a while and then not. Are they two different people? Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes. Yes. Eunuch Qin sucked in a breath of cold air weakly. She has already left the palace. How did she get in? Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, her mother is an imperial concubine. Is it difficult to get a child in? It's not like she's living in the palace all year round. She just comes over occasionally to let them reunite. That's true. Eunuch Qin suddenly understood. Does Princess Ning know about this? Empress Dowager Zhuang pondered for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. With Ning An's personality, she would not be able to hide it. At least, she would not hide it from her and the emperor. What was the child thinking at that time? Seeing the carefree Ning An, she made a request to concubine Jing. Mother, I want to be a princess too. Thus, old concubine Jing changed her into Ning An's clothes and had her pretend to be Ning An. She wanted her to be the princess for a day, half a day, or even 2 hours. After that, she returned to her own place. Eunuch Qin sighed. Now that you think about it, she is quite pitiful. Just because she was born 2 hours later than her sister, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. This servant is not a death warrior, so I don't know what kind of life a death warrior has, but I don't think she enjoys as much as a princess. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, compared to a princess? She's far worse than a commoner. The hardships of a death warrior were not something that ordinary people could bear. That's even worse. Eunuch Qin sighed and said, Then the one who married to the frontier fortress was the real Princess Ning An, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. It was her. Perhaps it was then that they began to plan for her sister to replace Ning An. It was hard to say whether old concubine Jing had feelings for Ning An. Perhaps she did, but it was just that she was selfish. The carriage began to move slowly. Empress Dowager Zhuang leaned against the wall of the carriage, and Eunuch Qin quickly put a pillow for her. Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled, after old concubine Jing died, I once interrogated Nanny Kai, and Nanny Kai said something to me. Eunuch Qin asked, what did she say? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, after the emperor and old concubine Jing fell out, old concubine Jing planned to take out the imperial edict and die with me. Nanny Kai begged her not to be impulsive and asked her to think for Ning An. She said that she had Ning An as well as his majesty. Her expression was not right at that time, and her words were also strange. She replied to Nanny Kai, Ning An will never come back in this lifetime. She will never come back. I thought the same as Nanny Kai. I thought that old concubine Jing said that Ning An would never come back because of what I said to Ning An in a fit of anger. I said that if Ning An dared to marry to the frontier fortress, she would never be allowed to come back in this lifetime. Eunuch Qin hurriedly nodded. This old servant remembers that you did say that. This old servant even tried to persuade you at that time. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed again. So, I didn't suspect anything at that time. Nanny Kai never had any contact with that child, so she naturally didn't suspect anything. Eunuch Qin clicked his tongue and said, no one would suspect anything. Who would have thought that old concubine Jing gave birth to Ning An and hid another one? Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. How could she be willing to give up her own flesh and blood to become a suicide soldier? Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, there are all kinds of people in this world. Eunuch Qin nodded. That's true. Empress Dowager Zhuang said regretfully, that child didn't appear in the palace many times. After she turned 10, she never appeared in front of me again. If she appears a few more times, perhaps I'll be able to discover something. Pure Flowers Palace. The emperor, who had been knocked unconscious by Princess Xinyang's pillow, finally woke up again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Princess Xinyang standing guard by his bedside. His first reaction was to quickly cover his head with his hands. Princess Xinyang had knocked the emperor unconscious, so there was no way she could escape. Unless she killed the emperor, he would definitely pursue her crimes. But killing him would be troublesome. First, it would be difficult to dispose of the corpse. Second, she was currently in the position of regent. Now that the emperor had passed away and the crown prince had ascended the throne, she was worried that she would continue to be regent. This was very annoying. The emperor looked at the conflicted Princess Xinyang. Why did he feel so uneasy? Ahem. The emperor cleared his throat and calmly put down his hands, pretending that the cowardly scene just now had never happened. Princess Xinyang stood up. The emperor once again covered his head with his hands. Princess Xinyang, then I'll kneel and admit my wrongs. After the emperor reacted, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and sternly shouted, sit down. Don't move. Fine, I'll sit down. It was you who didn't allow me to kneel. Princess Xinyang sat down on a stool. Princess Xinyang didn't know martial arts, but after being together with Long Yi for a long time, honestly speaking, she had a murderous aura. Not to mention, she originally had the aura of an imperial sister. That pillow directly left a deep shadow in the depths of the emperor's heart. Eugene had already been dismissed. The emperor composed himself and sat up straight. He sternly said, Wei Quan. Get in here. Yes. Eunuch Wei hurriedly walked in. What happened to your face? The emperor looked strangely at the bruised and swollen face of Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei lowered his head and said, I fell. He was beaten by Eugene. When the emperor was unconscious, he came in once. He sized up Princess Xinyang's Adam's apple, the hair on her hands and other places. When he left, he was beaten by Eugene for being a pervert. Xinyang is guilty. Your Majesty, please punish me. Princess Xinyang took the initiative to admit her wrongs. You've got guts. The emperor slapped the jade pillow. His entire hand was numb. At your disposal, Your Majesty. Please immediately remove me from the position of regent. The emperor unhappily said, I haven't thought of how to deal with you yet. Leave it for now. Princess Xinyang looked disappointed. The emperor was speechless. The emperor coldly said, Why did you knock me out? I thought you wanted to kill the emperor. Princess Xinyang truthfully said, I misunderstood Your Majesty. I thought Your Majesty wanted to protect Ningyan. I want to protect her? The emperor was furious. When did he say he wanted to protect Ningyan? The emperor coldly glared at Princess Xinyang. Normally she always acted like an imperial sister. It was rare for her to act like one. This feeling was quite good. The emperor cleared his throat. Did you enter the palace today to ask me something? I didn't. Princess Xinyang glanced at the emperor whose forehead was swollen like a pig's head. Forget it, I can have it. Princess Xinyang racked her brain for a moment and asked, Why did Princess Ningyan want to assassinate Your Majesty? The emperor said, I saw the confession letter and knew that she was the one behind the incident at Immortal Music House. Princess Xinyang gave the emperor a meaningful look. Your Majesty believed it? The emperor lightly coughed and said, I didn't believe it at first, but she suddenly killed herself by hitting a pillar to prove her innocence. That scene reminded me of something that had long been forgotten. That was many years ago. You and Ningyan had not yet married. The previous emperor was seriously ill. I went to visit the previous emperor and found that there were two Ningyanis there. One Ningyan pushed the other Ningyan, causing her forehead to be seriously injured. She bled a lot, just like that day in the imperial study. Two Ningyanis. Princess Xinyang frowned. The emperor's expression became complicated. That was the first time I saw two Ningyanis. I was scared out of my wits and thought I had seen a ghost. It was then that Concubine Jing appeared. Concubine Jing brought me back to my chambers and told me not to tell anyone what I saw. I asked Concubine Jing what was going on and why there were two Ningyanis. If she didn't tell me the truth, I would go find Imperial Father. Concubine Jing told me that Ningyan had a younger sister. Unfortunately, she was born without any breath. She thought it was a stillborn and was worried that Imperial Father would be unhappy, so she had the midwife secretly take the child out of the palace and bury it. But on the way out of the palace, the child came back to life. It was already announced that there was only one child. If she brought the child back, it would be revealed that she took out this stillborn and buried it. Imperial Father would definitely be angry, so she could only secretly raise the child outside the palace. Your Majesty didn't believe it, did you? It was obvious that this story was fake. The emperor fiercely said, Of course I don't believe it. Princess Xinyang curled her lips. You do believe it? The Ningyan who pushed her is the younger sister? Princess Xinyang asked. How do you know everything? The emperor looked at Princess Xinyang in surprise. Princess Xinyang didn't say that even an idiot could guess. If there was a kind Ningyan and a demon Ningyan in this world, then the one who grew up with them would definitely be the kind Ningyan. And then? Princess Xinyang looked at the emperor. After that, Concubine Jing begged me to keep it a secret. The emperor paused. Princess Xinyang continued, But Your Majesty was close to the Empress Dowager, as if they were mother and son. Your Majesty would definitely tell the Empress Dowager. The emperor didn't deny it. He knew his personality well. Even if he promised Concubine Jing that he wouldn't tell anyone, he would definitely tell Imperial Mother afterward. The Empress Dowager definitely wouldn't believe the story Concubine Jing made up. She would have sensed that something was wrong. Princess Xinyang combined what had happened and said, So, Concubine Jing wanted Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager to break off their relationship. But she was afraid that the break wouldn't be thorough enough, so she gave Your Majesty medicine so that Your Majesty would listen to her. Under the effects of the medicine, Your Majesty naturally forgot everything that might affect your relationship with your son. The emperor sighed and nodded. That's right. Princess Xinyang suddenly understood. Then everything makes sense. The emperor continued, That accident in the imperial study reminded me of what I saw in the previous emperor's chambers. I immediately concluded that she was another Ning-en, not the one who grew up with me. So that's how it was. She was wondering how a mere confession could affect the relationship between His Majesty and Ning, and Princess Xingyang asked seriously, "How does your Majesty plan to deal with her?" The emperor said seriously, "She's not Ning-en. I won't let her off." "That's more like it." Princess Xingyang slowly got up. "It's getting late. Xingyang will take her leave." "Xingyang." The emperor suddenly called out to her. "Chem?" Princess Xingyang looked at the emperor in confusion. The emperor hesitated for a moment, then said with difficulty, "Do you think Ning-en is still alive?" Princess Xingyang didn't say anything. She bowed slightly and turned to leave. Chapter 579. Princess Xingyang left the palace and sat in her carriage. Eugene asked, "Princess, do you want to go to Vermilion Bird Avenue?" Princess Xingyang thought for a moment, then said, "Let's go to Jadewater Alley." When the carriage arrived at Jadewater Alley, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were plowing the ground in the front yard. The two of them held hoes and did a decent job. They really did look like a young farmer couple. Princess Xingyang walked over. "Mother." Xiao Heng saw her and greeted her. Gu Jiao called her Princess. Princess Xingyang glanced at a certain person, not satisfied with this form of address. Xiao Heng smiled and grabbed Princess Xingyang's hand. "Mother, why are you here?" "I won't bully your wife." Princess Xingyang glared at him and slapped his hand away. She asked the two of them, "Has the Empress Dowager returned?" Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "She's back. She's talking with Huang Fuxian inside." Princess Xingyang asked, "Do you know about Ning-An's matter?" Gu Jiao nodded. "I just heard from Great Aunt." Princess Xingyang's expression relaxed. "Then there's nothing else. I'll go back first." "I'll see you out," Xiao Heng said. Princess Xingyang turned and walked towards the door. She hadn't taken 2 steps when she caught sight of the red-tasseled spear basking in the sun on the bamboo. Her lips twitched. She said to Xiao Heng, "This courtyard is empty. Let's play with the spear for a bit." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Heng's face. He held her arm and walked out. My own son, my own son." Princess Xingyang glared at him, both angry and amused. She then boarded the carriage. Gu Jiao held the hoe and looked at the tightly shut window in the west room. She asked, "Do you think Great Aunt will tell him everything?" Xiao Heng's gaze also landed on the tightly shut window. He said, "Probably." Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Aren't you afraid that he'll be sad? He's still so young. Children seem to be very fragile. You're only 3 years older than him." Xiao Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old did this girl think she was? Xiao Heng said, "We should choose the lesser of 2 evils. If we don't tell him and let him live in the misunderstanding of being hated by his own mother for the rest of his life, that would be the saddest thing." Gu Jiao seemed to have sensed his emotions and understood a little. She turned to look at him. "Do you remember what happened to you?" "Yes." Xiao Heng did not deny it. The most painful thing he had experienced was not that he was not Princess Xingyang's child, nor was it that he was almost burned to death in the fire. It was that he had misunderstood Princess Xingyang's disgust and abandonment of him. It was a kind of self-detachment that dug out one's heart and liver. Gu Jiao said, "Huang Fuxian said that after he was injured, his mother seemed to have changed into a different person. Perhaps from then on she was no longer the real Ning-en. Do you think the emperor's son-in-law knows about Ning-en?" Xiao Heng shook his head. "I don't know. Some things will never have an answer." It was 2 hours later when Empress Dowager Zhuang came out of the west room. She looked very tired and her eyes were bloodshot. When she stepped over the threshold, she stumbled. Gu Jiao was sweeping the room. She quickly went forward to support her. "Great Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand. "It's okay. I'm old. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while." Then she slowly walked to her room. Her hair was silver and white. Her entire person was shrouded in great vicissitudes. Her back seemed to be slightly bent. In just one day she seemed to have aged 10 years. Her life had been too bitter. She had protected the country of Zhao, the throne of His Majesty, and the glory of the Zhuang family. But the people she had raised with her own hands were all gone. Ning-en, who she wanted to see, would never come back. Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly lay on her bed. There was no light in the room. Creak. The door was pushed open. With another creak, the door was closed. A small figure ran to the bed and lay on the edge of the bed. "Great Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "What?" Little Jing Kong asked cutely, Do you want to sleep? Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. No, I'm lying here to germinate. Little Jing Kong opened his eyes wide. Oh, then I'll pour some water on you? Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. Little Jing Kong said again, Great Aunt, you still owe me a candied fruit. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, The jar is on the table. Take it yourself. Little Jing Kong said, Great Aunt, why don't you act shamelessly today? Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, You're very noisy today. Little Jing Kong tilted his head. Was I not noisy before? Empress Dowager Zhuang was going crazy. She just wanted to be alone and be sad for a while. Why was this little monk always so noisy? It's time to eat. Gu Xiaoshuan's loud shout came from the yard. Little Jing Kong grabbed Empress Dowager Zhuang's sleeve. Great Aunt, let's go eat. I don't want to eat. Great Uncle made brown sugar glutinous rice cake. I don't want to. He also made honey bean rolls. No, and sugar eggs. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened and she swallowed. Couldn't they let her be sad for a while? Wang Fuxian was sick. Gu Jiao didn't wake him up as soon as he fell asleep. She heated millet porridge for him in the pot. He could eat it when he woke up. Unexpectedly, Huang Fuxian still didn't wake up at night. Why isn't my little brother awake? Little Jing Kong asked in confusion. Let me see. Gu Jiao checked Huang Fuxian's pulse and touched his forehead. His pulse was normal and his body temperature was normal. He should just be asleep. Huang Fuxian was indeed asleep. He had a dream that he went back to the time when he was 5 years old. That year, the snow at the frontier fortress was very heavy. Many people froze or starved to death at home. Princess Ning'an took the servants and planned to go to the market in Yi City to give out porridge. The 5-year-old ran over and hugged Princess Ning'an's leg. He said crisply, Mother, Sienna wants to go too. Princess Ning'an looked at the snow outside the house and gently stroked his head. She smiled and said, The snow is too heavy. Xian will freeze if he goes out. Xian will obediently stay at home and wait for Mother to come back, okay? The 5-year-old shook his head. But Mother will also freeze. Princess Ning'an said softly, Mother won't. Mother wears a lot of clothes. The 5-year-old puffed out his chest. Xian can also wear a lot of clothes. Princess Ning'an laughed softly and held him in her arms. She kissed his little face and forehead. Good boy. Mother will be back soon. Then Princess Ning'an put him down, put on her cloak and went out. He chased to the door with his short legs. As expected, he was stopped by the servants. He had dreamed of this scene many times. The next scene was that he pretended to take a nap. When no one was looking, he sneaked into the shopping cart and hid under the stool. He then followed the cart out of the residence. But the young him didn't know that not all carriages would go to his mother's porridge stall. The carriage stopped at a strange place. It was already dark. The coachman went to do something, so he got off the carriage. On a strange street with strange people, he became flustered. He began to call out, Yang Qing. He didn't know how long he called and how long he walked. The helplessness of not being able to find his mother always woke him up from his nightmares. But this time was different. He continued to run around on the street like a headless fly. The wind and snow became heavier and heavier. He lost his way. Unknowingly, he came to an empty official road. There was white snow on both sides as far as the eye could see. He didn't have any strength. He fell into the snow and couldn't get up again. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a gentle and anxious voice sounded above his head. Then he was picked up by a pair of gentle arms. Xian. It was his mother. He weakly opened his eyes and saw a face full of tears. Mother finally found you. Princess Ning'an hugged him tightly in her arms. He also wanted to hug his mother, but he was frozen. Princess Ning'an carried him on her back. Braving the biting cold wind and snow, she walked forward step by step. Princess Ning'an fell into the snow countless times, but she got up countless times. Mother, I'm so cold. Princess Ning'an took off her cotton-padded clothes and covered him. So sleepy. He murmured on his mother's back. Princess Ning'an gasped for breath and said, Xian, don't sleep. Mother will take you home. In the end, she couldn't go any further. She lay down in the cold snow. He lay on her back as the snow fell in a flurry. She dug a small hole in the snow below her with her bare hands. She dug until her 10 fingers were badly mangled and her white bones could be seen. She also took off her jacket and wrapped it around him with her cotton-padded clothes. She carefully put him inside. Then she used her weak and thin body to cover the snow hole, blocking the wind and snow for him. The bone-piercing cold wind cut into her body. She gradually became stiff. She used the last of her strength to say to him, "Xian you have to live." Chapter 580. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Before dawn, Gu Jiao came out of the east room. These days Huang Fuxian was resting in the west room. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong were originally going to rest in the east room, but they were taken to the room next door by her granduncle. There was already the sound of a big and a small quarreling next door. It seemed that they had woken up. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to wash up. Just as she was wiping her face, she saw a shadow on the ground that was illuminated by the lantern under the corridor. She turned around and looked carefully. She saw Huang Fuxian pushing a wheelchair out of the study. There was no threshold in the study, so the wheelchair could enter and exit freely. But how did he come out of the west room? "Have you been awake for a long time?" Gu Jiao asked. "Not too long. I asked your secret guard to help me." He was referring to the secret guard who helped him and the wheelchair out of the west room. This kid even asked the secret guard to help him. Gu Jiao said, "Wait a moment. I'll go and make breakfast after washing my face." Huang Fuxian stared at her. "I heard from the little mushroom that you have a way to make me stand up?" "A mushroom?" Gu Jiao blinked her eyes in astonishment. It took her a while to realize that he was referring to little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao looked at him. "You've thought it through?" Huang Fuxian lowered his eyes and pinched his cold fingertips. "I've thought it through. He wanted to live. He didn't want to live like a walking corpse, but like a real person. Even if he didn't have legs, he wanted to be indomitable. He wanted to visit the rivers and mountains of Zhao country and use his feet to measure the territory of Zhao country. He would carry his mother's hope and try his best to live on. It's very hard. I'm not afraid. It's also very painful. It's more painful than bone scraping. I'm not afraid of pain." Gu Jiao scratched her head. "It's not a matter of whether you're afraid or not. It's just that I don't have the materials to make an receptor cavity. Forget it, I'll go harvest resin when spring comes." After washing her face, Gu Jiao returned to the east room. She took out the medicine box and was about to take out the medicine and gauze to change Huang Fuxian's dressing. However, she was surprised to find that the weight of the medicine box was not right. She opened it and saw that there was a new pair of receptacles on top of the emergency medicine. What happened to old concubine Jing and her daughter had taught the emperor a bloody lesson. He no longer mentioned hiding someone's crime. Of course, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Princess Xinyang had already announced old concubine Jing's crime in front of all the officials in the throne room. There was no way to take it back. As for Ning An's identity, he had to announce it to the world. The crimes of the fake Ning An had to be made public as well. These matters were handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing's case was overturned this morning and he was acquitted. Xiao Heng and Assistant Minister Li personally went to the Supreme Court to bring him back. Assistant Minister Li cupped his hands at Minister Xing and smiled apologetically. "Lord Xing, I had no choice but to accuse you of putting on an act that day. I apologize for offending you." "You brat." Minister Xing raised his hand to slap Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li shrunk back in fear. In the end, Minister Xing restrained himself and only kicked him lightly. "Why didn't you give me a heads up? I've always said that I've always treated you well. Why are you pouring dirty water on my head in the blink of an eye?" Assistant Minister Li smiled awkwardly and glanced at Xiao Heng. "Isn't it because Lu Lang didn't want me to tell you? Lu Lang said that it was dangerous enough that I pretended to be bribed by her. I'm afraid I'll be exposed if more people know." Minister Xing was unconvinced. "What? You can put on an act but I can't?" Assistant Minister Li smiled wryly. You just don't know how to put on an act. You're so upright." Minister Xing's anger was greatly reduced by this flattery. He looked at the two and said sternly, "This is the only time. There won't be a next time. If you have any plans in the future, remember to inform me in advance. Don't keep me in the dark." Yes. Assistant Minister Li replied with a smile. As they spoke, they left the Supreme Court and the carriage stopped at the side of the road. Assistant Minister Li personally helped Minister Xing into the carriage. Then he turned around and walked towards Xiao Heng with an embarrassed expression. He lowered his voice and said, "Lu Lang, this time, thank you very much." Assistant Minister Li wasn't pretending to be bribed by the young master of Immortal Music House. He was really bribed. After the matter was exposed, it was Xiao Heng who came forward and said that Assistant Minister Li had taken his advice and put on an act with the other person. The purpose was to lure the fish into the bait. Xiao Heng said, "Assistant Minister Li is too polite. Assistant Minister Li said embarrassedly, "This time I was possessed. I won't dare to do it again. I'm deeply grateful for your saving my life. If there's anything you need me for in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll definitely be willing to sacrifice myself for you." Xiaoheng smiled faintly. "You're too polite." It didn't matter if Assistant Minister Li was truly so grateful that he was willing to sacrifice himself for him. What was important was that Assistant Minister Li would be very loyal to him with this information in his hands. From this moment on, Xiaoheng began the first step of cultivating his power. Princess Xinyang had given Xiaoheng the account book of concubine Jing. Xiaoheng understood what the princess meant. If he wanted to, he could hand over the account book or keep it in his hands. With this information, the connections that concubine Jing had built up over the years would become his leaks. After returning to the Ministry of Justice, Minister Xing immediately had Xiaoheng bring over the case file. Xiaoheng had organized it very clearly. Minister Xing was very satisfied. He felt that after this incident, Xiao Lulang should be promoted. Minister Xing flipped through the file as he said, "I'll let Assistant Minister Li handle Sun Ping's funeral. You just focus on organizing this case." "Oh right, Ning'an." Halfway through his words, Secretary Xing Shang remembered that it was a fake Princess Ning'an. He changed his words and said, "Since this matter has been handed over to the Ministry of Justice, send someone to the Supreme Court in a moment and bring the young master of Xian Le House here." Xiaoheng said, "The young master of Xian Le Ju was taken away by His Majesty's men. His Majesty said that he would personally deal with her." "Is that so?" Minister Xing nodded. "All right. His Majesty was the boss. What could he say?" Sir. As they spoke, a prison guard hurriedly walked in. He cupped his hands and reported, "Sir Xing, a eunuch Su came from the palace. He said that he has an urgent matter to discuss with Minister Xiao." I remember that the Empress has a eunuch Su by her side. Minister Xing didn't know about Xiaoheng's background, but he knew that Xiaoheng was deeply favored by the two masters in the palace. But when did the Empress get involved? Minister Xing looked at Xiaoheng. "All right, go. Don't make them wait too long." Xiaoheng bowed and excused himself. At the entrance of the Ministry of Justice's Yamen, he saw the anxious eunuch Su. "Eunuch Su," he greeted. "Ouch." Eunuch Su hurriedly ran over and grabbed his arm. He sobbed in a low voice. "Young Duke, bad news. Something happened to the seventh prince." Xiaoheng went to the medical center and picked up Gu Jiao in the carriage. They rushed to the palace as quickly as possible. "What's the situation?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng said, "He fainted. He said that after he was rescued that day he was a little listless. The Empress had the imperial physician check his body. There was nothing strange, so she just thought that he was too frightened. But at noon when he was eating he suddenly fell from the chair. I don't know if he fainted and then fell down, but he fainted." Gu Jiao pondered. "What did the imperial physician say?" Xiaoheng shook his head. The imperial physician couldn't diagnose the problem. The two entered Kuan-Ning Palace. They could hear Empress Xiao crying from afar. The crown prince went to court. He still didn't know that something happened to his younger brother. Empress Xiao didn't send anyone to inform him. "Master, Lord Xiao and Dr. Gu are here." Eunuch Su reported outside the door. Empress Xiao dismissed the palace servants, leaving only Eunuch Su. "Aheng." Empress Xiao sobbed. As the empress of a country, Empress Xiao had always been dignified and self-restrained. She rarely lost her composure like this. Xiaoheng comforted her softly. "Auntie, take care of yourself. Let Jiao Jiao take a look at little Qi first." Empress Xiao stepped aside. "Jiao Jiao, you must cure little Qi." Gu Jiao nodded. "I'll try my best." Gu Jiao put down the small basket, opened the small medicine box and took out the stethoscope. There was no noise in his lungs. His heartbeat was a little fast. She checked Qin Shiyu's pulse. It was too strange. She had never seen such a pulse in her 2 lives. Gu Jiao asked Empress Xiao, "Can you describe the scene when the seventh prince fainted in detail?" Empress Xiao recalled. "At that time little Qi was eating. He said that he didn't want to eat vegetables. I said something to him. Suddenly he screamed, covered his heart and fell down." "Covered his heart? Angina?" Gu Jiao murmured. Then she asked, "Is he usually like this?" Empress Xiao sobbed and shook her head. "No. He has always been fine. But after he was kidnapped by that woman he became a little depressed. I thought he was frightened. The royal doctor also said so. But the child is still young. We can't give him any medicine. The royal doctor said he would be fine after a while. But who would have thought?" Gu Jiao pulled the quilt, took off Qin Chiyu's clothes and carefully checked his body for any hidden wounds. There was nothing. Xiao Heng suddenly said, "Jiao Jiao, his right wrist." Gu Jiao looked at Qin Chiyu's right wrist. She didn't see anything. She changed her angle and stood beside Xiao Heng. This time she saw it clearly. There was a gray mark on Qin Chiyu's wrist. It couldn't be seen if the light was too bright or too dark. Gu Jiao rubbed it with her fingertips. She couldn't wipe it off. Did he have this before? Empress Xiao thought for a while and shook her head. I don't think so. Although this mark is very shallow, if it has been there for many days, there will be a chance to find it. Gu Jiao said, so it's very likely that it appeared recently. Gu Jiao pondered for a while and said to Xiao Heng, "Where is the young master of Xianle House? She should know what this is." Xiao Heng said, "She was taken away by His Majesty's people. His Majesty said he would deal with her personally." Empress Xiao hurriedly ordered eunuch Su, "Go to His Majesty and ask for her." Chapter 581. There was a secret room in the side hall of Pure Flower's palace used to interrogate palace personnel. It wasn't as eerie as the Ministry of Justice's prison, but it was still dark and strange. At this time, Princess Ning'an was lying on the cold floor. Because her legs were broken, she couldn't stand up and walk. There were doctors in the imperial prison who helped her set her bones, but how could they heal so quickly? The emperor sat 10 steps away from her. Eunuch Wei and 2 palace experts were guarding him. "What should we call you?" the emperor asked coldly. "Qin. Qin Fengyan," she said weakly. "You think you're worthy of the surname Qin?" The emperor coldly glanced at the face that was almost identical to Princess Ning'an's. When he thought of Ning'an, his heart felt like it was being stabbed. However, when he thought of this woman who replaced Ning'an, he couldn't calm down. How did Ning'an die? Was she killed by the 2 of you together? Qin Fengyan smiled bitterly. "Will your majesty believe me if I say no?" The emperor found it hard to believe. He had suffered enough at the hands of this mother and daughter pair, so he was a bit paranoid. The emperor said, "Then we'll change the question. Where is Ning'an's body buried?" Qin Fengyan looked at the emperor with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Perhaps she's still alive. Your majesty, if you let me go, I'll tell you her whereabouts." The emperor grasped the armrest of his chair tightly. It had to be said that he was moved in that instant. Eunuch Wei hurriedly warned, "Your majesty, be careful of trickery." The emperor composed himself and said seriously, "You don't need to lie to us anymore. You've committed many evil deeds, so we won't forgive you. We called you here today to ask you where Ning'an's body is buried. If you don't want to suffer more, it's best if you tell us the truth. We might consider giving you a quick death." "Quick, ha!" Qin Fengyan laughed until her entire body trembled. "Imperial brother, oh imperial brother, don't you think your words are very hypocritical? Death is death, what's the point of dying a quick death? I don't understand. We're both your sisters, so why is Ning'an's life so good? But I was taken out of the palace from a young age, living a life that was neither human nor ghost? Brother, do you know how much I've been tortured since I was a child? Being exposed to the scorching sun on a hot summer day and freezing in the cold winter. Being disobedient would result in starvation or a severe beating. My happiest day of the month is being able to enter the palace and pretend to be Ning'an. That way I can be a royal princess for a day." When the emperor heard her mention her past, he couldn't help but frown. "Why didn't you tell me?" Qin Fengyan sneered. "Didn't I say that? Did I really not mention it?" A distant memory suddenly surged into his mind. The young him and the young Ning'an squatted by the lake and used tree branches to write. Little Ning'an wrote the word yen in big letters. "Brother, I'm not yen I'm yen The young man took the branch and flicked her forehead. "Silly girl, why can't you even write your own name?" Little Ning'an said angrily, "I am yen That's the name." With that she ran off in a huff. Qin Fengyan said with tears in her eyes, "Brother, do you remember now? Mother later found out about that matter. She warned me not to mention my past to anyone, or else she wouldn't let me enter the palace to see her. Brother, I was only a child the same age as little Qi. Did I have the guts to go against mother and so many evil people? I was also forced. What did I do wrong? Why do you always only care about Ning'an, and no one cares about me?" Qin Fengyan cried sadly. A thick layer of self-blame suddenly rose from the bottom of the emperor's heart. A person's nature at birth was good. If she had been raised in the palace like Ning'an, raised by her father and mother, would she not have grown up to be like this? She should have been a carefree royal princess. She should have enjoyed all the glory and wealth in the world. She should have, clang clang. The door to the secret chamber was kicked open from the outside. The emperor's thoughts came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly and was about to reprimand when he saw a small, thin figure walk over fiercely and kick Qin Fengyan, who was crying and acting pitiful, over. Ah! Qin Fengyan let out a scream and crashed into the wall behind her. Little miracle doctor? The emperor was shocked. Gu Jiao walked forward and kicked away the medicine beside her hand. Her other foot stepped coldly on her chest. The emperor was stunned by this scene. The palace experts hurriedly protected him behind them. All of you retreat, he said. The palace experts retreated to the side. The emperor looked at the medicine bag that had been kicked over by Gu Jiao and froze in place in disbelief. This is, she. Eunuch Wei hurriedly walked over with small, quick steps. He wrapped his hand in a handkerchief and picked up the medicine bag. When he opened it, he saw that it was a bag of crushed brown medicinal powder. It emitted a strong medicinal and floral fragrance. The smell is a bit familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? Eunuch Wei murmured. It's white medicine. Gu Jiao glanced at it and said lightly. Eunuch Wei sucked in a cold breath. His Majesty had been bewitched by this medicine for so many years and had finally lost its effect. If he were to be bewitched again, he would become a fool for the rest of his life. The emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. How does the Supreme Court do things? They don't even search the prisoners. Male prisoners were usually searched, but she was not a normal prisoner. It was not that professional to find a nanny to search her, so it was not difficult for her to smuggle a pill. An extreme chill ran down the emperor's spine. He looked at Qin Fengyan on the ground with disgust. To think that I was sympathetic to you just now. So you were acting all along. Qin Fengyan wanted to struggle, but she could not move at all. Gu Jiao was stepping on her chest like a mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. Gu Jiao looked at Qin Fengyan with cold eyes. What did you do to Qin Chuyu? The emperor's expression changed. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, What happened to little Qi? Gu Jiao stepped down and broke one of Qin Fengyan's ribs. Qin Fengyan did not expect Gu Jiao to be so ruthless. Didn't people interrogate prisoners without saying anything before using torture? How could she break someone's bones as soon as she came up? The light outside the house shone in at an angle. Gu Jiao's back was against the light, and her face was hidden in the dark. Her pair of dark, deep and cold eyes reminded people of the god of death. Qin Fengyan had a trump card, but for some reason in front of this powerful god of death, she could not help but feel a sense of fear. She used all her courage and shouted, If I die, he will die too. The emperor walked over and looked at her angrily. What do you mean? What did you do to little Qi? Ah! The entire secret room was filled with Qin Fengyan's crazy laughter. This woman was crazy. It was downright crazy. Even if she died, she would drag someone down with her. She said that she was the emperor's sister, but she turned around and murdered her own nephew. The emperor hated himself for being stupid. He even wanted to sympathize with her just now. Gu Jiao stepped on Qin Fengyan's right hand and was not surprised to see the same white mark on her right wrist. Ah, so you found out. Ah, so what? Do you know what this is? Do you know how to cure it? You can't cure it. Qin Chuyu's life is mine. You don't dare to kill me. Do you want to take a gamble? See if I'm lying? Don't you think you're very powerful? I might as well tell you that the antidote is in the hands of the Yen people. If you have the ability, go get it. The emperor was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Gu Jiao's expression did not change at all. She was still as calm as an ancient well. So there is an antidote. Qin Fengyan was stunned. Was that the point? Did she hear what she said? The Yen people. They were from the Yen people. Gu Jiao took out a dagger and cut Qin Fengyan's and the emperor's fingers. She took out the blood type test paper from the small medicine box. Very good, the blood type was the same. Gu Jiao put on gloves and took out an infusion tube and a disposable bleach. Her movements were calm and elegant, like a devout believer. But for some reason, Qin Fengyan's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively felt fear. What are you going to do? Gu Jiao raised her gloved hand and looked at her calmly. Qin Fengyan backed up with her hands in fear. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Don't come over. She retreated to a corner and had nowhere to go. Gu Jiao came in front of her, raised her gloved hand and gently patted the top of her head. I hate it when people threaten me. The emperor was afraid of injections, so he had already fainted. The two imperial experts did not know what was going on and wanted to protect the emperor, but they were knocked down by Gu Jiao in one move. Eunuch Wei swallowed. He did not know whether to leave or not. Light the lamp, Gu Jiao said. All right. Eunuch Wei ran over eagerly. Chapter 582. Qin Fengyan's original intention was to leave a way out for herself. Once Qin Chuyu's life was tied to hers, she didn't believe that they would be ruthless enough to kill her. This was a flawless plan, but she ran into Gu Jiao, who didn't play by the rules. If she sincerely repented and begged, Gu Jiao might consider letting her live for a few more days. But she actually used the child's life to threaten Gu Jiao. Coming out of the secret room, Gu Jiao was covered in blood. Not a single drop was hers. Eunuch Wei had been a eunuch for many years and punished countless people in the palace, but he had never seen someone treat someone like that. Gee, Eunuch Wei stuttered. Without waiting for him to finish, Gu Jiao took off her gown and gloves and left expressionlessly. Coming out of the palace, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. She planned to change her clothes before going out. Just as she entered the courtyard, she found that Nan Xiang's master's wife and Master Lu were also there. The three little boys at home had gone to school. Yao Shi was sitting in the living room chatting with the two of them. Jiao Jiao, you're back? Yao Shi immediately saw Gu Jiao enter. Gu Jiao greeted the three. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Are you in a hurry to go out? Yao Shi noticed that Gu Jiao's footsteps were hurried. Gu Jiao said, there's something I need to do. I need to go out for a bit. Madame Xiaobao is hungry. Yu carried Gu Xiaobao over. Yao Shi said to Nan Xiang's master's wife and Master Lu, excuse me. Nan Xiang smiled and nodded, go ahead. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao back to the room to feed him. Master Lu continued to sit in the living room and drink tea. Nan Xiang's master's wife hesitated for a moment before knocking on Gu Jiao's door. Jiao Jiao, it's me, she said. Madame Nan Xiang, please come in. Gu Jiao had just changed into a set of light men's clothing when she picked up the red tasseled spear hanging on the wall and tied up the loose cloth. When Nan Xiang saw Gu Jiao's posture, she knew that it was not simple for her to go out. Now that they were all on the same side, Nan Xiang naturally would not turn a blind eye to it. You are like this in broad daylight, is there something important? Gu Jiao asked. The seventh prince has been poisoned by a very strange poison. I'll go get him the antidote. Poison? The Tang sect was best at using hidden weapons and poisons. Nan Xiang asked, what are the symptoms? Can you tell me? Gu Jiao told her about Qin Chuyu and Qin Fengyan's symptoms. Qin Chuyu's condition was more serious and he was already unconscious. This isn't our Tang sect's poison. Nan Xiang frowned and muttered. What? Gu Jiao looked at her. Nan Xiang smiled embarrassedly, nothing. I mean, I haven't seen this poison with my own eyes, but I've heard that it is a kind of voodoo. The seventh prince is still young this year, right? Gu Jiao said, he is 8 years old this year. Nan Xiang nodded and said, that's right. This kind of poison is very toxic. Generally, it can't be used on children. It's very easy for them to die. This kind of poison is divided into two kinds. Once the person who is poisoned by the mother voodoo dies, the person who is poisoned by the child voodoo will also die. But if the person who is poisoned by the child voodoo dies, the person who is poisoned by the mother voodoo will be fine. The seventh prince should be poisoned by the child voodoo. This kind of voodoo can only be found in the Shang kingdom. Did the Shang kingdom attack the royal family of the Zhao kingdom? Gu Jiao said, it's a long story. Nan Xiang was not interested in the battle of the royal family, so she did not ask any more. Instead, she said, the person who poisoned the seventh prince probably didn't know that an 8-year-old child could not withstand its toxicity. This kind of poison was generally used to control people. But if people died after being poisoned, then there was no point in controlling them. Nan Xiang, do you know what the antidote looks like? Gu Jiao asked. I haven't seen that kind of antidote, so I can only take it back and try it first. Nan Xiang asked, by the way, how long has the seventh prince been poisoned? Gu Jiao said, he was poisoned at noon. Nan Xiang's expression became dignified. He can't hold on for more than half a day. It had been more than half a day. Even if Gu Jiao flew, it was impossible to get the antidote back in time. Nan Xiang thought for a moment and said to Gu Jiao, find someone to take me into the palace. I have a way to temporarily stabilize his toxicity, but it won't last long. You must get the antidote back before dawn. Gu Jiao nodded, thank you Nan Xiang. Grandaunt, Xiaoheng and people from Jing Kong were not here. Granduncle was not here either. Now only Huang Fuxian could enter the palace. Gu Jiao came to the west room and woke up Huang Fuxian who was sleeping. Master Lu pulled Nan Xiang into the front yard, looked back and whispered, "Do you really want to enter the palace? Don't you remember Empress Xiao?" Nan Xiang smiled, "That's all in the past. The seventh prince is a friend of Jing Kong. Have you forgotten?" Master Lu said, "Of course I haven't forgotten. Jing Kong always talks about him in Su Kanji." Nan Xiang said, "If something happens to the seventh prince, Jing Kong will be very sad." Master Lu sighed, "That's true, but I don't want you to go back to that place." Nan Xiang touched her disfigured face through the veil. "I'm like this. Who will recognize me? Even if they recognize me, no one will care, right?" Master Lu, "I'll go with you." Nan Xiang, "Don't go. Wait for me here." Master Lu, "But, Nan Xiang, be good." Master Lu had no choice but to surrender. Gu Jiao pushed Huang Fuxian out. "Jiao Jiao." Nan Xiang turned around and saw Huang Fuxian sitting in a wheelchair at a glance. Huang Fuxian just woke up from his sleep and leaned against the wheelchair impatiently. He looked a little sick. The corners of his eyes were red and his eyes looked surly. Nan Xiang's eyes suddenly popped out. Good, beautiful child. She wanted to kidnap him to be Xiaoshuan's younger brother. Master Lu opened his mouth. "I think I'd better follow you." Nan Xiang pushed him away with her arm. "Go away." Master Lu, who was suddenly despised. Huang Fuxian took Nan Xiang into the palace. Gu Jiao got on the horse, took Xiao Jiao and went out of the city to the nest of the Yan people. Xiao Jiao's way of conveying information was like this: follow them first. If it lost them, it would cover its head with a pair of wings when it got home, looking very dejected. If it didn't lose them, it would come back with a dead branch near its destination and valiantly show off in front of everyone. It showed off several times that day. It probably knew that it had done something big. Gu Jiao took out the dead branch it brought back that day. Xiao Jiao excitedly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Gu Jiao followed Xiao Jiao out of the west gate and went southwest. When night fell, Gu Jiao came to a village near a mountain and a river. Xiao Jiao circled in the sky for a while before landing back on Gu Jiao's shoulder. "Is it here?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Jiao flapped its wings. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Gu Jiao, "That's a hen." Xiao Jiao, "Coo." Gu Jiao, "That's a pigeon." Xiao Jiao, "Gee." Gu Jiao, "How many bird languages do you know?" Gu Jiao secretly estimated that it took her no less than 3 hours to reach here from Jade Water Alley. This was because it was relatively easy to travel during the day. If it was nighttime, it might take more than 2 hours. For insurance, it would be best if she could get the antidote before 3 o'clock. Chirp. Xiao Jiao's bird feathers suddenly stood up. Gu Jiao felt a very powerful aura. She grabbed the red-tasseled spear on her back. In the next second, a tall shadow flew over from the sky and stepped on the back of the horse. With a whoosh, she was carried away. Gu Jiao was carried to a nearby forest. There was a carriage parked there. Gu Jiao's face was black. Her cheeks were swollen due to the whistling cold wind. She looked like a sad frog that couldn't close its mouth. When Long Yi was flying, he was very rough, but when he put a person into the carriage, he was extremely gentle. Moreover, he especially considerately used his internal force to smooth out Gu Jiao's messy hair, especially that bunch of a hogue that refused to admit defeat. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao and casually said, "Who told you to follow me?" Gu Jiao seriously said, "I didn't follow you." Princess Xinyang coldly snorted, still stubborn. "Gu Jiao. Fine, I followed you." Princess Xinyang drank a mouthful of tea. "Oh, how could you follow me?" "Gu Jiao." Princess Xinyang poured a cup of tea for Gu Jiao. "You also came to kill? Don't waste your time, you can't kill me." "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao took the hot tea. Princess Xinyang said, "I've been observing here for a day 100 dragon shadow guards. Give up on this idea. Even if Long Yi was powerful, he could still fight them individually. This was already comparable to a small army, so taking turns to fight them would exhaust their physical strength." Gu Jiao said, "So many dragon shadow guards?" Princess Xinyang said, "Dragon shadow guards is the name of Zhao country. They are called death soldiers, but their strength is the same. Princess Xinyang brought people here today to deal with the forces of Yan country, so as to prevent them from having ideas about Xiaoheng. Who would have thought that they would have so many people?" Princess Xinyang said, "Don't act blindly without thinking. I will go back and have people come here to suppress them. Taking turns to fight them was always a good strategy. 100 dragon shadow guards had amazing fighting strength, but if they were to face an army of 10,000, they still had no chance of winning." Gu Jiao said, "It's already dawn, the seventh prince can't wait that long. Princess Xinyang frowned. What do you mean? What happened to little Qi? Gu Jiao told her about Qin Chiyu being poisoned. Princess Xinyang angrily slammed the table. Damn Qin Fengyan. And His Majesty too. I was only gone for a day. That's what he's trying to do. That pillow was really too light. Gu Jiao, I drew the poison from Qin Fengyan's body into His Majesty's body. Princess Xinyang, well done. Gu Jiao, well, he's your brother. Gu Jiao said, I will go in first to find the antidote. I won't confront them directly. Thinking of something, Princess Xinyang asked, why didn't you bring Gu family's boy? Isn't that boy specialized in this? With him, stealing things will be faster. Gu Jiao said indifferently, no need, I will do it myself, his martial arts are too weak. Gu Jiao only brought Gu Qingfeng for things she was confident in. If it was too dangerous, she would only do it herself. You. How could Princess Xinyang not understand? She said, you are not allowed to go alone, bring Long Yi. Gu Jiao refused. They have methods to deal with the Dragon Shadow Guards, it's better not to bring Long Yi. What methods to deal with the Dragon Shadow Guards? How could Princess Xinyang not understand Gu Jiao's thoughts? Gu Jiao was worried that if something happened inside, she would also be in danger, so she wanted to leave the most powerful person to her. Gu Jiao didn't care about other people could make decisions, but if Gu Jiao wanted to make a decision, no one could change it. Gu Jiao got off the horse and put on a mask. She ordered a secret guard from the princess's residence to quietly approach the manor. That secret guard followed behind Gu Jiao, and with a whoosh he was taken away. The secret guard was forced to the ground by a tall figure, and his clothes were stripped off. In the next second, Long Yi also took off his own clothes with a swish. Then, the secret guard looked at Long Yi in horror, and hugged his chest with both hands. I would rather die. Long Yi knocked him out with a punch and changed into his clothes. With a satisfied face, he pulled up his pants and swaggered out. The remaining 4 Dragon Shadow Guards walked out from behind the big tree. Looking at their boss and then looking at the secret guard lying on the ground, they suddenly understood something. They uniformly rushed over, and each of them caught a secret guard of the princess's mansion. Incomparably beastly, they pressed each other to the ground, and regardless of their tears and struggles, they took off their clothes. Then the 4 of them changed, pulled up their pants and valiantly followed their boss's footsteps. Gu Jiao sneaked into the manor's courtyard wall. She rushed behind the wall and blew a secret signal. It was safe so she could come over. Then Gu Jiao saw, a secret guard came over. 2 secret guards came over. 3 secret guards came over. With Long Yi as the leader, the 5 Dragon Shadow Guards neatly lined up in a row like a tonghulu. Gu Jiao. Chapter 583. In the afternoon, Huang Fuxian took Nan Xiang into the palace. Along the way, Nan Xiang kept being infatuated with this child, which made Huang Fuxian roll his eyes. What are you holding in your arms? Can you show it to me? After getting out of the carriage, Nan Xiang pushed Huang Fuxian's wheelchair while looking at the small package in Huang Fuxian's arms. Huang Fuxian was holding it when he came out of the room. She didn't know what was inside, but he didn't let it go on the way. I won't show it to you, Huang Fuxian said proudly. Gu Jiao had said that with this pair of things, his broken limbs could be reattached to his legs. Now that his injuries had not healed, he could not wear them. However, he had thought about it. He wanted to cultivate a relationship with them in advance. Nan Xiang laughed instead of being angry. This child was cute, so cute. He was cute even when he was angry. The 2 arrived at Chengkuan Palace. Huang Fuxian asked the servants to inform Empress Xiao that he brought a doctor to treat Qin Chiyu. Empress Xiao hurriedly invited him in. Empress Xiao already knew that Huang Fuxian saved Qin Chiyu that night, so she changed her opinion of Huang Fuxian. How are you? Aren't you recuperating in Clearwater Alley? Why did you come to the palace? Although she was exhausted, she still cared about Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian said, I'm fine. I brought a doctor here. She is the foster mother of Dr. Gu's younger brother. Her surname is Nan. Dr. Gu asked her to come and check the 7th prince's injury. The foster mother of Jiao Jiao's younger brother, this relationship was a bit complicated. At this point, Empress Xiao didn't have the time to care about these relatives, but since it was introduced by Gu Jiao, it must be reliable. Xiao Heng was on duty at the Ministry of Justice. Only Empress Xiao, Eunuch Su and the others were here. Empress Xiao looked at Nan Xiang hopefully and said, Dr. Nan, do you really have a way to cure my son? Nan Xiang shook her head, I can't cure him. I can only temporarily suppress the poison in his body. Jiao Jiao has to bring back the antidote for him to fully recover. Empress Xiao was stunned. Poison? Was little Qi poisoned? Before Gu Jiao left, she only asked Eunuch Wei to tell her that she was going to get the medicine. Nan Xiang thought to herself. Just now, the two of them parted in a hurry and didn't finish matching their statements. But since they had already said it, it was impossible to take it back. She could only tell the truth. Yes, it's a very rare poison. Empress, don't worry too much. Jiao Jiao has already gone to get the antidote. Empress Xiao nervously asked, then if we can't get it back? Nan Xiang took a deep breath and slowly said, bring it back before daybreak and His Highness can still be saved. You mean, little Qi can only hold on until dawn? Empress Xiao felt the world spinning around her and she almost collapsed. Eunuch Su caught her in time. Nan Xiang walked to the bedside and took out a bottle of pills. She pulled out the cork and placed one pill under Qin Chuyu's tongue. This was actually also a type of poison. Fighting poison with poison to suppress the poison in his body. However, he had to control the dosage. If it was too light, it would have no effect. If it was too heavy, it would poison Qin Chuyu to death. Therefore she had to stay and observe slowly. Empress, don't fall down yourself. If you fall down, what will happen to His Highness? Eunuch Su earnestly advised. Empress Xiao tried to force herself to calm down. She held back her tears, closed her eyes and said to Eunuch Su, go and arrange a room for Xian to rest. Yes. Eunuch Su pushed Huangfu Xian out. Empress Xiao stabilized her emotions and sat down beside the bed. Nan Xiang sat on the stool opposite the bed. Empress Xiao sat slightly higher than her. Perhaps because she had calmed down, Empress Xiao carefully looked at Nan Xiang. Nan Xiang was wearing a veil so she couldn't see her face clearly. But because of the angle, Empress Xiao still saw a little disfigurement through the gap of the veil. Empress Xiao didn't say anything and looked away. But for some reason she shifted her gaze back to him. This time she looked at Nan Xiang's eyes. She felt that these eyes were familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. On the bed, Qin Chuyu groaned in pain, which interrupted Empress Xiao's thoughts. Empress Xiao hurried to see how her son was doing. Nan Xiang stood up, stepped forward and hugged Qin Chuyu, making him sit up and lie down. In the next second, Qin Chuyu spat out a mouthful of black blood. Empress Xiao's beautiful face turned pale. Little Qi. Nan Xiang patted Qin Chuyu's breath and slowly put him back. Then she put another black pill under his tongue. Empress Xiao said worriedly, Dr. Nan, what's wrong with little Qi? The poison in His Highness' body is acting up. Nan Xiang looked at the night sky outside the window. I hope Jiao Jiao can find the antidote as soon as possible. Under the wall, Gu Jiao looked at the line of dragon shadow guards Tonghulu and was speechless for a moment. She didn't know how they followed her here. Was it too late to send them back now? Forget it, she needed to find the antidote quickly. Gu Jiao didn't think this manor was very big when she observed it from a distance. But after she came in she found that there was another world inside. No wonder a small army of dragon shadow guards could live here. It was reasonable to say that such a big manor with so many people living here shouldn't be hidden so well. Gu Jiao wandered around before she finally understood why there were so few people here. This manor was actually built on top of a graveyard. Behind the manor was a large graveyard, but it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. No one came to pay their respects, and the grass on the graveyard was 2 meters tall. The people of Yan Kingdom were very vigilant. Even if they lived in such a poor place, they were still ready to fight. There were guards of Yan Kingdom and Dragon Shadow guards patrolling back and forth in the manor 24 hours a day. Gu Jiao didn't confront them directly. She carefully avoided their sight. There were 3 big courtyards and 7 or 8 small courtyards in the manor. Most of the small courtyards were for Dragon Shadow guards and guards. The big courtyards were Gu Jiao's target. Gu Jiao, Long Yi and others entered the east courtyard first. Gu Jiao was responsible for searching, and Long Yi and others were responsible for covering. It had to be said that they were able to freely shuttle back and forth among such a large number of Dragon Shadow guards of Yan Kingdom, thanks to Long Yi and others. They used their aura to perfectly conceal Gu Jiao's aura. And the reason why they weren't noticed was mostly because they and Dragon Shadow guards of Yan Kingdom were death warriors. Their aura was very similar. The patrolling people walked over and thought that the people inside the house were their own people. So naturally they didn't go in to check. There was nothing in the east courtyard. Gu Jiao shook her head towards Long Yi, then walked towards the west courtyard. There were several Yan Kingdoms, strategists living in this courtyard. Gu Jiao didn't know the identity of the other party, so from their appearance and temperament, she temporarily called them that. Strange, so many people came here. There were literati and martial artists, just to deal with the son of a female slave? This time we were careless. The voice of a man full of vigor inadvertently came from the study. He was speaking the language of Zhao country, but his accent was not right. This was a person from Yan Kingdom. Along with the gradual recovery of her strength, Gu Jiao's 5 senses also improved a lot. She was separated by a whole room, but even in a state of concentration she could still hear the voice from that side. Gu Jiao held her breath with rapt attention. She heard that man continue to speak, but also blamed Qin Fengyan for being too impatient. If she was willing to listen to our orders, she wouldn't have exposed herself so early. After that, another person in the room said something. But unfortunately his voice was too low, so Gu Jiao really didn't hear it clearly. But Gu Jiao guessed that the other party was saying something like, "You overestimated her," because that person from Yan Kingdom replied, "Didn't we also want to surpass our master?" Who would have thought that compared to her mother she was still a little lacking? After that, the two people switched between Yan Kingdom and Zhao country. When they spoke Zhao country their voice was too low. When they spoke Yan Kingdom, Gu Jiao couldn't understand. This really made Gu Jiao regret not learning more foreign languages. There was one sentence that Gu Jiao understood. "General Nangong, many thanks." The person from Yan Kingdom in the room was a general? After that sentence the people in the room came out one by one. The two people were surrounded by a large group of dragon shadow guards, so it was very difficult to see their appearance. One of them came out of the manor and the other went to the courtyard. The latter should be that General Nangong. He said something to his subordinates but it was all in Yan Kingdom. Gu Jiao couldn't understand but Long Yi seemed to understand. He picked up Gu Jiao and went to the rear of the courtyard. Unexpectedly, there was a small courtyard hidden behind the courtyard. There was no one guarding this small courtyard. Every corner of this manor was heavily guarded, except for this place. Either there was nothing inside and it was empty, or it was very dangerous and didn't need anyone to guard it. Gu Jiao leaned towards the latter. Long Yi stepped forward to scout the way. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, an arrow shot out high up in the sky. Long Yi suddenly grabbed it and stepped back, protecting Gu Jiao behind him. Gu Jiao was fine. Gu Jiao looked at the cobblestone pattern on the ground of the courtyard again. This time she understood. She faintly pulled up the corner of her mouth. 8 trigrams array. The first thing that her godfather taught her in her previous life was arrays. Gu Jiao took the lead. She was familiar with the path as if she was entering a no man's land. After she broke through the array, she planned to remind Long Yi and the others to follow her footsteps. Who would have thought that when she turned around they were gone? She turned her head again, and the 5 people uniformly stood in front of her. Gu Jiao. I forgot that you are dragon shadow guards, light and powerful. Wait, if this array couldn't stop the powerful dragon shadow guards, then what was the meaning of its existence? Could it be that all the people who broke into this courtyard were ordinary people? Gu Jiao felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a few small black dots flew out from inside the house and flew onto their necks and the back of their hands. It was a bug. Gu Jiao swatted the bug on the back of her hand away. She was fine, but in the next second, the 4 dragon shadow guards who were stung by the bug uniformly fell forward on the ground. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered what happened in the imperial study. Qin Fengyan had waved her hand and knocked down His Majesty's dragon shadow guards. Could it be that she used these small poisonous bugs? They were the nemesis of the dragon shadow guards? Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi. Long Yi had the most small poisonous bugs. Long Yi looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at his brothers who had fallen on the ground. He was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he fell face down in the same position. Gu Jiao face-palmed. Long Yi, you're fine. Long Yi reached out his hand and pulled out a handful of grass from the grave and inserted it into his head. It seemed to be saying, since he was already dead, I should burn some paper money for him. Gu Jiao. Chapter 584. They're not dead. They were clearly still breathing. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. Princess Xinyang had it hard. Meeting a dragon shadow guard like Long Yi, Princess Xinyang had probably collapsed a lot. The little poisonous insects on Long Yi's body couldn't do anything to Long Yi, and they were all crushed to death by Long Yi. On the other hand, the little poisonous insects on the other 4 dragon shadow guards were still alive and biting on their exposed skin. Gu Jiao squatted down and pinched the little poisonous insect on the neck of a dragon shadow guard. Who would have thought that when the black little poisonous insect came down, the poisonous stinger was broken in the flesh? It seemed that she had to let these little poisonous insects pull out the stinger themselves. Okay, she had the all-purpose essential bomb. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of essential bomb from her bosom and dripped it on the rest of the little poisonous bugs. As expected, these bugs instantly became dizzy from the smell and fell from the Dragon Shadow Guard's body with a clatter. The wound on the neck of the first Dragon Shadow Guard also had to be treated in time. There were no tweezers here, so Gu Jiao could only use the concealed silver needles she carried with her to open the wound and pick out the poisonous stinger. Finally, Gu Jiao applied a bit of wound medicine on him. During the whole process, Gu Jiao didn't take any defensive measures, but these insects didn't bite her. Combined with Qin Fengyan's experience of carrying poisonous insects on her body, they might only bite death soldiers. But Long Yi was also a death soldier, so why didn't they bite him? Knowing that his brothers were fine, Long Yi didn't continue to pretend to be dead. He didn't know if it was because he adhered to the principle of enjoying blessings and suffering together, but he sat cross-legged on the ground and grabbed a little poisonous insect and threw it on the back of his hand. He threw it again and again. He felt that the insects were all dizzy from his throwing. Gu Jiao took out an empty small porcelain bottle, caught a few poisonous insects and put them in, bringing them home to study. The 4 Dragon Shadow Guards sat against the wall. This kind of poisonous insect was too powerful for them, so they needed some time to recover. Gu Jiao went inside to look for the medicine and let Long Yi stay here to guard. The courtyard was not big and there were only 4 rooms in total. Gu Jiao searched through them one by one and found a row of medicine shelves in the second last room. There were a lot of medicinal materials for external injuries on the shelf, such as Jinshuang ointment, hemostasis pills, and meridian deblinking pills. However, these were not the medicines that Gu Jiao was looking for. Finally, Gu Jiao saw more than 10 inconspicuous bottles and jars on a shelf at the bottom of the room. She couldn't recognize the contents of the jars. Which one is the antidote? Forget it, let's take it back first. Gu Jiao took out the gunny sack. Excluding the medicine for external injuries that she could identify, she put the rest into the gunny sack. Qin Shuyu was still waiting for the antidote, so Gu Jiao didn't search for anything else. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have emptied the manor. To be on the safe side, Gu Jiao went to the last room and searched. After making sure that she didn't miss a single bottle of medicine, she returned to the corridor. The 4 Dragon Shadow Guards hadn't been poisoned for a long time, so their lives weren't in danger. At this moment, the 4 of them were already able to stand up and use some of their skills. Let's go, Gu Jiao said to them. Long Yi grabbed Gu Jiao and used his qinggong to rush out of the courtyard. The other 4 people were still poisoned and could only use 30 to 40% of their qinggong, but it was enough for them to get out of this small courtyard. The next step was to leave this place and quickly return to the capital. The sky was dark and there were no stars and no moon. The cold wind of the second month's night wasn't as biting cold as the bitter winter, but it was still bone-cracking cold. The guards at night were clearly much stricter than at dusk. There were 10 people in a group, 1 Imperial bodyguard and 9 Dragon Shadow Guards patrolling back and forth in the main passages of the manor. The 100 Dragon Shadow Guards mentioned by Princess Xinyang didn't mean that there were only 100 people in the manor. Counting the normal Imperial bodyguards and the leader, she estimated that there were no less than 200 people. Gu Jiao and Long Yi carefully avoided the patrolling people of Yan country. Step by step they approached the southern wall of the manor. Just a moment ago they had entered from this place. This place was the closest to the official road, so it was the easiest to evacuate. Everything was going smoothly, but no one had expected that halfway, a wild cat would suddenly appear. This was an unexpected situation. No one had expected to encounter a wild cat. Xiaoheng was afraid of cats. Therefore Long Yi instinctively hated cats. When he released his aura, that wild cat was so scared that it meowed and fell from the top of the wall, smashing into a withered branch. The withered branch issued a very slight crisp sound. For the Dragon Shadow Guards with their amazing hearing, this was a very big movement. There's someone over there. An unfamiliar voice bellowed. Immediately afterwards, a whole row of ice-cold arrows mixed with hidden weapons covered the sky and covered the earth. Like a dense big net, with an awe-inspiring austere aura, it attacked them without leaving any leeway. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had experienced the attack of the people of Yan country. It had to be said that first of all, their attack and strategy were different from ordinary armies. Gu Jiao pulled out her red-tasseled spear. Supporting the spearhead on the ground, she jumped up and jumped on top of the arrow net, avoiding this wave of attack. And as for Long Yi, he shook his arms and shot out internal force, shaking off the 4 people beside him. After that, he also jumped high up in the sky and stepping on the arrows flying in the air, he directly flew towards that wave of archery patrol. With a ka sound, he twisted the neck of the leading imperial bodyguard. Gu Jiao understood and said to the 4 dragon shadow guards who were still poisoned, "Let's go." The 4 of them were unwilling to leave their boss behind. Gu Jiao threw them one by one. Because the 4 of them were poisoned, their condition was not good, so they really threw them to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, the feeling of throwing the dragon shadow guards is too good. The movement here alarmed the imperial bodyguards in the manor, and more dragon shadow guards rushed over. After Gu Jiao threw the last dragon shadow guard of Princess Xinyang over, she quickly jumped up the wall. But the moment she jumped down, a thin rope suddenly stretched out behind her and wrapped around her waist. With a "so," she was pulled back to the manor and fell heavily on the ground. Gu Jiao wanted to protect the medicine on her body, so she was unable to properly protect herself. This fall was not light. Gu Jiao let out a muffled groan. The owner of the rope still did not let go. He suddenly increased his strength and pulled Gu Jiao back. Gu Jiao picked up the red-tasseled spear on the ground. With her bare hands she took off the white cloth wrapped around the spear. She turned over and knelt on one knee. Holding the red-tasseled spear, she fiercely slashed. With a puss sound, the thin rope was mercilessly cut off by the red-tasseled spear. The imperial bodyguard who was holding the rope suddenly lost his grip and fell back to the ground. The youth knelt on one knee wearing a coquettish peacock mask. The pair of eyes that were exposed were as fierce as the god of deaths. Not far away, a man from the Yen kingdom who saw this scene was suddenly stunned. His gaze fell on the wolf-like youth. He was shocked by the youth's skills and murderous aura. His agility was secondary. Such talented youths could be found everywhere in the Yen kingdom. But his gaze and aura were different from those he had seen before. And his red-tasseled spear. The red-tasseled spear had a big red flower pasted on it by the little Jing Kong, and his hair was braided. To be honest, one could not tell anything from a glance. He wanted to take a second look, but the youth was taken away by the powerful death warrior. Or perhaps it should be said that he was taken away. "General?" An imperial bodyguard cupped his hands and said, "I'm incompetent to let him break into the manor." The man from the Yen kingdom said, "Send someone to chase after him. Also, check if there's anything missing in the manor." "Yes." The imperial bodyguard ordered 2 groups of people to act separately. The man from the Yen kingdom looked in the direction of the youth's departure and did not come back to his senses for a long time. A counselor came over. "General, what are you looking at?" The man from the Yen kingdom used his eyes to indicate the direction of the courtyard wall. "Did you see that youth just now? Don't you think he's a little familiar?" "Familiar?" The counselor said, "No, he was wearing a mask. I didn't see his face clearly." The man from the Yen kingdom said thoughtfully, "It's not his appearance. It's that murderous aura." The youth did not make many moves and there was not a bloody scene. But someone with a natural aura was different from others when he made a move. The counselor smiled and said, "That youth is just so. He's not very powerful. There are many people like him in the Yen kingdom." The man from the Yen kingdom frowned. "I thought he was familiar. Is it his gaze? Or is it related to his weapon?" The counselor asked, "General, are you referring to that long spear?" The man from the Yen kingdom murmured, "It's not an ordinary long spear. It's a red-tasseled spear. It's a bit like Xinyuan Li's divine weapon." "Xinyuan Li." The counselor smiled. "Xinyuan Li's red-tasseled spear is indeed in the Zhao kingdom. It's not strange if you saw it. General, don't tell me you thought you saw Xinyuan Li's descendant just now?" The man from the Yen kingdom sighed, "I thought too much. The men of the Xinyuan family have all been killed. Even the babies in swaddling clothes were not spared. It's impossible for there to be a descendant left in the world." Chapter 585. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. Gu Jiao and Long Yi returned to the forest. Princess Xinyang's carriage and her subordinates were still there. Princess Xinyang had already noticed that Long Yi and the others were missing, so she wasn't surprised to see them return with Gu Jiao. "Why did you take so long?" Princess Xinyang asked. Long Yi put Gu Jiao into the carriage. Gu Jiao's cheeks were once again numbed by the cold wind. It took her a long time to regain her senses. Gu Jiao didn't answer Princess Xinyang's question, but said in a muffled voice, "Can you tell Long Yi not to pinch me?" Long Yi's speed was too fast. Being pinched really felt like there was a big blower blowing wind in front of him. Princess Xinyang curled her lips. He only listened half a sentence. "I told him not to pinch you in the future, but I guarantee that he only heard, pinch you. Gu Jiao. One day she would definitely pinch Long Yi and stroll around everywhere. Gu Jiao continued, something happened and we alerted the enemy. Are you injured? Princess Xinyang asked. Gu Jiao said, Long Yi and I are fine. The others were bitten by poisonous insects. They weren't ordinary poisonous insects, they were specially used to deal with dragon shadow guards. That day in the imperial study, Qin Fengyan should have used these poisonous insects. Princess Xinyang opened the curtain and looked at the 4 dragon shadow guards riding on horses. They were wearing masks so she couldn't see whether their faces were pale or not. Is it very serious? She asked. Gu Jiao said, they cleaned up the poisonous insects in time, but there is still a bit of poison left in their bodies. Princess Xinyang frowned. They weren't even afraid of poisonous snakes, but they were actually afraid of poisonous insects. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, everything has its vanquisher. Sometimes, the more powerful the existence, the more inconspicuous its natural enemy is. That's true. Princess Xinyang put down the curtain. You and Long Yi weren't bitten? Gu Jiao shook her head. Those bugs won't bite us. Princess Xinyang could understand why it didn't bite Gu Jiao. If it was specifically to deal with the Dragon Shadow Guard, then Gu Jiao wasn't within the scope of the poisonous bug's preference. But Long Yi? Princess Xinyang looked at Long Yi who was obediently sitting on the outer seat of the carriage and muttered, sure enough he came in randomly. She pressed her forehead and asked, did you get the antidote? Gu Jiao untied the bundle from her body. All the medicine that I could find is here. I just don't know which bottle is the antidote. I have to take it back and let Madame Nan take a look. Princess Xinyang had heard of Shenyang before. She was the wife of the carpenter master that Xiao Heng found for Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yen through Elder Feng's connections. However, she had never seen him before. Princess Xinyang pondered for a moment and asked, what if Qin Fengyan was lying to you? What if the antidote isn't in the hands of the people of Yen? Gu Jiao confessed, after she said that, I used a hallucinogen to interrogate her again. The answers were the same. She didn't lie. Princess Xinyang asked doubtfully, what is a hallucinogen? Gu Jiao explained, it's a kind of knockout drug used to interrogate people. Princess Xinyang glanced at her. Is it very effective? Gu Jiao continued, it's effective for some people, but some people will be immersed in the hallucination and unable to communicate with the outside world. That way it won't be effective. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, give me some later. Gu Jiao, okay. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao hurriedly said, time is tight. I'll make it short. There are 2 more things. Princess Xinyang looked at her. Speak. Gu Jiao said, in the people of Yen there is a general surnamed Nangong. Also today there was a person from Zhao who dealt with General Nangong. Before he left, he said to General Nangong, thank you. Princess Xinyang suspiciously frowned. General Nangong? General Nangong, thank you? Gu Jiao wanted to quickly send the antidote back to the imperial palace. Princess Xinyang let Long Yi accompany her. The 2 of them picked 2 of the strongest horses. Gu Jiao rode on the back of the horse and warned Princess Xinyang, the 4 of them have been poisoned. It's best if they don't ride horses in case something happens on the way. After we return to the capital, I'll detoxify them. Princess Xinyang said seriously, I know. Hurry up and go. You must save little Qi. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly and turned the horse around. Looking back at the carriage, she said, also the people of Yen might chase after us. Be careful. Princess Xinyang said, don't worry about that. Let's go quickly. Gu Jiao and Long Yi quickly urged their horses and rushed into the night. It was just past midnight. It was reasonable to say that there was plenty of time. Unfortunately, the dragon shadow guards of Yen country caught up. There was only one official road. No matter how Gu Jiao and Long Yi shook them off, they were still getting closer and closer. Long Yi reined in his horse. Gu Jiao turned around and exchanged a tacit glance with him. Gu Jiao continued to urge the horse forward. Long Yi turned around and blocked the path of that group of people with his own strength. Gu Jiao raised the horse's speed to the limit. This was the official road that Qin Fengyan had escaped from. 10 li ahead they would reach the Phoenix Pavilion. After passing the Phoenix Pavilion, they would reach the Phoenix Pavilion. Songbei Mountain was less than 20 li away from the western gate of the capital. But when they approached the Phoenix Pavilion, an arrow suddenly shot from the side of the mountain and hit Gu Jiao's horse. The horse cried out in pain and fell forward. Gu Jiao also rushed out. It was too late to pull out her spear. She protected the bundle in her bosom and rolled several times on the ground before she finally stabilized her body. However, before she could stand up, another arrow whizzed through the air. If she hadn't reacted quickly and moved half an inch to the side, that arrow would have nailed her entire arm to the ground. Gu Jiao's eyes were like torches as she looked in the direction of the hill. There, a black-robed expert stood with a bow. His wide sleeves were fluttering in the cold wind. Even though they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, Gu Jiao could still feel the killing intent in his eyes. His aura was not weaker than serious. He came up from the side road, so he didn't meet Long Yi on the official road. It seemed that if she didn't kill him today, she wouldn't be able to leave. Now that she had recovered her strength, she wouldn't be too embarrassed if she met Sirius. If she fought well, she might be able to tie with him, but it was almost impossible for her to kill him. Gu Jiao coldly raised her hand and held the red-tasseled spear on her back. The cunning palace was brightly lit. Qin Shuyu was unconscious, and the palace servants didn't dare to breathe. Empress Xiao and Nan Xiang had been waiting in the room until now. Eunuch Su saw that Empress Xiao was so haggard that even her eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't dare to persuade her. Empress Xiao's eyes were swollen from crying and her voice was hoarse. She held Qin Shuyu's hand and stroked his pale face. She choked with sobs. "Little Qi, you have to hold on. Nothing must happen to you. As long as you wake up. Mother will promise you anything. Mother won't force you to memorize books. I won't force you to practice calligraphy. If you don't want to go to the Imperial College, Mother won't send you there. How many snacks do you want to eat? Mother will give you. Nothing must happen to you." Qin Shuyu's little body began to convulse. Nan Xiang quickly stood up and pulled up Qin Shuyu's sleeve. She saw that the white mark on Qin Shuyu's wrist had already spread to his palm. Once it reached his fingertips, he would be powerless to save himself. "Dr. Nan, how is little Qi?" Empress Xiao cried and asked. Nan Xiang said, "His condition is worse than I expected. I can't suppress the poison anymore. I can't wait until dawn." She looked at the hourglass on the wall and said with a complicated expression, At most he has 2 hours. If he can't bring the antidote back by 4 o'clock in the morning, if that was the case, then perhaps, even the great firmament deities wouldn't be able to save him." Empress Xiao threw herself onto Qin Shuyu's body and cried, "Xiaoqi! Little Qi!" Outside the Phoenix Pavilion, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Jiao and the black-robed man had fought for hundreds of rounds. As time went by, Gu Jiao's strength was disappearing little by little. She underestimated Sky Wolf's realm. Last time on the Snow Mountain, she tricked Sky Wolf and didn't let him use his real strength. Now that she met the second Sky Wolf, she knew how terrible a master of this realm was. Gu Jiao's arm and waist were slightly injured. She was supported by the red-tasseled spear. Otherwise, she would have been cut by the man's long saber. The black-robed man chopped down his long saber again. Gu Jiao's spear was like a dragon, twisting his long saber. The two weapons collided, and a series of sparks appeared in the dark night. Neither of them gave way. They were so close to each other that even the murderous intent in their eyes was fierce. Gu Jiao kicked him and he blocked it with his shoe. They both stepped back and Gu Jiao stepped back more. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. If they continued fighting like this, they wouldn't be able to kill him until dawn. Gu Jiao knelt on one knee, using her spear to support her exhausted body. She looked at him with her red eyes and panted. Suddenly Gu Jiao stood up, showing a ferocious look in her eyes. She raised her left hand and grabbed the safety talisman around her neck with her fingertips. She tore off the safety talisman given to her by Princess Xinyang and put her fist down. She loosened her fist, and the safety talisman slowly fell to the ground. The black-robed man looked at the young man in front of him strangely, not understanding what he was doing. The young man stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. The next second, the young man's aura suddenly soared. The god of killing has returned. Chapter 586. Novels that can't be found online will be available here. The black-robed man almost instinctively felt a threat. It was reasonable to say that the youth's strength was far below his, so he shouldn't have this kind of feeling. The youth attacked him, and his moves weren't any different from before. He didn't know who taught this youth spear skills, but they were abnormally simple. There were only a few moves, but each move was a killing move. The youth held the red-tasseled spear with both hands, and the spearhead fiercely chopped down at him. He waved his saber to block. What surprised him was that the youth was clearly using the same moves as before, but the power seemed to have increased several times. His hand and arm both went numb. The youth didn't give him any time to recover, and the second spear was already stabbing at him. This time he still chose to use his saber to defend. The heavy red-tasseled spear pressed down on the long saber he raised high. The youth's strength was so great that his entire body sank several inches into the ground. What was this youth doing just now? How did his strength increase so much? When the youth's third spear came, he finally didn't choose to defend and attacked. Who would have thought that the youth's red-tasseled spear would push him back more than 10 steps? The youth didn't retreat at all. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of extreme shock. It was true that he hadn't used all of his strength when fighting with the youth because he couldn't use that much. It was like a Fergana horse that could run up to 400 li a day, but if it really ran that far, it would die. The black-robed man had only used 50% of his strength at the beginning, and he felt that it was more than enough. Now he had to use 60%. Since coming to Zhao country, this was the first person to force him to use 60% of his strength. The two exchanged several moves, and the youth's moves were more ruthless than the last. There were no feints and they were all killing moves. The black-robed man's body was injured, both internal and external. He endured the pain from all over his body. On the other hand, although the youth was also injured, it seemed like he couldn't feel the pain at all. He didn't care about the tearing of his wounds and the blood, and attacked him without any regard for his life. Losing one's sense of pain in a fight was a very dangerous thing. Wherever one felt pain, it meant that there was no place that could withstand any more force. Once one lost this sense of judgment, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Gu Jiao slashed out with her spear again, bringing with it the power of mountains and rivers, boundless killing intent. The black-robed expert saw that the situation was not good. He did not plan to play conservatively with the youth. He directly increased his strength by 80%, enough to crush the youth's realm. Of course, this was also the limit of what he could do in a safe battle. If he went any further, he would have to sacrifice 800 of his men to kill 1,000 of his enemies, or perish together with his enemies. If he could kill this young man, it would be worth it even if he got injured. With that thought in mind, the black-robed master unleashed his most ferocious attack on the boy. He thought that he could finally finish off the young man in front of him, but who would have thought that the young man's aura would explode once again? How could this be? The black-robed expert was dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth. Forget it, then let's just perish together. The black-robed expert had raised his power to the extreme. His meridians could not withstand such a terrifying power and began to crack inch by inch. He also began to bleed from his 7 orifices. He poured all his internal energy into the treasured sword in his right hand and fiercely slashed at Gu Jiao. With a poochie sound, a red-tasseled spear mercilessly pierced through his chest. He looked at the youth in front of him in disbelief, not understanding how he had done this. The youth indifferently walked towards him. He held the red-tasseled spear in one hand and fiercely pushed it, completely piercing through his body. The black-robed expert fell to the ground. Even in death, he did not understand how he had died at the hands of such a young man. He looked at the obscure and boundless sky. Killing God. He saw the killing God. Everything was over. The road outside the Phoenix Pavilion was completely silent. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear. Her eyes were pitch black as she looked in front of her. Her eyes were not focused. Her killing intent did not decrease because the black-robed expert had fallen. She still wanted to kill. If she couldn't kill others, then she would kill herself. Chiao. Little Nine flapped his wings and flew around Gu Jiao, circling above Gu Jiao's head. Chiao Chiao. Little Nine shouted at Gu Jiao. Gu. Gajita. Gu Jiao pointed the red-tasseled spear at Little Nine. Little Nine flapped his wings and his feathers exploded. Chiao. Little Nine was very afraid, but he did not run away. He bravely flew above Gu Jiao's head and used his beak to peck at Gu Jiao's hair. Chiao. 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 There was a trace of struggle in Gu Jiao's eyes. She threw the red-tasseled spear to the ground and then she took out a string from her waist, tightly tying her hands together. She flipped onto the horse and used her will to suppress the large killing intent in her body. Little Nine flew behind the horse and used his beak to peck at the horse's butt. The horse was in pain and quickly galloped. Gu Jiao's eyes had blood flowing down and she could no longer see the road. Little Nine led the way in front and held onto the horse's reins. One person, one eagle and one horse, madly galloped in the night. Little Nine, go faster, I can't control it anymore. Little Nine seemed to have felt Gu Jiao's killing intent. He chirped and quickly led the horse to the city gate. The city had already received orders and was waiting for her to bring back the antidote. On the city gate tower, a guard suddenly pointed to the direction of Songbei Mountain and loudly said, "Master! Someone is coming." "How many people?" "It seems to be the youth who came out of the city." Quickly open the city gate." The city gate opened and the city guards came forward to welcome them. Gu Jiao's mask had already drooped down at some point. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her face was also covered in blood. Her hands were still tied. If they had not seen her leave the city before, no one would have dared to recognize her. What was worse was that everyone could feel the murderous intent in her eyes. She wanted to kill. "Retreat!" the guard captain shouted. Everyone pulled out their swords and retreated. Gu Jiao untied the bundle on her back and threw it to the guard captain with her tied hands. "Antidote." She looked at the guard captain with her blood-red eyes and said with the last trace of reason, "Close the city gate. Don't open it." The guard captain's heart thumped. "Master." The subordinate beside him looked at him in a daze. The guard captain looked at the murderous Gu Jiao and raised his hand with a complicated expression. "Everyone enter the city and close the gate." "Master." "Do as I say." Everyone gritted their teeth and entered the city. They pulled the winch and heavily closed the gate. Little Nine flapped his wings and shouted at Gu Jiao, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Gu Jiao grabbed him and threw him in through the gap in the city gate. "Master." Just as the city gate was about to close, a tall and thin white figure rushed out from the gap in the gate. Everyone wanted to grab him, but before they could, they heard a rumbling sound. The city gate that needed 20 people to open at the same time was tightly closed. A roar came from the city tower. "Are you crazy? Why aren't you stopping him? That is Master Shao of the Hanlin Academy." The rope on Gu Jiao's wrist was specially made for her to deal with any sudden situations where she lost control. There were small needles on the rope. If she struggled until the needles broke, the neurotoxin inside would enter her body. The more she struggled, the more neurotoxin would enter her body. All of it added up was enough to kill her. She lay on the horse's back and let the neurotoxin numb her body. She knew that she could not use more, but her killing intent did not decrease. "Jiao Jiao." Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in her ears. A pair of strong arms reached over and carried her down from the horse without any hesitation. The rope on her hand was untied. She was pulled into a strong and warm embrace. "Surname Gu. What kind of monster is your daughter? Hurry up and take her away." "Mother. Mother, I'll be good. Don't send me away. I cannot eat, I will not pee my pants, I will not cry." "I don't care if you cry or not. Go away. I don't want you anymore." "Mother." "Go away." "Mother, mother, mother." 3-year-old Gu Jiao's hands were covered in blood as she hugged a headless doll. She stood barefooted in the dark corridor, facing the biting cold wind. She knocked on the cold, tightly shut door. "Mummy, mummy, I'm not a monster," Gu Jiao said in a muddled state. Xiaoheng sat on the ground, tightly hugging her blood-stained body. His neck had been bitten by her, and blood had dyed his clothes red. His cold face was pressed against her burning forehead, and he said with heartache, "Jiao Jiao, of course you're not. Jiao Jiao is the best Jiao Jiao in the world. You're Aheng's wife. Aheng is not afraid of Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao, who was in a daze, used 2 slender fingers to pinch a bit of his sleeve. She said in a daze, I'm just that good." Chapter 587. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright and sunny. Gu Jiao woke up to the chirping of birds. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. With her temperament, she should have been alert at the first moment, but she wasn't. The pillow and quilt emitted a familiar smell and fragrance, inexplicably calming. Creak. The door was pushed open from the outside by a small gap, and a tall figure flashed in. It was Long Yi. He grabbed a big spatula and strolled around the room. Gu Jiao almost closed her eyes for a second. Long Yi bent down and stared at Gu Jiao for a long time, as if he was wondering why she didn't wake up even though he had clearly heard movement. Long Yi finally grabbed his spatula and went out. Gu Jiao secretly sighed in relief. She didn't want to be fed by Long Yi's spatula. The smell on the bed and Long Yi guarding the door made Gu Jiao feel that her current situation was very safe. Creak. The door was pushed open again and Gu Jiao subconsciously closed her eyes. She was worried that Long Yi was causing trouble again. The result was that she didn't hear Long Yi's footsteps. Gu Jiao opened her eyes and turned her head to look in the direction of the door. Xiaoheng walked over to the bedside and seeing her open eyes, he hurriedly asked, "Awake?" Gu Jiao replied. Xiaoheng came to the bedside, bent down, and stretched out his slender hand to touch her forehead. "It's not hot anymore." "How long have I been asleep?" Gu Jiao asked. 3 days. Xiaoheng said. "So long." Gu Jiao muttered. "This is the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. I told my family that my mother has angina, so you stay here and take care of her." Xiaoheng sat down on the stool beside the bed, looked at Gu Jiao carefully and asked softly, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, it's just that I've been sleeping for a long time, so I feel a little tired." "That's what happens when you sleep for too long. Let me help you up." Xiaoheng's words came too late, because Gu Jiao had already planned to sit up on her own. Then Gu Jiao's small body stiffened in midair. Her eyes moved and she lay down. "I feel a little weak." Xiaoheng helped the weak person up. She was wearing thin pajamas, and his fingertips and palms could almost feel the softness of her arms. Xiaoheng's eyelashes trembled slightly. He took a cushion and placed it behind her back, then took a thin jacket from the wardrobe and draped it over her. This was a set of clothes that Princess Xingyang had asked an embroiderer to make for Gu Jiao. The wardrobe was filled with clothes, but Princess Xingyang never mentioned it, nor did she take the initiative to give it to her. "Many thanks." Gu Jiao put on the thin jacket. It was spring and the weather wasn't so cold. However, in order to help Gu Jiao recover, the room was still lit with smokeless silver charcoal. With a thin jacket on, Gu Jiao felt warm enough. She subconsciously touched her neck and found a protective talisman strung with a red string. She made a sound of surprise. Xiaoheng looked at the protective talisman around her neck and said, "It's not the original one. That one can't be found. My mother had someone make a new one." It was too chaotic at the time, and the protective talisman had long been mixed with the blood and mud. It was dark and Gu Jiao had lost her mind, so there was no way to find it. Xiaoheng sent people to look for it, but the scene was too damaged, and the protective talisman had long been broken into pieces. Gu Jiao's memory of what happened after she took off the protective talisman was fragmented. She knew that she killed the master from Yen Kingdom, but what happened after that? What happened to her after that? She opened her mouth. "Medicine," Xiaoheng said, "it's here. You sent the medicine into the capital and handed it to the imperial guards. Little Chi's poison has been cured, and he's recuperating in Cunning Palace. When you have time, I'll bring him over to thank you." Gu Jiao thought seriously. It can't be just a verbal thank you. Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, let Cunning Palace reward you handsomely. What about Princess Xingyang's dragon shadow guards?" Gu Jiao remembered that they had been poisoned by insects. Xiaoheng couldn't help but feel proud of her. "The medicine you brought back also had the antidote for those poisonous insects. Master's wife has already helped them clear the remaining poison from their bodies." Gu Jiao said again, "Then my insects," Xiaoheng smiled. "They're at Master's wife's place. Master's wife said that those insects need to be raised, otherwise they'll die in 2 days. She'll raise them for you first and when you recover she'll give them to you." Gu Jiao nodded. "That was good." Gu Jiao said, "My red-tasseled spear." Xiaoheng said, "I found it." Then Gu Jiao wanted to ask if she had hurt anyone, but when she turned her head she saw the wound on Xiaoheng's neck. Looking carefully, it wasn't caused by a sharp blade, but 2 rows of extremely eye-catching teeth marks. Gu Jiao was speechless. Xiaoheng saw that she had seen it, so he didn't deliberately hide it. He said mischievously, "Do you remember now?" Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her fingers. "No." Xiaoheng smiled. "You're really strong." Gu Jiao refused to admit it. "I didn't." Xiaoheng suddenly stood up and leaned close to her. He whispered in her ear, "Next time bite somewhere else. My colleagues will laugh at me." Gu Jiao pulled her little ear. "Oh." Xiaoheng had teased her enough, so he stopped. After all, his cultivation wasn't high. If he continued teasing her, who knew who would be the one blushing? "There's millet porridge in the kitchen. I'll go get it for you." "And?" "Yes. And I want more." "Be good. If there's too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it." "I can take it. I want more." Princess Xingyang had just arrived at Gu Jiao's door when she heard these words that made her imagination run wild. What did he mean by, "I want more"? What did he mean by, "I'm afraid you can't take it if it's too much"? The sky was clear and the sun was bright. Was he so unrestrained? And that girl was injured. Was it really good to be so indulgent? You don't even know how to close the door. Princess Xinyang sucked in a breath of cold air. She walked to the side and was about to quietly reach out to close the door. Mother? Xiaoheng came out. With a strange expression, he looked at Princess Xinyang, who was leaning against the door in a very strange position. What are you doing? Princess Xinyang stared dumbfoundedly at Xiaoheng, who was fully clothed. She blinked and leaned over to look at Gu Jiao, who was sitting on the bed without the slightest mess. She lightly coughed and calmly said, "Nothing. I was just passing by and came to take a look. There was something on the door just now, but it's gone now." Is that so? Xiaoheng turned his head and looked at the bright and clean door. You. Princess Xinyang's gaze fell on the empty bowl in Xiaoheng's hand. Were you eating porridge just now? Xiaoheng said, It's the second bowl. Jiao Jiao is probably starving. So it turned out to be food. She had thought that these two people were finally enlightened. Princess Xinyang solemnly said, Even so, you can't eat any more. Xiaoheng smiled. Mother is right. Mother, do you want to go in and take a look at Jiao Jiao? Princess Xinyang looked at the empty bowl in his hand and unhappily said, You can eat so much. Is there a need to look? I came to look for you. Xiaoheng indifferently said, I wonder who came to look 3 or 4 times in one night. Shut up. Princess Xinyang coldly led a certain someone to the study at the end of the corridor with a certain someone. With Long Yi guarding the courtyard, Princess Xinyang didn't worry about anyone eavesdropping. Mother and son sat down in front of the study. Princess Xinyang handed him a secret letter. That person from the Zhao kingdom who came in and out of the manor has been found. He is an aide of the Zhuang family. His surname is Jiang and his name is Jiangping. His household registration and background have been clearly introduced. Take a look. Xiaoheng opened the secret letter. After carefully reading it, he said to Princess Xinyang, Jiangping is Grand Tutor Zhuang's man? Princess Xinyang said, Yes, he is one of his trusted aides. It is said that many of the methods used to deal with Marquis Schwamping's mansion were suggested by this trusted aide. Xiaoheng analyzed, since he is such an important trusted aide, then the possibility of him being bribed by others is very low. Princess Xinyang nodded. Grand Tutor Zhuang is an ambitious person. After Prince Ning was placed under house arrest, he still didn't give up. Every few days he would visit Prince Ning. On the surface he was continuing the relationship between grandfather and grandson, but in reality he was inciting Prince Ning to rebel. Fortunately, Prince Ning's heart was already dead, so he simply ignored him. Xiaoheng said indifferently, Prince Ning ignored him and the Empress Dowager no longer protected him, but he still didn't give up. Princess Xinyang snorted coldly. After sitting in the clouds for so long, one doesn't want to fall. Grand Tutor Zhuang's ambition is too great. Unfortunately, the Zhuang family, which is riddled with holes, can no longer support his ambition. Xiaoheng thought of something and asked, What is the identity of that General Nangong? Princess Xinyang said, Among the 16 great families of the Yan kingdom, the Nangong family is ranked 11th. I don't know if this general is from the Nangong family. If he is, then our opponent's background is not small. Although the Nangong family isn't even in the top 10, the Yan kingdom is the most powerful country in the last 30 years. Any family in the Yan kingdom is an existence that cannot be underestimated. However, the Yan kingdom has its own laws. Even the Nangong family cannot rashly cause trouble in our country. They don't dare to come out in the open, so we have ways to deal with them. Chapter 588. Xiaoheng listened carefully, not in a hurry to express his opinion. Princess Xinyang was teaching him how to settle down in the 6 kingdoms, like an experienced gerfalcon patiently teaching its young eagle. He would learn and accept with humility. Princess Xinyang said calmly, I originally planned to lead the army to suppress them, but after thinking about it, the price would be too high. The life of any soldier is precious. Xiaoheng said, You changed your mind after seeing Jiao Jiao, didn't you? Princess Xinyang looked at him with a dark expression. You can't go a day without tearing down my long thorns? Xiaoheng smiled and said, I also think that subduing the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. Princess Xinyang nodded. We must fight, but don't let our people fight. After all, those dragon shadow guards are not to be trifled with. Against 100 of them, at least 1,000 of us will die. This kind of price was magnified to the extreme after seeing Gu Jiao return bathed in blood. Not everyone was born with the responsibility of the world's people. She was a princess, but her awareness was not that high. It was indeed Gu Jiao who changed her mind. Gu Jiao also desperately defended the city on the frontier, didn't she? She was like this, and so were the soldiers of the Zhao kingdom. They couldn't afford to lose any more people. Leave the Yan kingdom to me. As for Grand Tutor Zhuang. Princess Xinyang paused and looked at him with a faint smile. Leave him to you? Xiaoheng smiled gently. Okay. Princess Xinyang paused and said, right, let me remind you of something. The Yan kingdom should have reached some kind of agreement with Grand Tutor Zhuang. Before Jiang Ping left, he said to General Nangong, General Nangong, thank you. In fact, Princess Xinyang knew far more than this, but she didn't tell Xiaoheng. She hoped that Xiaoheng could figure it out himself. She could not protect him forever. One day he would have to soar alone and fly to a wider sky. She hoped that he would have enough ability to deal with everything. After Xiaoheng came out of the study, Eugene walked in. She had been guarding the door just now and had heard everything that she should have heard. She worriedly said, Princess, Grand Tutor Zhuang is a sly old fox. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for the young duke to deal with him? Princess Xinyang said earnestly, the Nangong family, Eugene, the person who wanted his life came from the Nangong family. Do you understand how powerful the Nangong family is? The Nangong aristocratic family had over 1,000 people and 200,000 soldiers. The Zhuang family was very powerful, but it was not worth mentioning when compared to the Nangong aristocratic family. If he couldn't even bring down Grand Tutor Zhuang, how could he compete with the Nangong family in the future? If he really doesn't have the ability, I'd rather he live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao had just gone through a battle, so Xiaoheng didn't want her to tire herself out. He had her stay with Princess Xinyang to recuperate while he returned to Clearwater Alley to deal with Grand Tutor Zhuang. On the carriage back, he tried to piece together the complete truth from the clues in his hands. Jiang Ping said, General Nangong, thank you very much. These words did sound like they had reached some kind of agreement. Xiaoheng remembered another matter. When Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were following Qin Fengyan, they had heard Qin Fengyan's conversation with the people of Yan. Qin Fengyan said, it seems there's nothing to talk about between us. The man said, if you want your things back, it's best to do as we say. Qin Fengyan said, why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him? The man said, if you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head over and we'll give it to you. From their conversation, it seemed that Qin Fengyan's things had fallen into the hands of the people of Yan. When Princess Xinyang cleared out Qin Fengyan's lair, they found the money and account books that Grand Concubine Jing had left for Qin Fengyan. It was worth mentioning that Qin Fengyan hadn't seen the people of Yan again after that conversation. In other words, Qin Fengyan's things were still in the hands of the people of Yan. They had checked Qin Fengyan's luggage from the frontier fortress and found nothing valuable. Grand Concubine Jing had left that thing for Qin Fengyan. The things that Grand Concubine Jing had left behind weren't simple. Could this matter be related to that thing? Xiaoheng returned to Jadewater Alley and went next door first. Commandery Princeton had been living here for the past few days. His position in the cabinet had been cut off. In order to force him to lower his head, Grand Tutor Zhuang had cut off all his paths of retreat. His colleagues, superiors, and even his former classmates didn't dare to talk to him. Except for Xiao Lulang, who he had once seen as a thorn in his side. Of course, there was also Chancellor Hua. And then there was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Commandery Princeton had already recovered from the shock of Empress Dowager actually dressed up as an old lady and hid here to play leaf cards, and Chancellor Hua actually poured tea and water for Empress Dowager Zhuang, cooked for her, and handed over his private savings. What was the point of worrying so much? His rent hadn't been settled yet. Gu Yin hired him to shovel chicken dung every day. 2 copper coins for each time he shoveled, 2 copper coins for each time he fed the chickens, 2 copper coins for each time he walked the chickens, and 4 copper coins for each time he praised Gu Yin. In total he could earn 10 copper coins a day. But that was only 300 copper coins a month. It wasn't even half of the rent. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Commandery Princeton rubbed his sore shoulders and said, come in. Xiaoheng pushed the door open and entered. Commandery Princeton said, why did you come back in broad daylight? Don't you need to go to work? His family didn't know about Gu Jiao's injury. Commandery Princeton naturally didn't know either. He really thought that Gu Jiao was taking care of him at Princess Xinyang's place. I have something to talk to you about. Xiaoheng sat down across from Commandery Princeton. Commandery Princeton saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but ask, what's the matter? Why do you look so serious? Don't tell me you want to raise the rent? Xiaoheng said, do I look like someone who wants to raise your rent? I'll raise it next month. Commandery Princeton, I shouldn't have said that. Xiao Heng said seriously, I have something important to talk to you about. You can choose not to answer. Commandery Prince Anne's expression changed. Is it something to do with my grandfather? He wasn't stupid. Since they were talking about it, Xiao Heng said bluntly, yes, I recently found out that your grandfather is colluding with the people of Yen. People of Yen? How is that possible? It wasn't that Commandery Princeton was belittling himself, but the Yen was a superior country. They didn't even have the chance to get in touch with the people of Yen? What collusion? Commandery Princeton said, I know you don't like my grandfather, but you can't slander him. Xiao Heng said, a group of people from Yen sneaked into Zhao. I can't tell you their purpose for now. Does your grandfather have an aide called Jiang Ping? Commandery Princeton frowned. How do you know? Xiao Heng said honestly, he was the one who talked to the people of Yen that day. Jiang Ping can't be loyal to anyone other than your grandfather, right? Disappointment flashed through Commandery Princeton's eyes. Jiang Ping is not only my grandfather's aide, but also my grandfather's adopted son. The only person who can order him around is my grandfather. Xiao Heng looked at him and said, I'm not here to convince you of this matter. According to the situation I have now, the people of Yen should have given your grandfather something very important. It's very likely that it's the trump card that old concubine Jing left for Qin Feng Yen. Unfortunately, it fell into the hands of the people of Yen. You should know that old concubine Jing is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Her purpose is to restore the previous dynasty, so the trump card she left for Qin Feng Yen must be something that can overturn the imperial power of Zhao. If it really fell into your grandfather's hands, it shouldn't be hard for you to guess what he would do. Commandery Princeton fell silent. Xiao Heng continued, I came here today to ask you, where does your grandfather usually hide important things? Of course, I also said that you can choose not to answer. No matter what happens in the future, you won't be implicated. After all, Grand Tutor Zhuang was Commandery Prince Anne's grandfather. Even if he had a falling out with Grand Tutor Zhuang, it didn't mean that Commandery Prince Anne could sell out Grand Tutor Zhuang with a clear conscience. Xiao Heng understood this, so he didn't force him. A hint of struggle flashed through Commandery Prince Anne's eyes. After a while, he clenched his fists and said in a low voice, my grandfather is a very cautious person. If you plan on going to his study or his courtyard to find something, then you've made a mistake. Then where would he put it? Xiao Heng asked. Commandery Prince Anne said, it depends on what it is and his mood. He said that if you can't feel the pattern, then others won't be able to see through you. He was speaking the truth. His grandfather's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Xiao Heng clicked his tongue, truly an old fox. Commandery Prince Anne said again, Zhuang family is bigger than Marshall's mansion. You won't be able to find it if you search aimlessly. Xiao Heng stood up, even if we can't find it, we still have to find it. Tonight he would let Long Yi find it. Xiao Lulang. Commandery Prince Anne called out to him. Xiao Heng turned his head. What's wrong? Commandery Prince Anne's throat moved and with a complicated expression he said, I'll go find it. Chapter 589. As night fell, the Zhuang family's residence gradually lit up with candles. The servants took down the lanterns one by one and lit them before hanging them up high. Grand Tutor Zhuang was sitting in his study, flipping through the booklets presented by Su Sifu and the others. Minister Xing and Empress Dowager Zhuang were rehabilitated, and each of them regained their status and power. However, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't do anything when Empress Dowager Zhuang was framed. Some ministers thought that he was ungrateful and didn't care about the sibling relationship. Some ministers suggested that he knew about it and was just playing along with Empress Dowager Zhuang and others. Everyone had different opinions. This was what civil officials were good at talking about. If they were really free, they would find other things to do. What Grand Tutor Zhuang truly cared about wasn't the quarrel in the imperial court, but his gaze fell on a landscape painting on the opposite wall. Master. The steward of the Zhuang family reported happily at the door. The royal prince is back. Outside the solemn gate of the manor, Commandery Prince Anne knelt at the bottom of the steps. During the time he had left the Zhuang family, Grand Tutor Zhuang hadn't heard from him. However, this meant that he was still alive. If he had died, the capital would have been turned upside down. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't deliberately seek him out and cut off all his paths of retreat. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long and that there would be a day when he would take the initiative to return home and beg for his help. As expected, wasn't it? Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the entrance of the Zhuang manor, draped in a brown-gray cloak. The servants were all dismissed by the steward. No matter how Grand Tutor Zhuang punished Royal Princeton was his grandson. He could watch Royal Princeton fall, but the servants could not. I'll go to the storeroom to take a look. After the grandfather and grandson met, the steward also found an excuse to leave. However, Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "No need. Just stay here." The steward was embarrassed. Ah yes. This was too difficult for him. Today, he had seen the little master make a fool of himself. In the future, when the little master became the head of the household, wouldn't he make things difficult for him? Grand Tutor Zhuang ignored the steward. He slowly walked up the steps and looked down at the lonely figure kneeling on the ground. After so many days, he should know that life outside was not easy. Raise your head. Royal Princeton slowly raised his head and looked at his grandfather with a melancholic expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang originally wanted to tell her to take a look at herself and see how thin she had become. Who would have thought that the words would get stuck in his throat when he took a closer look? Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like this brat had put on weight? Royal Princeton used to be a handsome and elegant man, but his cheeks were slightly sunken and he looked slightly thin. Now the dent in his cheek was gone. With a round face, one would be blessed with good fortune. Of course it wasn't fat. It was just that he had grown up. He was more like the sunshine and handsome that his age should be. But wasn't that strange? He was so skinny at home. How could he have fattened himself up after going out? The main reason was that Royal Princeton was forced by Gu Yan to work every day. He did more physical work and his appetite increased greatly. Gradually he grew stronger. He used to be full with just one bowl back in the manor. Now he was a super glutton who could fill 2 bowls and wouldn't feel full even if he ate 3 bowls. Grand Tutor Zhuang suddenly felt a little irritated. Grandfather. Royal Princeton took the initiative to speak. Grandson is back. This sentence finally broke the short silence and pulled Grand Tutor Zhuang back from the situation where he didn't know how to react. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly, "You still know how to come back? I already warned you. If you dare to walk out of that door, don't think about coming back easily." Royal Princeton lowered his head. Grandson knows his mistake. Grandfather, please forgive me. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Forgive? You make it sound so easy. In the future, everyone will be like you. If they are happy, they will stay at home, and if they are unhappy, they will run away. Then what will my Zhuang family be? Royal Princeton didn't quibble anymore. He lowered his head and looked extremely remorseful. The steward hurriedly advised, "Master, Royal Prince was possessed for a moment. Since he knows his mistake, please forgive him this time on account of his filial piety to you in the past. Royal Prince won't dare to do it again in the future. Isn't that right, Royal Prince?" As he spoke, he looked at Royal Princeton, who was kneeling there with his head lowered in repentance. Royal Princeton nodded gloomily. The steward is right. Grandson has suffered a lot outside. In the future, I won't dare to disobey grandfather. These words were a bit unconvincing. After all, he grew up so well even after suffering. If he didn't suffer, wouldn't he go to heaven? However, Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't think of any reason why Royal Princeton didn't suffer. After all, he had already informed all the connections that Royal Princeton could rely on in advance. No one dared to take him in. Large inns and restaurants also wouldn't let him stay. During this period of time, at most, he relied on the money he had to stay in some low-class inns. Come in and kneel. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly. Yes. Royal Princeton responded. The steward hurriedly walked down the steps to help Royal Princeton up. His Royal Prince's weak body. Before this thought flashed through his mind, Royal Princeton stood up on his own. He was as nimble as he could be. The steward, Royal Princeton, followed Grand Tutor Zhuang to his courtyard. Grand Tutor Zhuang had Royal Princeton kneel at the door of the study. Royal Princeton said in a low voice, "Let me go inside and kneel. It's embarrassing." Grand Tutor Zhuang chuckled. "You know how to embarrass yourself?" Royal Princeton said considerately, "It's fine if I embarrass myself, but it's not good if I cause grandfather to lose face." Grand Tutor Zhuang flicked his sleeves coldly. In the end, he didn't chase him out. Royal Princeton knelt in the middle of his study. Since Grand Tutor Zhuang wanted to give him a show of strength, he naturally wouldn't show too much concern for him. For example, he would ask how he was doing, where he was, if he ate enough, if he was wearing warm clothes, and so on. If he had asked, he might have been able to detect some small flaws and clues. Royal Princeton looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang from time to time. Grand Tutor Zhuang knew, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought that this child was looking at his face. He said coldly, Don't expect me to forgive you so quickly. Then how long do I have to kneel? Royal Prince An asked pitifully. As soon as he said this, Grand Tutor Zhuang was angered. Was he here to admit his mistake? He hadn't even knelt for long and he wanted to get up? Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, kneel until you learn your lesson. He originally planned to let Royal Prince An return to his courtyard, but Grand Tutor Zhuang changed his mind. He should let him kneel through the floor. Master. The steward came again. This time his expression was somewhat hidden. Grand Tutor Zhuang understood and looked coldly at Royal Prince An on the ground. Kneel obediently. Yes. Royal Prince An agreed, feeling wronged. Grand Tutor Zhuang left the study. Royal Prince An hurriedly stood up and put his ear to the gap in the door. The steward said softly, Master Jiangping is back. He said he has something to report to you. Should I bring him here? Grand Tutor Zhuang looked back at the study with the door ajar and said indifferently, forget it. Let him wait in my tea room. The steward said, yes. When Grand Tutor Zhuang returned to the study, Royal Prince An had already knelt down respectfully. Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the landscape painting on the wall. He hesitated and said to Royal Prince An, you go back first. Thank you, grandfather. Royal Prince An cupped his hands and bowed. He supported himself on the table and stood up. After he left the courtyard, Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the tea room on the other side of the corridor. Royal Prince An, on the other hand, returned after taking a stroll outside. I left my jade pendant inside, he said to the manservant guarding the courtyard. Royal Prince An was a very special existence in the Zhuang family. He could freely enter and leave Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. In addition, he was personally brought back by Grand Tutor Zhuang. This meant that the conflict between grandfather and grandson had been resolved. The manservant didn't dare to stop him and let him in. Royal Prince An hurried to Grand Tutor Zhuang's study. He didn't look anywhere and went straight to the landscape painting hanging on the wall opposite the desk. He noticed that his grandfather looked at this painting a total of 3 times when he was reviewing the memorials. He looked at it once when he went out to talk to the steward and looked at it again when he returned to the courtyard. Based on his understanding of his grandfather, there must be a mystery behind this painting. He took down the painting, but to his disappointment, there was only a normal wall behind the painting. There were no hidden compartments or cracks. Royal Prince An didn't understand. What's going on? Am I thinking too much? Does grandfather simply like this painting? Is this painting priceless? It did seem to be an antique painting. It was quite valuable. Royal Prince An frowned. No, there must be a problem. Grandfather has such high standards. Why would he be so nervous about an antique painting? But Royal Prince An's hand slipped and the painting fell to the ground. The top of the painting was actually loose. He quickly squatted down and picked up the painting. Then he pulled out the top of the painting that seemed to be whole but was actually pieced together. The painting was hollow. There was something inside. Royal Prince An tilted the scroll down, and a rolled-up yellow imperial edict fell out. Royal Prince An opened it and found that it was a blank imperial edict from the late emperor. It was stamped with the imperial jade seal and the late emperor's seal. If something was written on it, it would become the late emperor's will. It wouldn't be difficult to remove the emperor's throne and appoint King Ning or any of the princes or princes. Was this what Jiang Ping brought back from the people of Yen? Was this the trump card that Grand Concubine Jing left for Qin Fengyan? If Grand Concubine Jing had such a powerful thing, why didn't she take it out earlier to save her life? There was no time to deal with these doubts. Royal Prince An only knew that such a terrifying thing couldn't fall into his grandfather's hands. He put away the imperial edict and hung the painting back in perfect condition. He came to the door. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and went back. It was a dark and windy night. Royal Prince An held the imperial edict in his arms and walked out in a hurry. Royal Prince. Along the way, many servants and maids greeted him. He ignored all of them and walked straight to the Zhuang family's door. Royal Prince, it's so late. Are you going out? The servant guarding the door asked. Royal Prince An's eyes flashed and he said in a normal tone, I have something to do. Should I send someone to follow you? The servant asked. No need. Royal Prince An refused. The servant couldn't say anything else and moved aside to make way for him. Royal Prince An stepped over the tall threshold. Before his foot touched the ground, Grand Tutor Zhuang's cold and dignified voice sounded behind him. Stop. Chapter 590. The unexpected voice made Royal Prince An's heart skip a beat. His body unconsciously trembled. This reaction naturally didn't escape Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at his back coldly. It's so late. Where do you want to go? Royal Prince forced himself to calm down. He slowly turned around and tried to look normal as he said to Grand Tutor Zhuang, I left something outside. I'm going out to look for it. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at him dangerously. Is that so? What did you leave behind? Why are you going out to look for it in the middle of the night? Royal Prince N's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I left a token. It's the Zhuang family's token. Is that so? Grand Tutor Zhuang walked towards Royal Prince felt a strong aura and pressure. More sweat appeared on his forehead and his throat moved in fear. Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped in front of him and pulled his waist. Then tell me, what is this? Royal Prince N's eyes flashed and he said embarrassedly, My token was hanging on my waist? I thought I dropped it. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly, Zhuang Yuheng, how long are you going to pretend? Royal Prince N said, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth. You don't understand? Fine, then let me ask you. What were you doing in my study just now? Royal Prince N's chest heaved up and down. He couldn't hide the guilt in his eyes. He looked at the token in Grand Tutor Zhuang's hand and said, I was looking for this. Grand Tutor Zhuang was exasperated. You dropped the token from outside the residence. Is there a worse excuse? Zhuang Yuheng, you're my grandson. Can't you even lie? Royal Prince N opened his mouth. Grandfather, Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at him coldly. This is the entrance of the residence. There are so many servants watching. I don't want to embarrass you. Hand it over obediently. Royal Prince N avoided Grand Tutor Zhuang's sharp gaze. What? I don't understand. Grand Tutor Zhuang sternly said, Now you're calling me your grandson? Zhuang Yuheng, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of this old man. Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do you want this old man to search your body for it? This is your last chance. Don't think that I can't bear to touch you just because you're my grandson. If you dare to disobey me again, I'll treat it as if I don't have a grandson like you. Empress Dowager? Prince N shouted behind Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang subconsciously looked back. Royal Prince N broke into a run. Grand Tutor Zhuang was truly infuriated. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked and his shoulders trembled. Bring him back here. 2 guards rushed out of the door and Royal Prince N was caught by them before he could run a few steps. The 2 of them carried Royal Prince N back to the gate. Close the door. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't want anyone passing by to look. The servant shuddered as he closed the door. Just now he had almost let the royal prince go. He didn't know if the old master would be angry. Naturally, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the time to punish these servants. He dismissed them and only left 2 of his trusted guards behind. He looked at Royal Prince N who was detained in front of him and said, Do you think you can successfully leave with the things? Do you think you'll have escaped by the time I find out? Zhuang Yuheng, who gave you the confidence? Royal Prince N didn't answer him. Instead he asked, Grandfather, why did you collude with the people of Yen? Grand Tutor Zhuang narrowed his eyes. Who told you? Royal Prince N said, Grandfather, you don't need to know who told me. You only need to answer me yes or no. Grand Tutor Zhuang naturally wouldn't be led by the nose by him. So you came to steal the imperial edict? I don't care what rumors you heard outside. You better shut your mouth. Royal Prince N's eyes flashed with a strong sense of disappointment. So grandfather really colluded with the people of Yen. Grandfather, what do you want to do? Rebel? Grand Tutor Zhuang shouted angrily, Kneel down. Royal Prince N didn't kneel. The guard kicked his knee and forced him to kneel on the ground. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, Search his body. Royal Prince N said coldly, How dare you? I'm a royal prince personally conferred by His Majesty. Don't you want your heads anymore? The guard hesitated. Grand Tutor Zhuang said sternly, Search him. The guard continued to search Royal Prince N's body. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. However, because the imperial edict wasn't a hard object, they couldn't touch it at all. Grand Tutor Zhuang paused. Take off his clothes and tear them apart. Royal Prince N resisted with all his might. He was pressed to the ground by the 2 guards. His elbows and knees were bleeding. The 2 guards tore his clothes apart. In the end, they wished they could only leave a pair of pants. Master, I didn't. Royal Prince N curled up his body and shivered on the cold ground. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that he kicked him. Where did you hide the imperial edict? Master. Master, it's not good. There's a fire in the study. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes narrowed. He looked at Royal Prince N, who was shivering on the ground. Royal Prince N's lips curled up into a smile. He said weakly, "This? Did grandfather expect this?" When Grand Tutor Zhuang rushed to the study, the fire in the study was already out of control. The steward said anxiously, "I don't know how the fire started. When I saw the fire and rushed over, the fire inside was already out of control. However, I still managed to snatch the seal and memorials on Sir's desk." That's right. When normal people encountered a fire like this, they would of course steal what they thought Grand Tutor Zhuang cared about first. They wouldn't pay attention to anything else. Grand Tutor Zhuang stood in front of the fire. He calmed down and carefully sorted out the situation. He roughly understood what had happened. First of all, Zhuang Yuheng came back with an ulterior motive. He had always trusted this grandson of his too much. Even if he ran away from home, he didn't think he could do anything worse. Secondly, he calculated that he wouldn't be able to take the imperial edict far away. He might as well hide the imperial edict in a corner of the study and burn it. When he came out of the tea room, the servant told him that Zhuang Yuheng came back once. Thus, he immediately went to the study to check the painting. When he found that the imperial edict was gone, he immediately thought that Zhuang Yuheng had stolen it. Zhuang Yuheng must have started the fire from the corner blocked by the bookshelf. He was in a hurry to get the imperial edict back. After he went in, he immediately came out. Thus, he didn't notice the small flame in the corner. Zhuang Yuheng, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become more capable. That imperial edict was not only Qin Fengyan's trump card, but it was also Grand Tutor Zhuang's biggest trump card to turn the tables. What was the former emperor's edict? It was a legitimate and orthodox edict. Its prestige was above that of the current emperor. As long as he took out the posthumous edict to appoint the other princes and princes as emperors, there would definitely be ministers who would follow him loyally. At that time, with his many years of power and the help of the Yan Kingdom's Nangong family, there would be nothing to worry about. But now, this posthumous edict was destroyed by his most valued grandson. The anger in Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart was enough to burn Royal Prince 100 times. He angrily came to the entrance of the residence. Royal Prince N's clothes were already torn. Now he was covered by a guard's outer robe. Grand Tutor Zhuang was not a person who would easily take action. However, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Zhuang Yuheng, you are very good. Very good. You don't want to live anymore? Good. I will fulfill your wish. Guards, drag him away. Flog him to death. He didn't want this traitorous grandson. Grandfather. Zhuang Yueshi suddenly rushed over and pounced on Royal Prince N. She turned to look at her grandfather. Grandfather, don't hit brother. Grand Tutor Zhuang was furious. Even you want to go against me? Zhuang Yueshi kneeled in front of him and hugged his leg. Grandfather, don't be angry with brother. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive brother. Grand Tutor Zhuang kicked Zhuang Yueshi away. Hurry up and do it. Two guards held onto Royal Prince and, let go of my brother. Zhuang Yueshi pounced again and bit one of the guards' wrist. What are you waiting for? Grand Tutor Zhuang yelled at Zhuang Yueshi's servant. The servant quickly went forward and pulled Zhuang Yueshi away. Zhuang Yueshi struggled with all her might. Her tears fell like rain. Grandfather. Grandfather. Big brother is your biological grandson. You can't beat him to death. If you want to beat him, beat Chi. Is willing to take the punishment for brother. Grandfather. Grandfather, please beat Chi. Don't beat brother. Don't. Grand Tutor Zhuang ignored his granddaughter's cries and pleas. He ordered someone to gag her mouth and drag her away. He looked at Royal Prince N coldly. Execute. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. Who is it? Open the door. The Ministry of Justice is investigating. Those who disobey will be put in jail. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered one of the guards to open the door with a cold face. Assistant Minister Li walked in calmly with the arrest warrant from the Ministry of Justice. He glanced at Royal Prince N, who was dragged away in time. Then, he cupped his hands formally at Grand Tutor Zhuang and handed over the document. Grand Tutor Zhuang, your grandson Zhuang Yuheng is suspected of a murder case. I was ordered to arrest the suspect Zhuang Yuheng and bring him to justice. I hope Grand Tutor Zhuang will not obstruct me from handling the case. Royal Prince N was handcuffed and put into the prison carriage. Assistant Minister Li was released by Royal Prince N halfway through the prison carriage. Royal Prince sat in the carriage that had been waiting in the alley for a long time. As expected, he saw Xiaoheng. "You are really," Royal Prince wanted to say, "you are really daring. You even impersonated the Ministry of Justice." When he was about to say it, he remembered that this fellow could even forge an imperial edict. What else did he not dare to do? Royal Prince raised his eyebrows. "I can get out myself without your help. No need to thank me," Xiaoheng said calmly. "Umph." Royal Prince looked away. The two returned to Jade Water Alley. When Royal Prince came out after changing his clothes, Princess Xingyang also came over. It was the first time Royal Prince saw her. He did not know Xiaoheng's true identity, so he was surprised by her sudden visit. He did not know and did not dare to ask. "Where is the imperial edict? Did it really burn?" Princess Xingyang asked. The three of them sat in Xiaoheng's study. "No, I brought it out." Royal Prince took out a blank imperial edict and placed it on the table. Princess Xingyang picked up the imperial edict and touched the texture and lines on the edict with her fingertips. As expected of the late emperor's imperial edict. The paper is different from today's. It is so smooth. It is said that it was made with a special kind of silk and bamboo. It has a faint bamboo fragrance. How did you bring it out? Weren't you searched? Royal Prince scratched his head. I was searched, but they did not expect me to sew the imperial edict there. Princess Xingyang put the imperial edict to her nose and sniffed it. She closed her eyes to feel its scent. Where is it? Royal Prince in my pants. Thud. The imperial edict in Princess Xingyang's hand fell. Chapter 591. What did Royal Prince just say? This imperial edict was taken out from his pants. Princess Xingyang was in a bad mood. She was a woman, a princess of the imperial court. When she thought about how she had touched and smelled it in front of the two juniors, Princess Xingyang felt that she had lost 10 lifetimes worth of face. Why did you sew the imperial edict in that place for no reason? She slammed the table and shouted. Royal Prince was a junior and a subject. In addition, Princess Xingyang had a strong aura. Even the emperor was afraid of her, let alone a young royal prince. When Royal Prince spoke to her, he didn't dare to look at her to offend her. Naturally, he didn't see her intoxicated actions with the imperial edict. He was startled by Princess Xingyang's sudden anger, and finally gathered his courage to look at Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang was furious. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Her cheeks and neck were red with anger. Royal Prince was confused and said blankly, "If I didn't sew it in my underpants, I couldn't take it out?" He never thought of destroying the imperial edict from the start. Such an important item was a life-saving talisman in his hands. Especially for people like him who dealt with imperial power all day long, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a day when the monarch wouldn't be afraid of them. In the beginning he did plan to take it out with him. But on second thought, if his grandfather found out in time, he would definitely search him. There was only one place where he wouldn't be searched, and that was his underpants. But if it was stuffed in his underpants, it would fall off easily and be touched easily. Thus, he went back to the study and sewed it on the fabric of his underpants. As for why he knew how to sew and mend, it was thanks to the difficult days in Baishui Alley. As a man, he actually learned how to sew clothes. Of course, his grandfather's thoughts were too deep. He didn't rule out the small possibility that he would really take off his underpants to check. Thus he set the study on fire. He purposely showed flaws and covered it up to make his grandfather think that he had the imperial edict on him. Later, when the study was burned down, he showed a proud expression in front of his grandfather, making him think that he was trying to distract him so that he could set fire to the imperial edict. This way, no matter what, his grandfather would never take off his underwear again. However, he did not expect that his grandfather would be so angry that he would be beaten to death. This was beyond his expectations. He had overestimated his grandfather's affection for him. If it weren't for Xiaoheng secretly keeping an eye on him and promptly sending Assistant Minister Li to take him away, he probably would have gone to see the previous emperor with the imperial edict in his pants. However, he would not thank Xiao Lulang. Princess Xingyang was so angry that she almost died. She ferociously glared at Jun Wang. She was truly unable to control herself. Long Yi! Castrate him. Long Yi entered in a flash and grabbed Dukan. Then he threw him into the salt jar in the backyard. Princess Xingyang, I asked you to castrate people, not pickle vegetables. Princess Xingyang left with an ashen face. Dukin curled up at the mouth of the salt jar with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at Xiaoheng, who was walking towards him. What did I say wrong? Why was Princess Xinyang angry? Could it be that she felt that I blasphemed the imperial edict? In all honesty, I really had no other choice at that time. Xiaoheng had witnessed the entire process. He held back his laughter and pulled Dukin up from the salt jar. No, you were able to bring the imperial edict out. You made a great contribution. Then why is she still angry? Dukin muttered and patted the salt off his body. He thought of something and said in a low voice, "It seems that the rumor is true." What rumor? Xiaoheng asked. Royal Prince and looked around and confirmed that Princess Xianyang wouldn't return. He then said to Xiaoheng in a small voice, "Princess Xianyang is temperamental. She always abuses Marquis Xianping." Marquis Xianping turned against her husband because he couldn't stand her violence. The corner of Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. She can't beat Marquis Xianping, right? Dukin said, "She is a princess. Marquis Xianping does not dare to fight back." Xiaoheng. As they spoke, the two returned to the study. Do you want to take a look at the imperial edict? Dukin picked up the imperial edict on the table and handed it to Xiaoheng. No need, Xiaoheng said. He calmly took out a brocade box and opened it, saying to Dukin, "Here, put it inside." Dukin put the imperial edict into the brocade box. You don't even want to take a look? Aren't you afraid that it's fake? Xiaoheng said meaningfully, No, Princess Xinyang already tested it. Didn't she say that the silk paper is different and is especially smooth? Dukin nodded in realization. I think so. Xiaoheng could not take it anymore. If he held it in any longer, he would suffer internal injuries. He closed the box and said to Dukin sternly, Then I will leave first. Xiao Lulang. Dukin looked at him fixedly. I used my life to exchange for this imperial edict. Can you spare my grandfather's life because I gave it to you? Xiaoheng paused and looked at him seriously. Aren't you afraid that he will suffer a fate worse than death? After all, for an ambitious person, losing everything was the greatest torture. Dukin only looked at Xiaoheng quietly and did not speak. Xiaoheng nodded. Okay, I understand. I promise you. Dukin said gratefully, Thank you. Xiaoheng took the imperial edict and went to the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xinyang washed 18 basins of water in her room, scrubbing her hands and nose until they were rotten. Eugene did not know what happened and asked Princess Xinyang, but Princess Xinyang refused to say. Young Marquis, you've come. Eugene saw Xiaoheng walk in with a brocade box in his arms, and his heart relaxed. Xiaoheng looked at the angry Princess Xinyang. To be honest, he rarely saw his mother like this. Aunt Eugene, let me take care of my mother. He suppressed the smile on his face and said. Eugene looked at Xiaoheng strangely and said, Okay, you do it. She put down the basin and turned to leave. Princess Xinyang sat on the chair and rubbed her hands as she said unhappily, What? Are you here to laugh at me? Xiaoheng clicked his tongue and said innocently, Look at what you are saying. Am I, your son, that kind of person? Besides, what kind of joke do you have to laugh at? Isn't it just an imperial edict that you took out from your pants? Xiao Lulang. Lulang was now Xiaoheng's courtesy name. She even called him by his surname, which showed how angry Princess Xinyang was. Xiaoheng obediently kept his mouth shut. Princess Xinyang saw the box in his hand and frowned. What is this? Xiaoheng said truthfully, An imperial edict. Princess Xinyang was startled, then realized it was the imperial edict from the previous emperor. Her face darkened. You still dare to bring this thing here? Xiaoheng said helplessly, This thing is too precious. It's not safe to leave it with me. This was the truth. The child at home was too naughty. It was hard to guarantee that one day he wouldn't take it out and destroy it. After thinking it over, he could only leave it with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang obviously understood this. She clenched her teeth. Take it for Eugene. Xiaoheng held the brocade box and bowed. As you command, mother. He turned and left. Princess Xinyang glared at him. Come back here. Xiaoheng obediently turned around and smiled. Mother, do you have any other orders? Princess Xinyang said with a sullen face. Change the way you address me. Xiaoheng bowed again and smiled from ear to ear. Yes, Honorable Regent Princess. Princess Xinyang. After Xiaoheng handed the imperial edict to Eugene for safekeeping, he went to the adjacent room to accompany Gu Jiao. Recently, the two of them had been busy with their own matters and rarely had time to be alone. Eugene handled the imperial edict properly and returned to Princess Xinyang's room. Princess Xinyang had finally finished bathing and was sitting in front of the dressing table applying vanishing cream. A woman's hands also needed to be taken care of. "Let me do it," Eugene said. Princess Xinyang handed her the vanishing cream. Eugene used her fingertips to scrape a bit, then lifted Princess Xinyang's left hand and gently smeared it on the back of her hand. "Princess, I just heard from the young duke that the previous emperor left behind a blank imperial edict. Without that imperial edict, I'm afraid that Grand Tutor Zhuang won't be able to cause any more waves." Princess Xinyang pursed her lips. "Humph." Eugene smiled gently. "The young duke is really capable." Princess Xinyang chuckled. "What can he do? The imperial edict was stolen by Zhuang Yuheng. He just sent someone to bring Zhuang Yuheng out." After applying the vanishing cream, Eugene gently massaged Princess Xinyang's hand. "Why would Zhuang Yuheng be willing to steal the imperial edict for the young duke? Has the princess never thought of this question? Zhuang Yuheng and Grand Tutor Zhuang had a falling out and no one in the capital dared to take him in. Only our young duke was bold enough." Princess Xinyang pursed her lips. Eugene continued, "To do what ordinary people can't, to think what ordinary people can't, this is the young duke's talent. The young duke is a good child with foresight, strategy, courage and breadth of mind." How could Princess Xinyang not know? She just wanted to hear others praise her son. Eugene smiled and placed her tender left hand on her thigh. Then she picked up her right hand and began to gently apply the vanishing cream. Grand Tutor Zhuang first lost the protection of Empress Dowager Zhuang, then he lost Prince Ning as a bargaining chip. Now he doesn't even have a chance to turn the tables. I reckon that the Zhuang family's luck has run out and there's nothing to fear. But the people of Yen are a bit of a headache. What does the princess plan to do? Princess Xinyang said thoughtfully, "I want to kill someone with a borrowed knife." Eugene was slightly startled. Whose knife does the princess want to borrow? Princess Xinyang looked coldly at the setting sun outside the window. "The people of Yen." Chapter 592. In the room next door, Xiaoheng peeled an orange for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had been resting for 4 days. The wounds on her arms and waist were healing well, and the wounds on her wrists were also recovering well. In another 2 or 3 days the bandages would be completely removed. Gu Jiao had never rested for so long. She was about to grow mold in the room. She seemed to understand Mo Qianshua's frustration a little. "I'm fine. I can go back now," Gu Jiao said as she sat on the bed. "No." Xiaoheng refused. "Dr. Song said that you have to rest for at least 7 days. In fact, it was reasonable to say that she should rest for 10 days to half a month." However, Dr. Song and Xiaoheng both understood that she wasn't someone who could stay cooped up in the room for so many days. In addition, her injuries did heal faster than ordinary people, so they reduced it to 7 days. Gu Jiao, "Oh." Xiaoheng chuckled softly and handed her a few pieces of tangerine that had been peeled off. He also knew that she was bored and had gone to the Yamen less these 2 days. He basically stayed here to accompany her. Imperial Tutor Zhuang's matter has been taken care of. Zhuang Yuheng went to get it. He talked to her to relieve her boredom. Who would have thought that old concubine Jing would have a blank imperial edict from the late emperor? Gu Jiao asked. Why didn't she take it out earlier? Xiaoheng continued to peel the remaining orange petals. I'm guessing that this imperial edict either fell into the hands of the people of Yen long ago, or it was hidden somewhere. Grand concubine Jing only found it before she died, but she didn't have the chance to get it herself. So she left a letter for Qin Fengyan to get it. However, the Yen kingdom found out that Qin Fengyan was on her way to get the imperial edict, so they snatched it in advance and used it to make a deal with Qin Fengyan. What you said makes a lot of sense. Gu Jiao ate a piece of orange. It was so sweet. Xiaoheng looked at her bulging cheeks. She looked like a little squirrel looking for food. He couldn't help but laugh. I'm just guessing, but that's not important. Eat slowly. Yes. Although he said so, his hands grabbed a few more pieces and stuffed them into his mouth. Why do you like eating oranges so much? Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He handed her the other half of the tangerine. She took it and pointed at the oranges on the plate. His meaning was clear. You wanted more. Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and said, You're getting better at ordering your husband around him? Gu Jiao nodded and admitted generously. Xiaoheng smiled and peeled another orange for her. This time Gu Jiao did not eat by herself. Instead she said to him, You eat too. Xiaoheng said, I don't like this. Gu Jiao asked, then what do you like to eat? Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and said, nothing. He lowered his eyes and continued peeling the orange. As he peeled the orange, he suddenly felt the light in front of him dim. Gu Jiao's body was leaning towards him. He held his breath and his eyelashes trembled. Gu Jiao tilted her head and reached out her hand to pinch his chin. His heart skipped a beat. Oh, there's something dirty. Gu Jiao looked left and right. She took away a bit of cotton wool that was stuck to his cheek. Xiaoheng's face turned red in embarrassment. So was cotton wool? He thought that she was going to, husband, what's wrong? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. No, it's nothing. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes in disappointment. He placed the peeled orange on the table and began to peel the tangerine for her. Gu Jiao's lips curved. She looked at that handsome and resentful face. She leaned forward and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Xiaoheng was stunned. He stared at her, dumbfounded. Gu Jiao did not pull back. She just stared at him so close. Gu Jiao blinked. Xiaoheng's heart was filled with heat. He was already at an age where he was full of vigor. How could he resist her teasing? Xiaoheng's throat moved. He looked at her with desire. A righteous villain in his heart was shouting no, no, no. Then another evil villain slapped the righteous villain to death. Xiaoheng reached out, grabbed the back of her head and leaned forward. Just as he was about to kiss her, there was a sudden cough at the door. Cough, cough. It was Princess Xinyang's voice. Xiaoheng stumbled and bumped into the bedpost next to Gu Jiao. There was a big bump on his head. Eugene and the servant girls covered their mouths and snickered. Princess Xinyang couldn't bear to watch. If she had come alone, she could have snuck away. But she had brought a group of people. So many pairs of eyes had seen them. She couldn't pretend to be blind even if she wanted to. Everyone, leave. She frowned. Yes. Eugene snickered and left with the servant girls. Princess Xinyang looked at her silly 19-year-old son who was still a virgin. Good for you. It's broad daylight. Don't you know how to close the door? Gu Jiao said, you're not allowed to be fierce to my husband. Princess Xinyang said, so what if I'm fierce to him? Xiaoheng's face was flushed red. It was fine if he kissed his wife in broad daylight, but he was also seen by his mother and Eugene. The rules he had learned since elementary school did not allow him to do so. He had gone overboard just now. What was worse was that he had gone overboard, but he hadn't enjoyed the pleasure of going overboard. He'd almost kissed her. What a shame. Cough. Xiaoheng stood between Gu Jiao and Princess Xinyang. He said to Princess Xinyang seriously, why did mother come? Princess Xinyang chuckled. I can't come, right? Did I disturb your good time? Xiaoheng, don't you know there's something called a door in this world? You can do whatever you want if you close the door. Gu Jiao poked her head out from behind Xiaoheng. That's not exciting. Xiaoheng. Wife, don't say any more. Xiaoheng broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly supported Princess Xinyang's arm. He said embarrassedly, Jiao Jiao needs to recuperate. I'll help you out for a walk. Princess Xinyang flicked her sleeves and turned around. Gu Jiao turned her face and snorted. Princess Xinyang's eyes widened as she turned around. This girl is still. Xiaoheng blocked her with his body and helped her out. Aya, the flowers in the courtyard are blooming. They're blooming really well. As expected of my mother's flowers. Even the palace gardeners can't grow them as well as you. Princess Xinyang was pushed out of the room by her son. Xiaoheng supported her with one hand and closed Gu Jiao's door with the other. Princess Xinyang glared at him unhappily. You've forgotten about your mother when you have a wife. Xiaoheng said with a wronged expression, look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Princess Xinyang raised her eyebrows. Then let me ask you, Xiaoheng sighed and interrupted her. You and Jiao Jiao fell into the water at the same time. Who should I save first, right? I must save you. Jiao Jiao and I will save you together. Jiao Jiao knows how to swim. Princess Xinyang didn't really come to pick a quarrel. She snorted a few times and talked about the proper business. She was going out and would return in a few days. She had already warned the crown prince about the matters of the imperial court, so there wouldn't be too big of an accident. Don't leave the capital if you have nothing to do. Wait for me to return. Okay. After warning her son, Princess Xinyang took Eugen and Long Yi and sat in the carriage. Eugen asked, Princess, where are we going? Princess Xinyang said, we're going to find another force of Yan Empire. She had always suspected that the group of people who assassinated Xiaoheng didn't dare to make a move in the capital because there was another force of Yan Empire in the capital. This force might not necessarily be there to protect Xiaoheng. It was very likely that they were the spies of Yan Empire in other countries. They didn't interfere with the affairs of other countries. They only monitored the intelligence of other countries. Nangong family should be acting without authorization. They couldn't be discovered by Yan Empire, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Princess Xinyang opened a corner of the curtain and said to Yujin, "Look at the people on the street. Each and every one of them is dressed like ordinary people. But maybe one of them is a spy from another country. A spy from Yan Empire, a spy from Jin Empire, a spy from Liang Empire." Yujin said, "So many spies." Princess Xinyang said, "We also have spies in other countries." Yujin was slightly surprised. "Shang Empire also has spies?" Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "Liang Empire, Yan Empire and Jin Empire still don't have spies." Yujin doubtfully said, "Then how do we know which one is a spy from Yan Empire?" "Yes," Princess Xinyang said. The carriage stopped outside a beautiful cloth store. The coachman got off and negotiated with the owner of the cloth store. Not long after, the owner personally got on the carriage and reported, replying to Princess, that pharmacist from Yan Empire wants to go out of the city to pick herbs today. I have already sent people to spread the news that there are herbs he wants in Songbei Mountain. Behind the cloth store was the underground martial arts field. No one knew that this inconspicuous cloth store was actually a spy set up by Princess Xinyang many years ago. Yujin frowned and said, "Princess, are you suspecting that the pharmacist from Yan Empire is a spy from Zhao Empire? Isn't this too blatant? Isn't he hiding his identity from Yan Empire?" Princess Xinyang said coldly, "Sometimes the more open you are, the less people suspect you. Besides, Zhao Empire is just a lower country. Yan Empire doesn't need to be too careful. Whether he is the one I am looking for, we will know after following him." Chapter 593. The pharmacist of the Yin state came to the underground martial arts arena more than 10 years ago. Princess Xinyang didn't pay much attention to this person. To be exact, she didn't pay much attention to the underground martial arts arena. There was fighting and killing there all day long. After going there once or twice, she lost interest. After the pharmacist of the Yin state came out of the underground martial arts arena, he sat in an ordinary carriage. Including the coachman, there were 4 accompanying guards. Princess Xinyang didn't know martial arts and couldn't see the depth of their skills. But according to the information she had, the pharmacist of the Yin state had been in the Zhao kingdom for a long time and had never been defeated by anyone. Almost no one in the underground martial arts arena dared to challenge his authority. "Follow from a distance. Don't let him find out." Princess Xinyang ordered the coachman. The coachman replied, "Yes." In broad daylight, there were many carriages heading towards the West City Gate. Even if they followed behind, it was not easy to tell that they were doing it on purpose. Once they left the West City Gate, they would have to pay more attention. However, Princess Xinyang was already prepared. Her carriage had the insignia of the relay station. The sky was dark. "It looks like it's going to rain." Eugene looked at the sky outside the window and said. Princess Xinyang said, "It's a bit stuffy in the morning. It's probably going to rain. It's okay. You can go to the village to hide from the rain." The carriage followed at a moderate speed. When it approached the official road of Songbei Mountain, the pharmacist of the Yin state stopped. The pharmacist of the Yin state left the coachman to look after the carriage. He took 3 guards each with a basket of herbs and went up the mountain to pick herbs. The pharmacist of the Yin state didn't go out of the city to pick herbs at a fixed frequency. Sometimes he didn't go out once a year. Sometimes he was out for half a month. It had been half a year since the pharmacist of the Yin state went out to pick herbs. If they missed this chance, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. After all, it wasn't always possible to find the herbs he needed and lure him out. Princess Xinyang's carriage also stopped. Eugene looked at the pharmacist of the Yin state through the gap in the curtain. "Princess, they went into the mountain." Princess Xinyang also looked through the gap. It's good that they went into the mountain. She had already asked people to plant the herbs in the mountains. To be honest, the herbs were not very expensive, but they were not commonly seen in this season. She also spent a lot of effort to buy them from others. "Long Yi." Princess Xinyang gestured. Long Yi flashed away. Princess Xinyang was not sure if the imperial advisor of the Yen kingdom was from the Yen kingdom, so she needed to test him. The first step was to lead him to the Nangong family. The herb was planted on the hillside, and the Yen kingdom's pharmacist soon found it. He was overjoyed. This kind of herb had to be dug out along with its roots, otherwise it would lose its medicinal efficacy. He took out a shovel, then squatting down he dug out the medicinal herbs. And just when he was about to carefully put the medicinal herbs into a box and put it into the medicine basket, Long Yi suddenly came over. Long Yi snatched his box and ran away without hesitation. "Medicine Master, are you all right?" A guard hurried over. Long Yi's action was too fierce, and the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist fell on his butt. He stood up with the help of the guard, patted his trousers and said, "I'm fine." After coming to the Zhao country for so many years, he was already used to speaking the Zhao country's language, and the guards were also the same. "I'll chase after him," that guard said. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist waved his hand. "It's just a stalk of herb. If he wants it, then give it to him. There's no need to chase." Princess Xinyang waited in the carriage for a long time, and as a result she saw the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist continue to bury his head in picking herbs. Princess Xinyang, in any case he's a pharmacist from the Yen Kingdom. His herbs were stolen and he didn't even chase after them. Princess Xinyang was angry. Who was it? Eugene thought for a bit and said embarrassedly, "Could it be that Long Yi's action was too fast and no one saw that he was a person?" A shadow flashed past. She probably thought that he was a monkey from the mountains. Princess Xinyang thought this was a possibility. "Long Yi, go again. Don't be too fast." He couldn't be fast, he had to be slow. Long Yi was enlightened. He came to the side of the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist very slowly, and reached out his hand. It was as if he was in slow motion, and he snatched the herb from his hand. Then he turned around slower than a tortoise, moved his legs slower than a seahorse, and turned his head slower than a sloth. It was as if he was talking to the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist. "Come, chase me, yeah, Yen Kingdom's pharmacist, pharmacist." The guard beside him said in a low voice. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist shook his head. "I thought he was a monkey, but it turns out he's a fool. Forget it, ignore him." A fool was already pitiful enough. What was going on with chasing after him? Then Long Yi's seduction failed. Princess Xinyang held her forehead. "Long Yi, can you be a bit more normal?" "I'll do it myself," Princess Xinyang said seriously. Eugene looked at her worriedly. "Princess, how will you do it?" "Honey trap," Princess Xinyang said coldly. "I'll go find him and say I'm lost. I'll have him give me a ride and send me to the relay station." Eugene looked up and down at Princess Xinyang. "You don't look like someone who can get lost." Princess Xinyang glanced at her and said, "I was robbed by a fool. Can't I?" Eugene laughed hollowly. "Okay. You're the princess. You have the final say. You're not allowed to follow me," she ordered Long Yi. Princess Xinyang elegantly got off the carriage. As a princess of a country, even in the depths of a mountainous area, she was calm. Princess Xinyang raised her chin and lifted her skirt. Like a proud peacock, she walked towards the mountainous area. The mountain road was rugged, and after walking a few steps, she stepped on her own skirt. With a cry, she rolled down the slope and fell flat on her face with her mouth full of mud. Eugene sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Long Yi covered his eyes. But because of this fall, the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist heard her scream. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist sent his subordinates to check what was going on. A guard found the dazed Princess Xinyang in a ravine. At this moment, her jewelry had been sent flying, and her hair was messed up. Her hair was a mess and her body was covered in mud. She really did look like a madam who had fallen on hard times. Someone fell down at the foot of the mountain. The bodyguard reported. "Let's go take a look," the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist said. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist went to the foot of the mountain and let the bodyguard pull the person out of the gully. Princess Xinyang's face was covered in mud. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist naturally knew medical skills, but he didn't want to touch her body without her consent. He simply checked her pulse through her sleeve. "The pulse doesn't look like a big problem. I don't know if there are any other internal injuries." Saying this, he looked all around. Eugene and Long Yi hurriedly hid in the carriage. Their carriage was hidden behind a row of big trees. If they didn't walk over, they wouldn't find it. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist helplessly said, "Go get a stretcher. First, carry her into the carriage." Yes. 2 bodyguards went to the carriage and took a stretcher. They carried Princess Xinyang in. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist had almost finished gathering the herbs. He also sat in the carriage. The bodyguard asked, "Pharmacist, where are we going?" The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist replied, "There's a relay station in front. Let's go there." Princess Xinyang had never expected that her beauty scheme would fail. In the end, it became a scheme of injuring herself to gain sympathy. But it wasn't bad. It was fine as long as she could fool him. When the carriage arrived at the relay station, Princess Xingyang pretended to be in a daze and opened her eyes. Her acting skills were somewhat lacking compared to the old chancellor and Xiao Heng. But compared to Gu Jiao, she was still a lot better. At least she didn't give herself away. Plus, she was already in a daze from the fall. "My home is in front," she said weakly. Since it was in front, then he might as well help her to the end. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist let them continue forward. In the end, after walking for a long time, the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist asked, "Madam, which place is in front?" The Princess Xingyang pretended to be unconscious. It's in front." After walking for another long time, the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist asked, "Are you sure you didn't remember the wrong way?" The Princess Xingyang continued weakly, "No, my home is really in front." "It's a villa? Did you pass by it?" "No." The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist looked out the window. At this moment, a guard on horseback suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Pharmacist, there's a villa over there." "Is that your home?" The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist looked at the Princess Xingyang. The Princess Xingyang closed her eyes and fainted on the spot. The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist sighed. "Forget it, let's go and ask first." The coachman drove the carriage over. As they got closer, the coachman muttered, "Whose villa? Why is it built near a cemetery?" The carriage stopped. A guard got off the horse and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? We're just passing by. Your madam is injured." "Is it your madam? Is anyone there?" The guard turned back strangely. "Pharmacist, there doesn't seem to be anyone." The Princess Xingyang's eyelids twitched. "No one? Or was there someone who didn't dare to open the door? Maybe the villa is too big and the people inside can't hear. Go in and take a look." "Yes. Don't break other people's things." "Yes, pharmacist." The guard pushed open the courtyard door. The door wasn't locked from the inside, so they weren't considered breaking in. "Is anyone there?" the guard asked loudly as he searched the villa. However, after strolling around, the guard was confused. "Pharmacist, there's no one in the villa." The Princess Xingyang sat up. "What do you mean there's no one?" The Yen Kingdom's pharmacist looked at her in astonishment. "You're awake? Is this your family's manner?" The Princess Xingyang didn't care about her aching body. She gritted her teeth and got off the carriage. She entered the villa and found that it was empty, just as the guard said. There wasn't a single person in sight. How could this be? Where did everyone go? The Princess Xingyang frowned and stood in place. Her mind raced. She thought of something and her expression changed. "Oh no. We've been tricked." Outside the capital, there was a moat where one could row a boat on it. From the west gate to the south gate, it would take less than 2 hours to reach the destination. Outside the south gate, dozens of cargo ships came ashore one after another. "Who are you?" The city's guard stopped the caravan. The leading merchant smiled, took out his travel permit and a heavy bag of gold and handed it to him. "This humble one is in the business of a cloth store. These are all silks that this humble one brought from the south." The guard took the gold and wandered around the long caravan for a while. He took out 2 of the boxes and checked them. They were indeed silk. "All this silk is yours?" "Yes, it's all mine. Every car needs to be inspected." "It's my duty, my duty." "Go ahead and check." Every time a carriage passed, the guard would pick a box to check. Sometimes it was the top box, sometimes it was the bottom box. No matter how he checked, it was silk. "All right, let's all pass," the guard said. "Yes." The leader of the merchants smiled and led his caravan into the city. In a tea house near the city gate, an old man and a middle-aged man in a black robe sat facing each other in a room on the second floor. The 2 of them looked at the caravan through the window. The leader of the merchants nodded to the old man without batting an eyelid. The old man smiled and took a sip of tea. "Princess Xingyang didn't expect that we would play an empty fort strategy for her, right?" The man in the black robe said with satisfaction. "Grand Tutor Zhuang is wise and resourceful." "Admirable." The old man, Grand Tutor Zhuang, waved his hand and smiled. "General Nangong is exaggerating. If General Nangong didn't trust me and told me that Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng, how could I have thought of keeping an eye on Princess Xingyang?" General Nangong said, "This Princess Xingyang is very powerful. She actually guessed why we couldn't make a move in the capital and let our Yen Kingdom's Chang Fengshi out. If we hadn't left early, we would have been discovered by Chang Fengshi." Chang Fengshi served the Yen Kingdom's royal family. Although the Nangong family was strong, they didn't dare to steal the royal family's edge. Grand Tutor Zhuang said without restraint, "Now that she has led Chang Fengshe out, you can make a move in the capital." General Nangong said meaningfully, "I didn't even tell Qin Fengyan about Xiao Yulong's identity, but I told Grand Tutor. It turns out that I made the right bet. Grand Tutor is indeed a more suitable ally than Qin Fengyan." Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled. "I've eaten more salt than they have rice. General Nangong won't be disappointed if you cooperate with me. They thought that I would obediently surrender without an imperial edict. If they make my life difficult, then no one will have a good life. I'd like to see what the Empress Dowager will do after Xiao Heng falls into my hands. Between the Emperor and Xiao Heng, she'll only protect one. I'd like to see who she'll protect. If she protects the Emperor, she'll betray herself, offend the Gu family, and also offend Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping. But if she protects Xiao Heng, she'll kill the Emperor, betray the royal family, and betray the whole world. Princess Xinyang is trapped outside the city, and Marquis Xianping hasn't returned from his campaign. General Nangong, this is a great opportunity for you to make a move. Even the heavens are helping you." Sure enough, cooperating with Grand Tutor Zhuang was the right choice, General Nangong said with satisfaction. "After this is done, I want Xiao Heng's head and that girl's head. That girl killed one of my masters and I want to avenge him." Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled faintly. "Don't worry, they'll all belong to General Nangong." Chapter 594. Vermilion Bird Avenue. Little Jing Kong didn't go back to Clearwater Alley after school. Instead, he pestered Lu Quan to come here to find Gu Jiao. Lu Quan knew that Gu Jiao was recuperating. He didn't want the little guy to know the truth, so he deliberately said that he didn't know the way. Little Jing Kong patted his chest and said, "I've been here before. I remember the way." Little Jing Kong was the most difficult child to fool in the family. Lu Quan had no choice but to bring him here. Gu Jiao's injury had greatly improved, but her wrist and waist were still wrapped in gauze. The little guy could tell that Gu Jiao was injured at a glance. Little Jing Kong couldn't bear to blame Gu Jiao for hiding the truth from him. He went to the study to find his bad brother-in-law who was writing a letter. He put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "You're a bad brother-in-law who lies." "How did I lie?" Xiao Heng asked. "Jiao Jiao is obviously injured, but you didn't tell me," Little Jing Kong said bitterly. "Just because of this?" Xiao Heng smiled faintly and said, "I didn't lie to you. I just didn't tell you the whole truth. My mother does have an old problem of angina, and Jiao Jiao is here to accompany her." Little Jing Kong frowned and thought carefully. What he said seemed to make sense, but why did he feel that something was wrong? "Well, have you finished your homework today?" Xiao Heng decisively changed the topic. "Have you memorized the poetry collection of the Yen Kingdom that Ming-Er sent you last time?" "I'm almost done, but there are a few that I don't know," Little Jing Kong said with his hands on his hips, "but I've already made progress. Don't try to change the topic. I'm not a child anymore. You can't fool me anymore." Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. The little monk's ability had improved. He knew that he shouldn't be led by the nose. Also, you're only 5 years old. If you're not a child, then what are you? Little Jing Kong crossed his arms, stomped his feet and snorted, "I don't care. You're wrong." Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows. "Do you think that I'm wrong to hide it from you? Or are you jealous because I accompanied Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong was hit where it hurt. He was so angry that his little face turned red. Bad brother-in-law. Dr. Song couldn't stand it anymore. How old was he? How could he bully a child? He called out from the courtyard, "Jing Kong, I'm going to brew medicine for Dr. Gu. Do you want to come with me?" The sense of mission of boiling medicine for Gu Jiao Jiao overcame the desire to win the argument with his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong angrily glared at his bad brother-in-law and stomped his little feet to go out. In fact, Dr. Song boiled the water and opened the medicine bag. Little Jing Kong was only responsible for pouring the herbs into the jar. After that, he obediently squatted beside the jar and guarded it. Gu Jiao Jiao didn't like to drink medicine. Because it was boiled by Little Jing Kong, she gave him face and drank it. They had dinner at Vermilion Bird Street. There were only a few of them. Little Jing Kong asked strangely, "Why don't I see the princess and Long Yi? And Aunt Yujin?" They went out. Xiao Heng said, "They might come back in a few days." Gu Jiao Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng said in a low voice. Nothing, they went to deal with that group of people. After dinner, little Jing Kong hugged a small pillow and went to Gu Jiaojiao's bed. He learned to be obedient. He didn't ask his bad brother-in-law whether he could stay here or not. Because if he did, his bad brother-in-law would definitely not agree. He simply climbed onto the bed and snuggled into the quilt like a little pig. Then he lay down beside Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao was looking at the music score. This was the music score from little Jing Kong's junk. She only looked at it when she had nothing to do. Little Jing Kong excitedly rolled around in the quilt. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiaojiao looked at this soft little guy beside her. Little Jing Kong looked at the music score in her hand and asked, Jiao Jiao, do you like to look at music scores? Just looking. She didn't say whether she liked it or not. As the top agent in the organization, she was actually a cold-blooded killer. How could she like art? Little Jing Kong said, I like to look at music scores. Gu Jiaojiao asked, why? Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and said, well, it's beautiful. Even if it was beautiful, he hadn't seen it before. Gu Jiaojiao tucked in the quilt for him and said, go to sleep. Little Jing Kong obediently closed his eyes. He was just pretending to be strange. In fact, he wasn't sleepy at all. After a while, he quietly opened his eyes. His small body moved in the quilt and tightly clung to Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao saw through his little movements but didn't say anything. She laughed and flipped through the music score in her hand. Little Jing Kong suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Gu Jiaojiao asked. Little Jing Kong turned over and lay on his stomach on the bed. His small finger pointed at Gu Jiaojiao's waist and said, Jiaojiao, you also have a flower here. Gu Jiaojiao was wearing a short jacket and pajamas. She didn't care that the corner of her pajamas was sticking up, revealing her slender and snow-white waist. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't see the position of her waist. She said, oh, is it a very big flower? Yes, it's this big. Little Jing Kong gestured with his fingers. It was quite small, about the size of a knuckle. It should be a birthmark. Did she have so many birthmarks on her small body? Little Jing Kong pointed at her waist and asked curiously, but why isn't this flower red? It's green. He liked red flowers. But if it grew on Jiaojiao's body, then a green one was not bad either. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't see it herself. But even if she saw it, she wouldn't care. She even compromised with the birthmark on her face, not to mention the invisible one on her back. Gu Jiaojiao patted the little guy's head and said, your hair has grown a little longer. You can tie it into a ponytail soon. Go to sleep. Sleep early and wake up early, you'll grow taller. Okay. This time little Jing Kong closed his eyes and really fell asleep after rolling on the bed a few times. Xiao Heng pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at Gu Jiaojiao's small bag under the quilt and said, is he asleep? Yes, Gu Jiaojiao said. Then I'll send him back. Xiao Heng said. He seemed to be afraid that Gu Jiaojiao would misunderstand, so he explained, there will be classes at the Imperial College tomorrow. This road is too congested in the morning. It's too late to go to the Imperial College from here. Gu Jiaojiao closed the music score and said, okay. Xiao Heng picked up the sleeping little guy from the quilt and put his clothes on him. The little guy didn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. Xiao Heng poked the little guy's chubby little face and turned to Gu Jiaojiao and said, remember to take the medicine later. I'll come back after sending him back. Gu Jiaojiao agreed again with a calm look. Okay. Xiao Heng carried the little guy out of the yard and handed him to Lu Quan. Take Jing Kong back. Ah yes. Lu Quan thought, didn't you want to send Jing Kong back in person? Why don't you send him back? Xiao Heng arranged a dragon shadow guard and Lu Quan to accompany him. With Gu Yan's shadow guard armor, they would be safe along the way. After Lu Quan got into the carriage with little Jing Kong, he found that Xiao Heng got into another carriage. He wondered, it's so late. Is Lu Lang going out? Xiao Heng said, there's something going on in the Ministry of Justice. I have to go there. Oh, no wonder he couldn't send little Jing Kong back in person. It turned out that he was tied up with official business. Lu Quan left with little Jing Kong. Xiao Heng said to the coachman, let's go. Yes. The long street was silent. Xiao Heng's carriage didn't go in the direction of the Ministry of Justice. Instead, it went all the way to the east of the city. The coachman driving the carriage was a shadow guard of the princess residence. Shadow guards were much more alert than ordinary people. When they turned into another quiet street, the shadow guard's ears suddenly twitched. Lord Xiao, someone is chasing after us. Xiao Heng said seriously, don't stop. Keep going. Speed up. Yes. The shadow guard tightened the reins and whipped the horse. The horse felt the pain and sped up in the night. In the carriage, Xiao Heng's expression became vigilant. The shadow guard said again, "Lord, there are people coming from the north and south. There are a lot of them. We're going to be outflanked." Xiao Heng clenched his fists. "Charge." The shadow guard gritted his teeth. Yes. Now that there was no one in front of them, the shadow guard increased the speed of the carriage to the maximum. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang was using first-class Fergana horses, so there was no need to talk about their combat power. "Turn left," Xiao Heng said. The shadow guard tightened the reins and turned the carriage into the alley on the left. Almost as soon as they entered the alley, two groups of people came from both ends of the original street. If they hadn't entered the alley just now, they would have been blocked from the front and the back by now. "Turn right," Xiao Heng said. "Turn around." "Charge." "Turn left." Xiao Heng relied on his familiarity with the capital's terrain to forcefully avoid the pursuit of three groups of people. But in the end, this was just a coincidence. In the face of absolute encirclement, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Not long after entering the outskirts of the city, Xiao Heng's carriage was surrounded on a small path that was rarely visited by people. On both sides of this path were embankments. Ahead was a canyon and behind was a large open space. The canyon and open space were already filled with pursuers. Xiao Heng could only run into the embankments, but even if he ran he wouldn't be able to escape. The embankments couldn't move the carriage. He also couldn't outrun these experts on foot. The pursuers in the canyon had clearly come from another path. The person in the lead was the cloaked Imperial Tutor Zhuang. Now that things had progressed to this point, Imperial Tutor Zhuang didn't bother to hide his identity. He took off his bamboo hat and looked at Xiao Heng's carriage with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Xiao Heng, oh Xiao Heng, do you think that you are the only one familiar with the capital's terrain?" Since he could call out Xiao Heng's name, it was enough to show that he already knew Xiao Heng's identity. Xiao Heng coldly lifted the curtain and looked at Imperial Tutor Zhuang on his horse through the darkness of the night. "Imperial Tutor Zhuang, I trust you have been well since we last met. Between you and me, there is no need for pleasantries. This old man's goal today is very simple." "Let me guess. Are you going to kill me or capture me?" "Capture first, then kill." Xiao Heng turned his head and looked behind him through the back window of the carriage. Imperial Tutor Zhuang sneered. "No need to look. The people who should be here are all here. You can't escape." Behind them were hundreds of Yen Kingdom's dragon shadow guards. They didn't wear masks like the Zhao Kingdom's dragon shadow guards. Instead they wore black cloaks. The hood of the cloak covered their faces. In front of this group of people, there was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in extraordinary clothing. "It must be that General Nangong." Imperial Tutor Zhuang sneered. "I know what you are planning. From the beginning, you guessed that Princess Xinyang's plan had already been leaked. You knew that the Yen Kingdom would take the opportunity to enter the capital. You also guessed that this old man would help them. So you wanted to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is the only way to the Langshan barracks. You wanted to lure us into the Gu army's sphere of influence. Gu Chengfeng is not here and the old marquis is recuperating at home. Let me guess, the Gu family's second young master is currently in the barracks, resting on his spear. It's a pity that you didn't expect us to kidnap you on the way here. When you still don't appear at the appointed time, Gu Chengfeng will come out to find you. But do you think he will be able to find you?" Xiao Heng cracked his knuckles. "Imperial Tutor Zhuang, repent and be saved." Imperial Tutor Zhuang laughed arrogantly. "This old man guessed correctly, didn't he? Then this old man will continue to guess for you. Are there mechanisms and formations set up in the canyon ahead? Even if the Gu army doesn't arrive in time, you can still kill most of us in the formations and mechanisms." Xiao Heng's expression changed. Imperial Tutor Zhuang took in Xiao Heng's expression and understood that he had guessed correctly. He laughed loudly. "Xiao Heng, oh Xiao Heng, I have to say that your plan is truly flawless. You are even more resourceful than this old man's grandson Zhuang Yuheng. If it weren't for the fact that you have always opposed this old man really wanted to properly cultivate you. Unfortunately, you are the son of Marquis Shenping, so you are destined to be this old man's stumbling block. How about it? Does it feel good to be 1 foot tall while the devil is 10 feet tall?" Xiao Heng clenched his fists tightly. General Nangong picked 10 powerful dragon shadow guards. "You guys, go take a look at the canyon." "Yes." The 10 people urged their horses towards the canyon. The canyon didn't seem any different than usual. Of course, it was also possible that they weren't familiar with this canyon. The leader dismounted his horse and whipped the horse's butt, causing the horse to painfully rush over. Nothing happened. Thus he carefully followed. The other 9 people also planned to follow. At this time he had already left the canyon. He saw something and raised his hand to signal for them to stop. Then he took out a thin rope and tied it to a protruding rock. He passed through the canyon and returned to his companion's side. He pulled on the thin rope with his bare hands and the rock fell. Then there were several loud rumbling sounds as giant rocks fell from the canyon. Arrows and spears flew out and hidden weapons and silver needles covered the sky. It was as if tigers and dragons were roaring, lightning flashed and thunder rolled. After a terrifying commotion, the path to the canyon was completely blocked by giant rocks. Just now, if they hadn't stopped Xiaoheng in time and allowed Xiaoheng to pass through the canyon and trigger the mechanism, even if they weren't completely wiped out, at least half of them would have died. General Nangong shuddered. Grand Tutor Zhuang sneered, "It's a good plan, but this old man still has the same words. Xiaoheng, you're not this old man's match." General Nangong coldly said, "Don't waste words with him. Quickly capture him and get down to business." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Xiaoheng, will you obediently allow yourself to be captured, or will this old man send someone to capture you?" Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang made a hand gesture. 2 guards of the Zhuang family and a dragon shadow guard of the Yen kingdom walked towards Xiaoheng's carriage. The dragon shadow guard of the Yen kingdom didn't say anything and knocked out the hidden guard of the princess's residence. The Zhuang family's guards captured Xiaoheng and brought him in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang. At this time, General Nangong of the Yen kingdom also rode his horse from behind. He tightened the reins and looked down at Xiaoheng. His gaze gradually deepened. It was as if he was looking at Xiaoheng, but also as if he was looking at someone else through Xiaoheng. "You are General Nangong?" Xiaoheng fearlessly met his gaze. A general of a kingdom, his aura was enough to crush the backbone ministers of the Zhao kingdom. However, this 19-year-old youth dared to stare directly at him. General Nangong faintly curved his lips. "You have some guts. Chop off one of his fingers." Even when he heard that his finger was going to be chopped off, Xiaoheng still looked at him without any change in expression. A dragon shadow guard walked forward and casually grabbed Xiaoheng's left hand. Grand Tutor Zhuang calmly said, "Wait. Chop off his right finger." Xiaoheng coldly looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang. The dragon shadow guard pulled out his dagger and was about to chop down when the sound of galloping horse hooves suddenly came from not far away. "Have mercy." The dragon shadow guard's movements paused. Grand Tutor Zhuang and General Nangong both looked over and saw Eunuch Qin, who served the Empress Dowager, quickly galloping over. "He is." General Nangong frowned. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled and said, "The Empress Dowager's trusted aide, Eunuch Qin." When Eunuch Qin's horse galloped into the open space, it was blocked by the Zhao Kingdom's Dragon Shadow Guard and Imperial bodyguards. General Nangong made a hand gesture and everyone moved aside to make a path. Eunuch Qin dismounted and panted as he looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang. The Empress Dowager has ordered, to have mercy, as long as you let Xiaoheng go. The Empress Dowager, whatever conditions the Empress Dowager has, she will agree to them." Grand Tutor Zhuang slightly narrowed his eyes. "Is this the Empress Dowager's intention, or are you faking her decree?" "Naturally, it is Aijia's intention." Accompanied by a majestic and domineering voice, a spacious carriage slowly came from behind. It didn't seem to be fast, but it actually moved 100 steps in an instant. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes moved. In the end, he had been suppressed by the Empress Dowager's aura for many years. There was an instinctive fear in his bones. However, when he thought of the current situation, he quickly felt relieved. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang had already broken up. He was no longer her subject. General Nangong made a hand gesture and Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage drove straight in and stopped not far in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang and General Nangong. She came almost alone. Now, other than Eunuch Qin, there was only one eunuch driving the carriage, and this eunuch didn't know martial arts. General Nangong looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage with a faint smile. "The Zhao Kingdom's Empress Dowager really makes me have a whole new level of respect for you." "Eunuch Qin," Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly ordered. Eunuch Qin understood and walked forward to open the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the low-key and luxurious carriage. She was not afraid in the face of danger. General Nangong of the Yen Kingdom, why don't we make a deal? You can pretend that Xiaoheng has died here today. Aijia promises that he will never appear in front of the world in the future. In exchange, Aijia can agree to 3 conditions, any conditions. General Nangong smiled. Empress Dowager Zhuang is really generous. I heard that this boy and Empress Dowager Zhuang are not related by blood. Empress Dowager Zhuang can even ignore her own grandnephew, Prince Ning. Why are you so stubbornly protecting an outsider? Empress Dowager Zhuang was not angry. She said with dignity, this is Aijia's business. You don't have to worry about it. Aijia only wants to ask General Nangong if you are willing to make this deal. Grand Tutor Zhuang turned his head and said, General Nangong, don't believe her. She is cunning. If you let Xiaoheng go, she will no longer be afraid of shooting the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She can turn around and lead the army to destroy you. I know that General's men of sacrifice are very powerful, but I don't think General's men of sacrifice can walk out of an army of 100,000. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, does General think that if you kill Xiaoheng here, Aijia will let you leave the Zhao kingdom alive? If General Nangong doesn't believe me, you can try. If you dare to touch a hair on Xiaoheng's head today, Aijia will bury all of you with him. General Nangong narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about the possibility of this result. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap. She continued to guide him patiently. This is a good deal. No matter who Xiaoheng is, he will no longer appear in the world with his current identity. He will also not go to the Yen Kingdom to interfere with any of your affairs. Aijia believes that General is only following orders. General's loyalty is valuable, but are the lives of General and so many of his men not valuable? This is a win-win situation for you and me. Why would General not consider it? If General is worried that Aijia will break her promise in the future, there is no need. Didn't Aijia agree to General's 3 conditions? I believe that General will always have a way to get hold of Aijia's weakness. General Nangong, don't believe her. She's my younger sister and I know her character better than anyone else. She's never had any credibility. Grand Tutor Zhuang could not watch Empress Dowager Zhuang and General Nangong reach a deal. If that happened, he would lose his value. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to poke at General Nangong's weak spot. General Nangong is still hesitating. Could it be that you are doubting Aijia's sincerity? Is Aijia going alone not enough to show Aijia's determination to negotiate with General Nangong? The Nangong family is ranked 11th in the Yen Kingdom. Although our Zhao country is a lower country, we still have the ability to help the Nangong family. General Nangong's gaze fell on Xiaoheng's face. Xiaoheng's hands had been tied up by Grand Tutor Zhuang's guards. He stood proudly under the blue dome of heaven, without the slightest trace of embarrassment or fear. His eyebrows were very similar to a person's. A pair of almost identical eyes flashed in General Nangong's mind. A bit of hesitation appeared on his face. Grand Tutor Zhuang saw that the situation was not good. He suddenly pulled out his horsewhip and whipped Xiaoheng. He was a civil official and did not have much strength. However, he could not withstand the force of the whip. It swept across Xiaoheng's delicate skin. An eye-catching whip mark instantly appeared on one side of his face. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes darkened. Zhuang Changde, you're crazy. Changde was Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtesy name. Empress Dowager Zhuang had never called Grand Tutor Zhuang that in her life. General Nangong was also somewhat displeased. However, it did not seem to be because Xiaoheng had been whipped. Instead, it seemed that this whip had caused his eyebrows to swell. It no longer reminded people of the proud and unruly eyes in their memories. General Nangong slowly said, Empress Dowager Zhuang, your conditions are very tempting. However, I am afraid that I cannot reach an agreement with you. Moreover, because you recognize me today, I cannot let you live in this world. General Nangong. Xiaoheng suddenly spoke. Do you really want to go against me? General Nangong arrogantly said, I am not going against you. I'm going to kill you. You are not qualified to be this general's opponent. Xiaoheng's hands were tied. He looked at him seriously. General Nangong, don't bully a young man because he is poor. General Nangong was slightly startled. He raised his hand and gave the order. Do it. Leave no one alive. Grand Tutor Zhuang opened his mouth. General Nangong. A dragon shadow guard brandished his sword and ruthlessly chopped towards Xiaoheng's head. At this critical moment, there was a whoosh in the night sky. An arrow fiercely and domineeringly shot over and fiercely pierced through the dragon shadow guard's heart. After the arrow pierced through his body, it was nailed to the ground in front of General Nangong's horse. The tail of the arrow swayed, showing how fast and fierce it was. However, this was not an ordinary arrow. Its body was longer and the arrowhead was larger. It had terrifying barbs and looked like a ferocious beast. General Nangong's heart sank. He had never seen an arrow like this before. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. In the next second, the ground under his feet began to tremble. The dust and sand began to rustle. The horse was frightened and began to circle in place uneasily. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of horse hooves coming from afar was like heavy black iron smashing into the cold stone floor. It also smashed into everyone's suddenly tightened heart. The sound was clearly still some distance away, but the powerful killing intent had already covered the sky like sand and stones. The entire world was covered in a terrifying killing intent. Thump, thump, thump. It was not the sound of the war drums. It was even more striking than the war drums. The sound of the armored horses became faster and faster. It was like a flood rushing over. It was a group of black armored cavalry wearing ghost masks. They held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Even the horses wore ghost masks on their heads. They were like Azuraine spirits from purgatory. They brought with them the aura of death, causing everyone to hold their breaths in shock. General Nangong's expression changed. Wasn't this the rumored Ghost Mask Army? The Ghost Mask Army was not truly dead people. It was said that they were as terrifying as the undead. Everywhere they went, no one was left alive. It was like they were pulling their opponents into the purgatory of the underworld. The Ghost Mask General holding a giant long blade flew over the heads of the 50 dragon shadow guards. He rode a ghost horse and brought with him an unstoppable killing intent as he charged at General Nangong and Grand Tutor Zhuang. He domineeringly blocked in front of Xiao Heng. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked and took in a cold breath. Marquis Xianping? He looked at Xiao Heng again and saw that Xiao Heng's eyes were calm. He was not surprised at Marquis Xianping's arrival. This is bad. They had fallen into a trap. After all this time they had escaped and found a flaw in the mechanism. It had all been a smokescreen. The true trump card was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping was not wearing a mask. At this moment, this beautiful face that was known as the #1 face of the Zhao country was releasing endless killing intent. You want to kill my son? Marquis Xianping pointed with his long blade and smiled evilly. He said arrogantly, is it you who has become arrogant, or is it that I, Xiao Ji, can't lift my blade? Chapter 595. If Grand Tutor Zhuang had thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him for a moment, then when he heard the words, are you too arrogant or is Xiao Ji too weak to lift a knife? Grand Tutor Zhuang instantly confirmed that the person was indeed Marquis Xianping. So his guess was right. Whether it was Xiao Heng's plan to lure the snake out of its hole or Empress Dowager Zhuang's sudden appearance, their basic purpose was to delay time and wait for Marquis Xianping to appear. But this was very strange, wasn't it? A few days ago he had received a memorial from the South Island, saying that a group of pirates had escaped on a ship, and Marquis Xianping had gone to pursue them. Could it be that those so-called memorials were all fake? Marquis Xianping was just trying to cover it up. In fact, he was already on his way back to the capital. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth and looked at Marquis Xianping, then looked at Xiao Heng. His stomach was filled with anger. The father and son were the same. They were even more scheming than the old foxes in the court. Marquis Xianping glanced at the whip wound on Xiao Heng's face, and his dangerous eyes fell on Grand Tutor Zhuang's hand that was holding the reins. Which hand hurt my son? This was the second time that Marquis Xianping had admitted that Xiao Heng was his son. He didn't pretend in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang at all. This was not a good sign. Xiao Heng's identity was still a secret, but there was a kind of person in the world who could keep a secret forever. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyelids suddenly twitched. He had never been so afraid of Marquis Xianping. After all, in terms of official status, he was no worse than Marquis Xianping. He even had a lot of experience. But now he was terrified. He subconsciously looked at General Nangong. No need to look. He can't escape. After Marquis Xianping said this, General Nangong frowned. Before he could react, Marquis Xianping had already stabbed the handle of his broadsword into the ground. Immediately after, his horse leaped forward. Grand Tutor Zhuang's horse was startled and jumped around in disarray, letting out a series of neigh. Grand Tutor Zhuang did his best to stabilize himself, but Marquis Xianping's hand had already reached towards him without any explanation. Marquis Xianping grabbed his collar and mercilessly pulled him down from the horse. Marquis Xianping. Grand Tutor Zhuang cried out in alarm. Ho your ass. Marquis Xianping roughly threw him to the ground. He was a military general. His usual noble and elegant demeanor in front of others was only a facade. Deep down he was barbaric and wild. Most people wouldn't use violence against an old and weak civil official like Grand Tutor Zhuang. No matter what, they would still enforce the law in a civilized manner. But was Marquis Xianping a normal person? He wasn't even a human being. Marquis Xianping had no qualms about bullying this thin and weak old man. Not only did he throw him to the ground, he also tightened the reins in his hands. He raised the horse's hooves and stepped on Grand Tutor Zhuang's right hand and left hand. There were two crisp cracking sounds in the air, followed by Grand Tutor Zhuang's unbearable howls of pain. After Marquis Xianping finished stepping, he turned the horse around and looked at him innocently. I asked you which hand it was. You didn't answer, so I had no choice but to cripple it. Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. There was actually such a shameless and arrogant person in the world. Taking advantage of others and still pretending to be innocent, this was probably referring to him. Grand Tutor Zhuang had spent most of his life in the bureaucracy. Thanks to selling a good younger sister to the palace, his life had been smooth sailing these past few years. Even if someone wanted to trip him up, they mostly used a roundabout and subtle method. Who would believe that his hand would be crippled in front of everyone? Grand Tutor Zhuang had never suffered physical pain before. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting in a carriage not far away and quietly watching this scene. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were very calm. She had let go of this older brother who had eaten her flesh and blood for her entire life. Zhuang Jins, you're so ruthless. Grand Tutor Zhuang spat out blood and fiercely gasped for breath. Was she the ruthless one? There was a type of person in the world that had become accustomed to eating other people's flesh and blood. Once they were no longer allowed to eat, they would become unforgivable, heartless people. But when they ate other people's flesh and blood, they never thought that perhaps they should not have eaten them in the first place. Forget it, what was the point of talking about righteousness and morality with this sort of person? What was the point of talking about fairness and grace? Deep down they were selfish. It was impossible for them to think for others. Otherwise they would not have done so many outrageous things. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not plead for leniency on his behalf. In fact, she did not even look at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Ahing, come over to Grandaunt. She was talking about Grandaunt, not my wife. Only at this moment did Grand Tutor Zhuang truly realize that Empress Dowager Zhuang was not acting in a fit of pique. She had truly given up on the Zhuang family. She had a new family. They were not related by blood, but they could rely on each other. In the past, Empress Dowager Zhuang had also treated the Zhuang family, right? It was just a pity that aside from Zhuang Yuheng nobody else could see her efforts. They just felt that she was a daughter that had walked out of the Zhuang family, so she deserved to work hard for the Zhuang family. Xiaoheng turned around and walked towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. General Nangong's gaze sank. Marquis Xianping pulled out his long sword and urged his horse to stand in front of him. I will slowly take care of that old thing later. Right now we should settle the debt between you and me. 5 years ago he had not been able to protect his son. This time he would not allow this group of bastards to succeed. General Nangong looked at Marquis Xianping with a serious expression. He had heard of Marquis Xianping's reputation. First, this person was extremely shameless. Second, this person was actually ranked among the beauties of the 6 countries. Who knew how a grown man managed to squeeze in? His elder sister, imperial daughter Nangong, was ranked behind him. He originally thought that he was a weak and sickly beauty. Who knew that he was an unyielding martial arts expert? Before coming to Zhao country, General Nangong had already gathered enough information. He squinted his eyes and looked at Marquis Xianping's waist. Zhao country's first-rank Marquis Xiaoji, I heard that you have an injury to your waist. You are not my opponent. Are you certain that you want to fight me alone? That's fine, I will allow you 3 moves. Marquis Xianping snorted. Who the fuck wants to fight you alone? Isn't it better to gang up on him? Chongjing. Marquis Xianping lazily lifted his eyelids. General Nangong saw a black-clothed youth leading 3 ghost-masked generals, flying out from the ranks of the ghost-masked army. Using his Qinggong, he swept past the dragon shadow guards on the empty ground, and aggressively landed beside Marquis Xianping. Beat him up. Marquis Xianping said. General Nangong's eyes glared. Did he not care about martial arts? General against general, shouldn't it be a one-on-one duel? Wait, wrong. Marquis Xianping called out to Chang Jing, chop him up. Chop off his son's finger, hee. General Nangong, Chang Jing pulled out his long sword. It was a black iron treasure sword. There was a bamboo leaf carved on the blade. General Nangong's expression changed. Dark Knight Sect. Dark Knight Sect, the #1 assassin sect in the 6 countries. But wasn't the Dark Knight Sect in Zhao country? How could an expert appear here? And by Marquis Xianping's side? Chang Jing followed him onto the battlefield. His martial arts had improved a lot, and his moves were filled with killing intent. He slashed his long sword at General Nangong. General Nangong quickly pulled out his sword to block. He managed to block it, but he was also forced off the horse. General Nangong was very surprised. Were all the experts of the Dark Knight sect so powerful? He was a member of the Nangong family. His martial arts were ranked among the top in the 6 countries. Soon he understood why this black-clothed youth's martial arts were stronger than ordinary experts of the Dark Knight sect. He had seen that long sword before. The tassel on the hilt was bestowed by the king of Zhao country. He was there at the time. The owner of the long sword was the current leader of the Dark Knight sect, Chang Kuan. Chang Jing, when he looked at Chang Jing again, he was in a bad mood. This was the young leader of the Dark Knight sect. Marquis Xianping, how much did you pay to hire the young leader of the Dark Knight sect? The Nangong family will pay double. General Nangong didn't know whether to be ruthless or not. If he didn't kill the young leader of the Dark Knight sect, he would die. But if he killed the young leader of the Dark Knight sect, he would still die when the Dark Knight sect came to the Nangong family for revenge. General Nangong wasn't a pervert like Marquis Xianping. He was a cultured soldier. But tonight he cursed in his heart. Marquis Xianping didn't care about General Nangong's complicated feelings. He rode his horse, held his long sword, and leisurely attacked the Shadow Dragon guards and guards of Zhao country. His ghost-faced army had 3,000 people. They might not be a match for the Shadow Dragon guards of Zhao country, but no one was stronger than them when it came to fighting together. General Nangong's men were divided into 2 groups. One group was on the open ground and the other group was in front of the valley. Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage and them were in the middle of the 2 groups. After Marquis Xianping entered the battle state, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He rode on a tall horse and waved the flag in his hand with a dignified expression. The 3,000 troops dismounted and divided into 3 groups. They held shields and spears and surrounded the 2 groups of Zhao country's forces. The last group of troops protected Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage like an iron wall. When the flag was moved, the coiling dragon array rose and the flying dragon array moved. They could retreat and attack. Every change of the array was invulnerable. On the other hand, Zhao country's side wasn't so optimistic. Waves of shadow dragon guards fell down, and screams sounded everywhere. General Nangong could only watch as the formations he had never seen before mercilessly devoured his army like the jaws of a giant beast. He was held back by the young master of the Dark Knight Gate and the 3 ghost-faced generals, and couldn't even give out orders. While he was in a daze, Chang Jing's sword came over and pierced his waist. She then waved her hand and chopped off one of his arms. Chapter 596. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the carriage and personally witnessed this hunt. That's right, it was a hunt. She knew how strong the Dragon Shadow Guards were. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Shadow Guards that Nangong Jiang brought were a bit stronger than the Dragon Shadow Guards of Zhao country. However, in front of Marquis Xianping's Ghost-Face army, this group of Dragon Shadow Guards had no place to use their martial arts. They became prey in the forest, allowing the Ghost-Face army to hunt them down. This was a tactical advantage and also an overwhelming aura. Marquis Xianping seemed to have a natural aura. He just stood there and didn't do anything. His aura of being #1 in the world was very well grasped. Of course, bluffing wasn't enough. He had to have a strong military force and strength. Reality proved that Marquis Xianping did all of this. Not long ago, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that the most proficient military officer in Zhao country was the old Marquis of Ding in Guqiao. Now that she saw how Marquis Xianping dealt with the Dragon Shadow Guards of Yan country, she knew that Marquis Xianping's understanding of the battlefield and tactics had reached a level that no one could match. If this kind of person was born in a large family like the Nangong family, who knows what kind of achievements he would have. It didn't take long for the hunt to end, leaving only a few survivors. Take the captives back for interrogation. As for the rest, Clean up what should be cleaned up and bury what should be buried. Clean up meant taking the other side's weapons and belongings. On this point, Marquis Xianping and Gu Jiao's methods were the same. They couldn't waste any war resources. As for properly disposing of the corpses, it was mainly to prevent a plague. General Nangong saw that the situation was hopeless and he had lost an arm. He didn't have time to fight with the young master of the Anya sect. He threw a black gunpowder and turned to run. Chang Jing held a long sword and chased after him with a cold expression. Marquis Xianping wasn't worried about Chang Jing's safety. In the capital, other than those old things in Longyi, no one could touch Chang Jing. Moreover, Nangongli had lost an arm. Marquis Xianping came to the front of Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage and dismounted. He bowed to the closed curtain of the carriage and said, "I came late to save you and frightened you." Marquis Xianping did not really come to greet her. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Xiaoheng beside her and said, "Go. Let your father send you back. I will return to the palace tonight." "Xiaoheng, you made an appointment with Auntie Lu to play Yezi cards. Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Xiaoheng reluctantly got off the carriage. Marquis Xianping picked a docile horse for him. "I left in a hurry and didn't prepare a carriage. Come ride this." Xiaoheng expressionlessly walked up to the horse, grabbed the saddle, and was just about to step on the stirrups to get on. Marquis Xianping suddenly reached out and grabbed his waist, intending to lift him up like when he was a child. However, Xiaoheng indifferently turned his face. "I'm not a child anymore. I can ride a horse." Marquis Xianping angrily withdrew his hand. Xiaoheng really stepped on the stirrups and nimbly flipped over to sit on it. Marquis Xianping was shocked. He really grew up. Marquis Xianping also mounted his horse. His horse was much wilder than Xiaoheng's horse. As soon as it got close to Xiaoheng's horse, it began to be fierce and bully it. Xiaoheng's horse was scared out of its wits. Marquis Xianping impatiently pulled the reins and threatened, "If you show off again, I'll stew you when we get back." Then his horse became obedient. Perhaps it was to curry favor with its smelly master who had no conscience, no morals, and did not cherish his mount. It even used its head to rub Xiaoheng's horse's head in a very flattering manner. Xiaoheng's horse was even more frightened. Marquis Xianping's horse. At this time on the other side, Grand Tutor Zhuang was captured by Marquis Xianping's men. This old fellow had caused a lot of trouble. According to Marquis Xianping's personality, he would not use the Yaman's methods. He had to be killed now. Xiaoheng opened his mouth. "I promised Royal Prince and to spare his grandfather's life." Although Marquis Xianping really wanted to crush that old fellow to death, since his son had said so, it was not impossible to spare his dog life. After all, living was suffering. He would just let him live a life worse than death. Xiaoheng opened his mouth first. Although there was something, Marquis Xianping was still quite happy. He smiled. "Son, why did you think of writing me a letter? Do you think that your father is still the most reliable?" Xiaoheng glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "I just don't want Jiao Jiao to go to war again. If the Gu army was mobilized, Gu Jiao would definitely follow." Marquis Xianping sat on the horse and leaned to the side. He leaned closer to his son and said, "The Gu army is not as strong as my Ghost Face army. They will have a lot of casualties when dealing with the Dragon Shadow Guards, but my Ghost Face army will not." The Ghost Face army was originally a high-end fighting force. They were few in number, but their fighting strength was very strong. They were very suitable to deal with the Yen country's death soldiers. Xiaoheng said seriously, "The Gu army is large and their fighting strength is not bad." Marquis Xianping's face showed that he did not want to listen. "Anyway, you came to me. In your heart, I am the strongest." He was already an adult and he was still talking about this. Xiaoheng did not want to talk to him anymore. Xiaoheng wanted the horse to go faster, but he did not have a whip. He hesitated and said lightly, "Can you make it go faster?" Marquis Xianping shamelessly said, "No." He just wanted to spend more time with his son. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and held the reins tightly. "There is a shortcut nearby. Go there." Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. "Damn. I forgot about this." Xiaoheng led the way and got off the official road at a fork in the road. There was a village here. After walking over, they could cross a small stream and save half the distance. However, when Xiaoheng reached the stream, he discovered the stream had risen. Xiaoheng's face instantly darkened. Was he so unlucky? This was because the snow on the mountain top had melted and the snow water had gathered into a stream. The originally shallow stream was now up to his thighs. The deepest part might be even deeper. The most important thing was that the stream was a little turbulent. Xiao Heng's horse did not want to move. Marquis Xianping's mount was eager to try. However, the water was deep and it was not safe to ride on a horse. It was not easy to lead the way, but it ended up like this. It would be a lie to say that he was not embarrassed. Xiao Heng gritted his teeth and decided to turn back. If he lost face, then so be it. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Marquis Xianping spoke first. He dismounted and said to Xiao Heng, "Come down. Walk over." Xiao Heng was a man. His bottom line was to turn back, but if he said that he could not swim over in front of his father, he would find it hard to say. He took a deep breath and dismounted. Steeling his heart, he strode toward the fast stream. Unexpectedly, just as his feet stepped on the water, he was grabbed by a pair of strong hands and thrown onto his back. Xiao Heng felt the world spin. By the time he reacted, Marquis Xianping had already carried him on his back and used 2 hands to support his legs. Without any hesitation, he swam into the cold stream. On the battlefield, he had encountered all kinds of terrible and dangerous terrains. For Marquis Xianping, this kind of stream could be crossed with his eyes closed. However, that was when he was alone. It did not matter if he fell or bumped into something. Now that he had his son on his back, he became especially careful. He did not dare to take a single step. He had to step in every circle and choose the most suitable place to step. When a person's heart had someone else's weight, their life would also have that person's weight. Marquis Xianping walked for a long time in a stream less than 2 zhang wide. He did not let Xiao Heng feel the slightest bit of stagger. After walking to the other side, Marquis Xianping's waist and abdomen were completely soaked. Xiao Heng's shoes were only slightly wet. Marquis Xianping had no intention of putting him down. He continued to carry him forward. Xiao Heng lay on his back and said with a serious expression, "Put me down. I'll walk by myself." Marquis Xianping walked steadily as if he was flying. His wet military boots creaked on the ground. This is a mountain path. It's not easy to walk. Behind the two, in a place Xiao Heng could not see, the blood in the stream was washed away by the waves. Marquis Xianping carried Xiao Heng up the mountain and down the mountain. The water droplets on his body dripped all the way. At first, Xiao Heng really thought that they were all water droplets. But gradually, as the water droplets decreased, an increasingly strong smell of blood gradually spread from Marquis Xianping's body. Xiao Heng frowned and looked back at the ground. Under the thin moonlight, there were bloody footprints on the ground. "You're injured?" Xiao Heng asked in surprise. When fighting against the people of Yen, Marquis Xianping did not personally use force, so it should not be a new injury. Marquis Xianping carelessly grunted, "Minor injury." There was no one who did not get injured on the battlefield. Over the years, there were countless large and small injuries on his body. The most serious one was a waist injury many years ago. He had been injured in the same place 3 times, leaving behind a permanent illness. This time, it was also because of the recurrence of the waist injury in the last battle. He was accidentally stabbed twice, once on the back and once on the thigh. When he received Xiao Heng's letter, he was getting stitches in the military camp. Xiao Heng suddenly became very angry. "Why didn't you say you were injured? You even rode a horse. Dripping water. Walking. Carrying people on your back." Marquis Xianping suddenly stopped and slightly turned his head. "Heng, are you worried about me?" Xiao Heng choked and turned his face away. "I'm not." Chapter 597. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Marquis Xianping didn't put Xiao Heng down. It wasn't until Marquis Xianping's horse took Xiao Heng's horse back to the official road that the two of them rode back to the inner city of the capital. Not going back to Chishui Alley? Marquis Xianping saw that Xiao Heng was not leading the way. Xiao Heng said in a low voice, "Yes, I'll stay with my mother for the next few days." Marquis Xianping didn't ask any more questions. Although he and Princess Xinyang have been husband and wife for many years, they didn't interfere with each other and didn't disturb each other. Therefore, this was the first time he came to the house in Zhuke Street. He watched Xiao Heng go in and planned to leave. However, Xiao Heng opened his mouth and stopped him. "You deal with your injuries first." In order not to sound like he was concerned about him, he added, "There's a doctor here." "Your mother? She's not here." Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow. "I was wondering how you became so bold and dared to take your father back. He had been looking forward to it for so long." It It was not easy for him to get a little bit of concern from his son. It was impossible for Marquis Xianping to miss the opportunity to get along with his son. No matter what, he had to wait until his son called him father again. Marquis Xianping dismounted from his horse. When he carried Xiaoheng over the mountains, he didn't even frown. Now that he was home, he acted. In order to show the seriousness of his injury, he limped into the house in an exaggerated manner. Xiaoheng looked at his left leg and his face instantly darkened. "You hurt your right leg." Marquis Xianping. At this time, it was already the second half of the night. Gu Jiao was also injured and needed to rest. Xiaoheng didn't wake her up, but Dr. Song was here and had just finished taking Gu Jiao's temperature. Xiaoheng placed Marquis Xianping in his room and invited Dr. Song over. Dr. Song was a sensible person. After he came to Zhuke Avenue, he had already vaguely guessed Xiao Liulang's identity, but he didn't ask much. Seeing Xiao Liulang bring Marquis Xianping back, he still didn't ask anything. Xiaoheng took out a set of his own clothes for Marquis Xianping to change into. To be honest, there was still a difference in the stature of the father and son. Marquis Xianping practiced martial arts all year round, so he was naturally more burly than Xiaoheng. However, the two of them were actually about the same height. Marquis Xianping looked at the clothes that weren't too short and couldn't help but sigh once again. His son had really grown up. Dr. Song began to deal with Marquis Xianping's injuries. Xiaoheng thought that there were only 2 knife wounds on his body. But who would have thought that when Dr. Song opened his coat, the old and new scars on his back almost made Xiaoheng stunned. Marquis Xianping had a handsome jade-like face, which made people subconsciously think that his body was the same as his face. Who would have thought that he was already covered with cuts and bruises? In Marquis Xianping's eyes, these small injuries were not injuries. What he remembered was the knife on his back and the knife on his right leg. Marquis Xianping looked up and saw his son looking at him in a daze. He forgot that his son hated these fighting and killing things the most. The toys he made for his son when he was a child, his son didn't like any of them. These scars must be very ugly. Marquis Xianping hurriedly pulled up his clothes and said to Xiaoheng, "You go out first." Xiaoheng's eyelashes trembled. He turned around and walked out with a complicated expression. "Howie, your wounds have been stitched more than once, right?" Dr. Song looked at Marquis Xianping's 2 important injuries and said, Marquis Xianping vaguely replied, "I've stitched them once or twice." Marquis Xianping's wound was stitched once when he came back from the battlefield. After that, he tore the wound when he was traveling non-stop. He stitched them once or twice when he changed horses at the station. Dr. Song earnestly said, "Howie, it's very dangerous for you to be like this. If you are injured, you should take a good rest. The most taboo is to tear the wound repeatedly. This is more serious than a direct stab." "Will I be crippled?" Marquis Xianping asked. Dr. Song sighed and said, "You are lucky. My family has special medicine. Otherwise your legs will really be crippled." Marquis Xianping's wound was already red and inflamed. He soaked it with water just now. Dr. Song has never seen such a disobedient patient. If it weren't for the family's anti-inflammatory medicine, even the gods can't save him. Dr. Song cleaned Marquis Xianping's wound. He couldn't help but sigh at Marquis Xianping's special physique. In the case of repeated tearing, it can still grow. It's just a local infection. It will be a bit troublesome to treat and nurse it. "I'll remove the thread first," Dr. Song said. "Remove it?" Marquis Xianping didn't care. "It may hurt a little," Dr. Song said while removing the thread. When he turned his head, Marquis Xianping had already fallen asleep. Marquis Xianping seemed to have sensed something. He tried to open his eyes and said in a daze, "What did you say?" Dr. Song said, "Nothing, I'm done. I'm going to give you an injection." Marquis Xianping looked at the infusion bottle and infusion needle that Dr. Song brought over. He tilted his head and continued to sleep. Dr. Song connected the pulse tube for him and muttered, "This is the first time you're doing this, but you're not afraid." There were too many injuries on Marquis Xianping's body that needed to be dealt with. It was already half an hour later when Dr. Song came out of the house. Xiaoheng was waiting for him in the corridor. Dr. Song walked forward with his medicine box and said, "Xiao Darren." Xiaoheng turned around and asked, "How is he?" Dr. Song said, "He fell asleep. The injuries on his body have been dealt with. To be honest, his injuries are a bit serious. The wound on his back is so long and the wound on his leg is so deep." Xiaoheng looked at the length and depth of Dr. Song's hand. His handsome eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. Dr. Song sighed and said, Does he not want to live anymore? If he was injured, he should recuperate in the barracks. Why did he rush back? Dr. Song didn't know anything about the Yen country. Xiao Heng's throat moved a bit, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Then, can it be cured? Dr. Song said truthfully, it can be cured, but it's hard to say whether there will be any sequelae. It seems that he still has to wait for Jiao Jiao to wake up and ask her if she has a cure. This was Princess Xinyang's house. Xiao Heng didn't intend to let Marquis Xianping stay overnight. However, Marquis Xianping was injured like this. You can't really wake him up and send him back. Xiao Heng entered the house. There was a dim oil lamp on the table. Marquis Xianping was sleeping soundly with an infusion bottle. Perhaps only at this time did he lose his arrogant and domineering posture in front of others. His eyebrows were haggard and tired. In fact, his injury was there from beginning to end. It's just that when he was awake, his aura was too strong, so people couldn't feel his weakness. Xiao Heng knew that he had never grown up to be what he had hoped for. He wanted a son that could inherit his legacy, a son that could follow him onto the battlefield, a son that he could be proud of. But regardless of whether it was him who had been gifted at a young age, or him who had become the chancellor of the Imperial College at a young age, or him who had climbed up step by step from a quagmire to gradually display his abilities in court, none of them could make him proud or satisfied. When the sky began to brighten, Princess Xinyang rushed back from outside the city. She could have arrived much earlier, but there was a heavy rain outside the city's western gate. Along the way there was a small landslide and they were blocked for most of the night. The first thing Princess Xinyang did after returning to the city was quickly go home to see her son. Just as she entered the yard, she saw a maidservant come out of Xiao Heng's room with a basin of blood. Her eyebrows jumped. The thing she was most worried about had happened. Aheng had been schemed against by the people of Yen country. Aheng. No matter how calm a mother was, she could not remain calm when faced with her son's predicament. Princess Xinyang practically staggered as she rushed in. The maidservant at the door did not even have time to pay respects to her before she arrived at the bed. The room was filled with the smell of medicine for wounds. It was clear that the other party's injuries were not light. The tip of her nose became stuffy, and she threw herself onto the body of the person on the bed. Her two hands tightly held onto his shoulders. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a large palm slowly land on the top of her head. This action caused her to be surprised for a moment. There were two main reasons. First, Xiao Heng could still move. This meant that he had not died and could still be saved. Second, why did Xiao Heng touch her head? Princess Xinyang raised her head with tears in her eyes and stared blankly at Xiao Heng on the bed. With just one glance, she stood up. Xiao, why is it you? It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and her entire body stuttered. Marquis Xianping slightly furrowed his brow. He was a bit annoyed from being woken up. He slowly withdrew the hand that had just touched Princess Xinyang's head and pinched his forehead. Following this, he frowned and looked at Princess Xinyang. Qin Fengwan. Chapter 598. This was very awkward. The awkward one was Princess Yang. Someone as thick-skinned as Marquis Xianping would not feel awkward. He was just very confused. Princess Yang's face still had 2 lines of undried tears. Marquis Xianping was even more confused. I haven't died yet. Is there a need for this? Crying like this. Is the important point that you haven't died yet? I, Princess Yang Qin Fengwan, will not shed a single tear for you, Marquis Xianping. Also, what's with your tone of confusion when you said, Qin Fengwan? You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to treat me so familiarly. Princess Yang could not continue her silent criticism. Why are you here? When did you return to the capital? Princess Yang did not know about last night's plan. My son brought me back. Marquis Xianping confidently said. When he mentioned Xiao Heng, his tone was very relaxed. This meant that Xiao Heng was fine. The medicine in the room and the basin of bloody water that the maidservant had just brought out should be Marquis Xianping's. Princess Yang let out a sigh of relief. Her son being fine was fine. As for the man, it did not matter. Princess Yang wiped away the tears on her face and raised her chin like a proud peacock. Once you've recovered, return to your manor. Marquis Xianping looked at her with a baffled expression. Qin Fengwan, the person who threw herself at me seemed to be you. Can you not act like you dislike me every time you take advantage of me? Princess Yang glared at him. Marquis Xianping earnestly said, If you were like this during the consummation, then forget it. You said you ate the wrong medicine and I believed you for the time being. But you didn't eat the wrong medicine today, right? Princess Xianyang choked. Isn't that because you were lying in Ahing's bed? I thought you were him. Marquis Xianping put his arm behind his head and looked at her without blinking, as though he was considering the truth of her words. After a while, he shook his head. Qin Fengwan, I don't believe you. Princess Xinyang. This person had been thick-skinned for a long time. Princess Xinyang felt that if she were to argue with him, the one who would be angered to death wouldn't be the thick-skinned one. Princess Xinyang ignored him and turned to leave the courtyard. Xiao Heng had just come out of Gu Jiao's room and was about to bring Gu Jiao to treat Marquis Xuanping's injury. Seeing that something was wrong, he hurriedly pulled his wife back into the room. Stop! Princess Xinyang shouted. Xiao Heng's body trembled. He pushed Gu Jiao into the room and closed the door with both hands. Gu Jiao poked her head out of the door. What's wrong? Xiao Heng hurriedly blocked her with his body and whispered, Go in quickly. Gu Jiao blinked strangely. Oh. Xiao Heng closed the door for Gu Jiao, then turned around and walked towards his mother with a smile. Mother, good morning. Princess Xinyang snapped. What do you mean by early? What's going on? Xiao Heng told her about what happened last night. My injury was too serious, so I brought him back to have Jiao Jiao take a look. Princess Xinyang coldly said, Why didn't you tell me about such an important plan earlier? You're still close to your father. Xiao Heng, why are you jealous? This was a trap. The fewer people who knew, the more realistic the situation would be, and the more likely it would be to lure Grand Tutor Zhuang and the people of Yen. Are you that angry with me? I'm not angry with you, Xiao Heng looked at her seriously, waiting for her to continue. But she didn't say anything. It was too hard to say. Thinking of how she had hugged Xiao Ji and cried her heart out, Princess Xinyang wished she could find a brick and knock herself out. Really? Princess Xinyang blushed in embarrassment and walked away angrily. Xiao Heng strangely rubbed his chin. My mother, what kind of reaction is this? Last night's event was very big. The news that Marquis Xianping returned to the capital with a ghost army gradually spread in the capital. This was Marquis Xianping's secret army, which had never been used in the Battle of the South Island. Now that it suddenly appeared in the capital, it naturally caused a big sensation. The emperor summoned Marquis Xianping into the palace. Because Princess Xinyang was acting as regent and was Marquis Xianping's wife, she was also summoned into Pure Flower's palace. Marquis Xianping entered the palace in a wheelchair. This was Dr. Gu's medical advice and couldn't be disobeyed. The other carriage had gone out to purchase, so there was only one carriage. Marquis Xianping couldn't ride a horse right now, so he could only ride with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang also had Yujin sit inside. Open the windows and lift the curtains. Marquis Xianping glanced at her but didn't say anything. After getting off the carriage, Marquis Xianping said to Princess Xinyang, Chang Jing hasn't returned from capturing someone. Princess Xinyang didn't push him and found a eunuch to push him in. Marquis Xianping first reported the situation on the South Island. All of the pirates had been cleared out. Not only that, Marquis Xianping had also fought on the sea and expanded Zhao country's sea by hundreds of li. Now, Zhao country's banners were fluttering in the wind on Jadeite Island, the furthest South Island. This was a pleasant surprise. To be honest, the emperor had previously muttered to eunuch Wei about why the South had started fighting first but still hadn't ended it. Who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would act on his own initiative and turn all of the islands into Zhao countries? The emperor could imagine Marquis Xianping wielding a large saber with one foot on the mast and looking down arrogantly at the people on the islands. Those who surrender will be spared. Are your injuries okay? The emperor asked. Minor injuries, Marquis Xianping said. The emperor's gaze swept over Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang. Speaking of which, why did you two enter the palace together? Marquis Xianping said lightly, Oh, last night I rested with the princess. Everyone was shocked. You rested with the princess, you too? Princess Xinyang quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty. Imperial tutor Zhuang colluded with the people of Yen. There was such a thing? The emperor's attention was successfully diverted. Imperial tutor Zhuang's crimes were too numerous to list and could not be explained in a few words. Fortunately, Xiao Heng had already written his crimes into a memorial that night. Princess Xinyang directly presented the memorial to the emperor. The emperor had already learned from Empress Xiao that Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng and that his birth mother was a female slave from Yen. But from the fact that the people of Yen had repeatedly chased after Xiao Heng, it was likely that the female slave from Yen had some other secrets. The emperor asked, "That General Nangong is called Nangong Li? Where is he?" Marquis Xianping said, "Chang Jing went to give chase. His subordinates captured a few people alive. Will your majesty personally interrogate them, or will this official interrogate them?" "You interrogate them," the emperor said. Marquis Xianping nodded, then thought of something and said, "Aheng said to leave Imperial Tutor Zhuang with his lowly life. Everything else is up to you." Imperial Tutor Zhuang had committed so many crimes that even dying 100 times would not be enough, but since Marquis Xianping had personally made this request, the emperor would not refuse to give him face. It was just that Imperial Tutor Zhuang's position as an official would be completely lost. The glory of the Zhuang clan would also be destroyed. Then let's confiscate the property and send him into exile. The emperor looked at the contents of Xiao Heng's memorial and said, "The previous emperor's blank imperial edict was destroyed by Zhuang Yuheng. He can be considered to have performed a great service, so he will be exempt from punishment." Princess Xinyang said, "Ever since that child met Aheng, he has become different from before. It's mainly because our son taught him well. This is called one is marked by the company one keeps." Marquis Xianping spoke a rare literary phrase. And Princess Xinyang did not argue with the hour in a rare moment. The emperor was confused. "Did you two really spare no effort in praising your son? The empress misses you very much. Go to Kuaning Palace in a bit to visit her," the emperor said to Marquis Xianping. "Yes." Leaving Pure Flower's palace, Princess Xinyang planned to leave the palace. Marquis Xianping called her from his wheelchair. "Are you not going to visit little Qi?" Qin Chuyu had been poisoned. Although he had been cured, he was still in the process of recovering. Even if Empress Xiao did not like Princess Xinyang, she still doted on her son, Xiao Heng. Princess Xinyang also doted on Qin Chuyu. Princess Xinyang pondered a bit. Going with Marquis Xianping was better than going alone. At the very least, she would not have to stare at Empress Xiao. The two brought Eugene and a eunuch pushing the wheelchair to Kuaning Palace. Empress Xiao saw that her brother was sitting in a wheelchair and thought that he was disabled. Unable to hold back, she began to cry. Princess Xinyang thought of Empress Dowager Zhuang. They had both entered the palace as empresses, but Zhuang Jin's was no longer Zhuang Jin's. Xiao Shuyu, however, would always be the young girl that she was before she married. Was this what it was like to have someone supporting and protecting you? Empress Xiao cried until she was out of breath. Snot and tears flowed down her face. She was willful and straightforward. Marquis Xianping sat in his wheelchair and leaned back in disgust. "Xiao Shuyu, you're so ugly." Marquis Xianping decided to ignore his sister. She had cried so much since she was young. He asked someone to push him to see Qin Chuyu. With her brother gone, Empress Xiao stopped crying. "Why did you stop crying?" Princess Xinyang asked. Empress Xiao said, "Why should I cry? My brother is no longer here. Why should I cry for you to see?" Princess Xinyang thought for a bit and said, "You two were very close." Empress Xiao said without restraint, "Of course. I only have one brother and he only has one sister. If anyone dared to bully me when I was young, I would tell my brother and he would beat him." Princess Xinyang asked, "If the person who bullied you was very, very powerful, would your brother beat him?" Empress Xiao said without hesitation, "Of course. When I was young, he might not be able to win every time, but he would still stand up for me." This was her brother. He would rather be covered in blood than let his sister suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Even if he could not defeat the other party, he would still bite off a piece of flesh from the other party. He wanted to warn everyone that no one could bully the person that he, Xiao Ji, wanted to protect. They ate lunch in the palace. Marquis Xianping couldn't eat the exquisite but tasteless imperial food in the palace. Empress Xiao had the small kitchen make a table of delicious home-cooked dishes. Thanks to Marquis Xianping, Qin Chuyu didn't have to eat porridge today. He sat at the table and looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, drooling. In front of Princess Xinyang was a bright plate of braised pork tendons with scallions. After Marquis Xianping sat down and talked to Empress Xiao, he inadvertently moved the plate of braised pork tendons with scallions and placed a plate of vegetarian three delicacies in front of her. Empress Xiao suddenly remembered that Princess Xinyang seemed to have started eating vegetables in recent years. Right. When they finished eating, Empress Xiao said to Marquis Xianping, "Old Princess Consort Liang's family will be coming to the capital in a few days." Princess Xinyang's hand that was holding the bowl and chopsticks paused. Old Princess Consort Liang? Marquis Xianping said, the Emperor's ninth grandaunt? Empress Xiao smiled. Brother, you still remember her? Marquis Xianping said, I don't have a deep impression of her, but old Prince Liang does. Old Prince Liang was the previous emperor's ninth uncle. He was 8 years older than the previous emperor, and the two grew up like brothers. When the previous emperor fought for the throne, old Prince Liang put in a lot of effort. The previous emperor was very grateful and thought highly of him. He even went to the Yin Kingdom to buy the Shadow Dragon Guards. Is his body still healthy? Marquis Xianping asked. Empress Xiao shook her head with a grave expression. It's said that he's not very healthy. This time he didn't come from his fief and only had old Princess Consort Liang bring her own son. Ninth granduncle is kind-hearted and loves the people like his own children. He did a lot of good things for the people in his fief. I hope he can live a long life. As she spoke, Empress Xiao looked at Princess Xinyang. Speaking of which, ninth granduncle and ninth grandaunt loved Princess Xinyang very much. They even brought Princess Xinyang to live with them for a while. Ninth grandaunt praised Princess Xinyang for being sensible. She also said that it was a pity that Princess Xinyang wasn't her daughter. She dreamed of having such a beautiful daughter. Princess Xinyang's face turned pale. Marquis Xianping sensed her abnormality and turned to ask her, what's wrong? Princess Xinyang composed herself. It's nothing. I'm full. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, got up and walked out. Empress Xiao looked at her unhappy back and was confused. Did I say something wrong? Marquis Xianping looked deeply at Princess Xinyang and said, I'm also full. I'll come see you and little Qi another day. You only ate a little. Empress Xiao frowned, puzzled. What's wrong with you two? Qin Fengwan. At the palace entrance, Marquis Xianping called Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stood in front of the carriage, her pale face half-turned. I can't sit in the same carriage as you. Have the Empress send you another carriage. Marquis Xianping looked at her. Don't you just have to open the window and lift the curtain? Princess Xinyang pinched her fingers, her eyes red. Her voice trembled as she said, not now. Marquis Xianping pushed the wheelchair toward her. She suddenly squatted on the ground, hugged her head and screamed, don't come over. Marquis Xianping stood up and walked over, looking at her with a frown. Qin Fengwan, Qin Fengwan? Princess Xinyang's eyes turned black and she fainted. Chapter 599. Ignoring the doctor's advice, Marquis Xianping abandoned his wheelchair and walked forward. He picked up the unconscious Princess Xinyang and carried her into the carriage. This scene happened too suddenly. Even Eugene didn't immediately regain her senses. The princess's problem had clearly lessened, so why did it suddenly become like this? Because she had already fainted, she didn't care about her earlier words about not sharing a carriage with anyone. Come up, Marquis Xianping said to Eugene. Yes. Eugene sat in the carriage. I'll do it, Marquis, Eugene said softly. Marquis Xianping looked at the pale Princess Xinyang in his arms. He considered the possibility of her waking up halfway and fainting from his fright. In the end, he nodded and handed Princess Xinyang to Eugene. Eugene hugged Princess Xinyang and gently held her hand. Marquis Xianping frowned. Although he and Princess Xinyang didn't interfere with each other, they were still husband and wife and had done it before. Now, he could only watch as she lay in another woman's arms. What was going on? Marquis Xianping's face was filled with irritation. He suddenly stood up and lifted the curtain. Eugene froze and asked, Marquis, what are you doing? Marquis Xianping said coldly, get off the carriage and ride a horse. Otherwise she'll faint from fright when she wakes up. But your injury. Before Eugene could finish, Marquis Xianping had already gotten off the carriage and robbed a servant's horse to ride. Xiao Heng had gone to the Ministry of Justice to deal with official business. Gu Jiao had been lying in bed for several days. Today she could finally move freely. She first went to the courtyard to loosen her muscles and bones. Then she picked up the red-tasseled spear and practiced a set of spear techniques. Martial arts had to be practiced every day. Otherwise it would be easy to become rusty. Halfway through her practice, Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang returned. Gu Jiao knew that they had entered the palace. When they left, they sat in the same carriage. When they came back, it was Marquis Xianping riding a horse and Princess Xinyang sitting in a carriage. Did they have a fight? Marquis Xianping calmly dismounted and threw the horsewhip to the maidservant guarding the door. Then he said to Gu Jiao, who was in the courtyard, "The princess has fainted. Go and take a look." Gu Jiao put away the red-tasseled spear and looked around. "Give it to me." Marquis Xianping extended his hand towards Gu Jiao and took her red-tasseled spear. Gu Jiao glanced at his waist and thighs. Without saying anything, she walked towards the door. Gu Jiao carried the unconscious Princess Xinyang back to her room and placed her on the soft bed. Eugene followed in and asked worriedly, "Jiao Jiao, will the princess be all right?" Gu Jiao first looked at her pupils, which were normal. Then he put 3 fingers on her wrist and began to feel her pulse. "What's the situation? How did she faint?" Eugene lowered her eyes and said, "She fainted at the palace gates. Before she fainted, she went to Pure Flower's palace and Palace of Earthly Tranquility. I didn't go with her, so I don't know what happened. When she came out of Palace of Earthly Tranquility, her complexion didn't look good. When we arrived at the palace gates, the princess said to the Marquis that she didn't want to ride in the same carriage as the Marquis. The Marquis asked the princess a few questions and then the princess fainted." "She fainted when he asked her? Did he say something that made her angry?" Gu Jiao undid Princess Xinyang's lapels and tightly bound belt so that she could breathe better. Princess Xinyang's angina had long been cured, so her fainting had nothing to do with angina. Instead, it seemed that she had fainted because she had been provoked. Eugene's words were clearly hiding something. After Gu Jiao undid Princess Xinyang's clothes, she pulled over a thin blanket and covered her. She turned to look at Eugene. "Aunt Eugene, if you don't tell me the truth, it will be very difficult for me to make an accurate diagnosis for the princess." Eugene wanted to say something but hesitated. After Marquis Xianping put away Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear, he walked in. It was even more difficult for Eugene to speak. Gu Jiao pointed to a chair on the side. "Sit." Marquis Xianping was definitely the most disobedient patient. If she told him not to move, his wound would definitely swell again. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. Marquis Xianping looked at Eugene with a gaze that was so intense that Eugene couldn't breathe. Eugene looked at the unconscious Princess Xinyang and struggled internally. In the end, her desire to heal Princess Xinyang prevailed. She lowered her head and said slowly, "Princess Xinyang can't come into contact with men. Whenever a man gets too close to her, she will feel uncomfortable." "To what extent? How close? How uncomfortable?" Gu Jiao asked seriously. "That is." Eugene could be considered an orderly person. After a short period of nervousness and confusion, she sorted out Princess Xinyang's situation. If it's outside, the limit is 3 steps. If it's inside, Princess Xinyang can't be in the same room as a man. Marquis Xianping frowned. So that time in the attic she was really scared. She still refused to admit it. This happened a few months ago. At that time, Gu Jiao hadn't gone to the frontier fortress. Princess Xinyang fell down in the attic and was injured. Marquis Xianping went to save her, but she was scared out of her wits. Gu Jiao also arrived at the scene and saw Princess Xinyang's abnormality. But based on the situation at the time, Gu Jiao thought it was claustrophobia. "How long has she been in this situation?" Gu Jiao asked. Eugene shook her head. "I don't know, the princess didn't tell me. I only served the princess after the princess got married. At that time she was already in such a condition. I tried to ask the princess, but the princess refused to say anything." Gu Jiao pondered. "After you came to the princess's side, has she always been like this? Or has her condition worsened or improved?" Eugene said truthfully, "In the past 2 years she has improved a little. She can ride the same carriage with Marquis." In fact, Princess Xinyang had also ridden in the Yen State's pharmacist's carriage. But the Yen State's pharmacist's carriage didn't have curtains. The front and back were all open. It didn't look like a claustrophobic space. Marquis Xianping thought of the last few times he rode the same carriage with Princess Xinyang. But this Marquis doesn't see her as relaxed. So Marquis noticed? Eugene was surprised. Marquis Xianping coldly snorted. "What? So in your eyes this Marquis is just a big uncouth man? You didn't notice any of these minor things?" Eugene bowed. Eugene misspoke. Marquis Xianping sternly said, "I don't blame you. As a military general, men are indeed not as meticulous as you women. But this Marquis is gifted. How can I be an ordinary person?" "Eugene, how can he stick gold on his face like this?" Eugene could only pretend she didn't hear anything. She continued, "It's not easy, but she can endure it. If she can't endure it, she will faint like today." Gu Jiao said, "But husband and Long Yi seem to be fine." Eugene nodded slightly. Little Marquis and Long Yi are exceptions. Marquis Xianping was unhappy. Forget about Xiaoheng. He was her son. But why was Long Yi an exception? Eugene hurriedly explained, Long Yi wasn't able to get close to the princess from the start. It's just that little Marquis likes Long Yi too much and always pesters Long Yi. After Long Yi got along with the princess and little Marquis for a long time, the princess slowly started to see him as a child. So in Qin Fengwan's eyes, Xiaoji was a serious and majestic man. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. Wait, there's still something wrong. Eugene looked at Marquis Xianping and said earnestly, Marquis, the princess doesn't mean to dislike you. She just can't get along with men. Please don't blame her. Marquis Xianping frowned and muttered, so that night she really ate the wrong medicine. Marquis, what did you say? Eugene didn't hear clearly. Marquis Xianping said indifferently, nothing. So he was trying to make an antidote for a woman? Gu Jiao finished measuring Princess Xinyang's blood pressure and said, Aunt Eugene said that the princess's condition has improved in the past 2 years, but she suddenly fainted today. She must have suffered some trauma in the palace. Marquis, do you remember? Of course, Marquis Xianping had an impression. It was only after Empress Xiao mentioned old Liang and his wife that Princess Xinyang started to feel strange. After leaving Vermilion Bird Avenue, Marquis Xianping returned to his estate. Steward Lu didn't go to war and hadn't seen his master for several months. He was so excited that his eyes shone. Marquis, you're finally back. Enough. Marquis Xianping waved his hand impatiently and sat on a chair. Do you know old Liang? Steward Lu said, I know. His Majesty and Princess Xinyang's 9th great-uncle. Why did Marquis suddenly ask about him? Marquis Xianping said, investigate him and old Liang Wangfei. Steward Lu asked, can this little one ask why? Marquis Xianping gave him a sharp look, and Steward Lu shrunk his neck resentfully. This little one can't. There's no need to investigate everything. That would take too much time. Investigating information was the same as going into battle to kill the enemy. Marquis Xianping thought for a moment and said, investigate everything related to Princess Xinyang. Steward Lu had an extremely speechless expression. Marquis, you beat around the bush. If you want to investigate Princess Xinyang, just say it. Marquis Xianping said indifferently, what? This Marquis can't investigate? Steward Lu smiled embarrassedly. Of course you can. You're the Marquis. Who can't you investigate? However, you don't need to investigate. If you want to know anything, just ask me. I came from old Liang's estate. Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched as he looked at him. You have this kind of experience? Steward Lu coughed lightly. I'm not an important person. In old Liang's estate, I was just a handyman. Later, old Liang moved to his fief to build an estate. I didn't follow. He didn't bring you. Marquis Xianping exposed him. Steward Lu put on a fake smile. At the time he was still young. He was just a lowly handyman. Naturally, he didn't have the right to follow him to his fief. Marquis Xianping continued, then tell me about old Liang and his wife. They doted on Princess Xinyang. Is it true? Steward Lu said without hesitation, it's true. It's truer than real gold. Old Liang loved to listen to music. He had an opera troupe in his estate. I was young then, only 8 years old. I came in with the opera troupe. After the opera troupe dispersed, I didn't leave. I stayed behind to be a handyman. When I was in the estate, I heard that old Liang and old Liang's wife doted on the previous emperor's 7th princess. At the time, Princess Xinyang hadn't reached marriageable age and didn't have a title. She was ranked 7th, so the servants called her 7th princess. Steward Lu continued, old Liang and his wife often visited Princess Xinyang in the palace. They didn't have a daughter or a granddaughter, so they always doted on Princess Xinyang. Marquis Xianping said, I know this. I heard that they even brought Princess Xinyang to their estate for a short stay. Steward Lu said excitedly, that's right. There was such a thing. The opera troupe dispersed because of Princess Xinyang. What do you mean? Marquis Xianping frowned. Steward Lu recalled for a while and said, I remember. Princess Xinyang was only 6 or 7 years old that year. She came to stay in the manor for a short while. Old Liang Wangfei specially ordered the opera troupe to put on a few plays that children liked to watch. The troupe leader arranged. I don't remember what he arranged. I only remember that I took a knife and walked around the stage. She liked to watch operas? Marquis Xianping had never seen her listen to operas in all these years. Steward Lu shook his head. Now that I think about it, I feel that the princess didn't like it at the time. She sat quietly between King Liang and the princess consort. The two of them each held one of her hands lovingly. The maidservants below the stage were all laughing, but she was the only one who was expressionless. Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. How did the disbanding of the opera troupe have anything to do with her? Steward Lu said, one day Princess Xinyang suddenly came to the opera troupe late at night. The troupe leader asked her why she was here, but she didn't say anything. The troupe leader thought that she wanted to watch operas, so he went on stage and performed a few operas for her. Then the troupe leader said to her, "Seventh princess, it's getting late. Can we sing again tomorrow?" These events had happened so long ago that Steward Lu couldn't remember them clearly. But for some reason, when he suddenly thought about it today, Princess Xinyang's expression at that time became incomparably clear in his mind. She seemed to be pleading. Steward Lu said in a daze. But she still left in the end. She left alone. The next day, news of Princess Xinyang breaking her leg came from the estate. It was said that she fell and injured herself on the way back from the opera troupe. Old Liang's wife blamed everything on the opera troupe and disbanded the opera troupe without any explanation. Marquis Xianping muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Then let me ask you, did anyone in the estate bully her?" Steward Lu said without hesitation, "Of course not. King Liang and his wife doted on the princess very much. No one dared to bully her. I remember that once, for some reason, old Liang's heir got into an argument with the princess and pushed her to the ground. It was grass so it didn't hurt. But when old Liang found out, he hung his own son up and beat him up." Marquis Xianping said thoughtfully, "Qin Fengwan's personality isn't very likable. Of all the princesses, she's the most boring and unlike a child." King Liang and his wife don't like the lively and cute Ningyan, and they don't like the educated and reasonable Diqing, but they like her? Steward Lu smiled. Princesses are the prettiest. That's true. Of all the princesses, Princess Xinyang was the prettiest since she was young. In the afternoon, Marquis Xianping still went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Gu Jiao was brewing medicine in the small kitchen. Marquis Xianping walked over and asked Gu Jiao, "She hasn't woken up yet?" Gu Jiao threw a piece of ginger into the medicine pot. She woke up once, drank the medicine and went back to sleep. Marquis Xianping's eyes focused. Can her illness be cured? Gu Jiao said, "Mental illness needs mental medicine." Mental medicine. Qin Fengwan, what's your mental medicine? After Gu Jiao finished brewing the medicine, she warmed it on the stove and reminded Yujin to drink the medicine when the princess woke up. This medicine was to be taken before meals. Are you going out? Yujin asked. I'm going back for a while, Gu Jiao said. Yujin smiled. You've stayed here for a few days, so it's time to go back and take a look. I'll take care of the princess, so don't worry. Yujin prepared a carriage for Gu Jiao. On the way back to Jishui Alley, they would pass by Lu Yixing's house. When they passed by the alley, Gu Jiao said to the coachman, "Stop for a moment. I have something to do." Yes, Dr. Gu. The coachman stopped the carriage at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao only wanted to see if Lu Yixing had returned, so she didn't have much hope. Who knew that before she could knock on the door, a white figure would rush over from the wall and rush into her arms. Little Sure. Gu Jiao hugged the little fatty in her arms. The little fatty snuggled up to her in her arms. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Who's here? Lu Yixing pulled open the wooden door from the courtyard and saw Gu Jiao outside. Gu Jiao was dressed in green and still looked like a young girl, but there was a hint of killing spirit between her brows. Lu Yixing's gaze froze. Gu Jiao said, "You're back?" She said she was back. This meant she knew he had gone out earlier. Lu Yixing explained, "When Mama is old, so I sent her back to the countryside, to return to her roots." When Mama was the old servant who used to serve in the courtyard. She was old and weak, so it was difficult for her to move around. Lu Yixing took her to live in the countryside for a period of time. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. Then Lu Yixing said, she passed away. Her children were all gone, and it was Lu Yixing who sent her off. She passed away in her sleep. She passed away peacefully. Lu Yixing stepped aside. Come in and have a seat. Gu Jiao carried the little fatty into the courtyard. I was just passing by today. I didn't expect you to be at home. Yuan Tang asked me to bring you something. I'll bring it to you later. Lu Yixing brought Gu Jiao into the central room and poured her a cup of tea. Someone was cooking in the backyard. It was the last servant by his side. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the several boxes on the chair. Did you just come back or are you leaving again? Lu Yixing followed her gaze and looked at his and Anu's luggage, saying, I was actually going to find you. I'm going to say goodbye to you. Gu Jiao's expression froze. You're leaving the capital? Yes. Lu Yixing smiled with relief. I'm leaving, but I may not only leave the capital. You're leaving Zhao country. Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing smiled helplessly. I can't help it. Who told me to lose a bet with someone? I still understand the principle of accepting defeat. Gu Jiao said, so you still remember. Lu Yixing took out the 3 hairpin flowers from the brocade bag. I always remember, but when Mama is not in good health, I can't leave her here alone. Gu Jiao nodded. It's like something he would do. Thinking of something, Lu Yixing said seriously, but don't have too much hope. I'm just going to study. I won't be conferred the title of Marquis or Prime Minister. Gu Jiao didn't refute. Lu Yixing put away the 3 hairpin flowers one by one. Before I leave, I have a question to ask you. Gu Jiao said, go ahead. Lu Yixing hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and asked, why are you so good to me? Is it really just because I'm a patient of the clinic? No. Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing's eyes lit up, then, Gu Jiao curved her lips, you've already asked a question. Lu Yixing choked and after a long time he smiled bitterly, that's true. Gu Jiao saw a bamboo flute standing on the box. Do you like to play the flute? Lu Yixing said warmly, yes. Gu Jiao said, oh, when are you leaving? Lu Yixing said, we'll leave in 2 hours. My identity is special, so it's inconvenient for me to leave the city when there are many people. Gu Jiao nodded and looked at him. Is the carriage ready? Lu Yixing smiled, it's ready. Gu Jiao said, then I'll go and get the things from Yuan Tang for you. Lu Yixing opened his mouth, you don't have to make a special trip. I'll ask Anu to go and get it for you. Okay. On an ordinary night, Lu Yixing, who had lived in the capital for 22 years, finally gathered his courage and got on the carriage to leave. He was not allowed to leave the capital, so he spent some money and used some tricks. He left through the west gate. He didn't know if he would be able to come back, but he had to go. When he passed by the Phoenix Pavilion, he suddenly heard the melodious sound of a guqin. Lu Yixing felt his heart tremble. He pulled the curtain of the carriage tightly, but just as he was about to lift it, he suddenly stopped. Anu turned her head and gestured with her hands, asking him if he wanted to get off the carriage. He looked in the direction of the sound of the guqin and hesitated, but he shook his head and said, slow down the carriage. Anu slowed down the carriage. The sound of the guqin faintly came, like the sound of the 9th heaven, like the sound of a mountain stream. He had never heard such a melodious sound of the guqin in his life. Even the palace musicians couldn't play a fraction of it. Lu Yixing slowly took out the bamboo flute in his hand, put it to his lips and chased after the sound of the guqin. She was sending him off. Sending off a confidant with a song. She thanked him for burying her in his previous life, and he thanked her for recognizing his worth in this life. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.